PKA 758 with our guests Vito and Harley. Kyle?
Show brought to you tonight by BetterHelp, our wonderful merchandise, lock and load, and of course Patreon. Links all down below. Click those if you're interested. We'll get to them later in the show. But yeah, double guest, no video Taylor, looking to be a good night.
Yeah, Taylor went on vacation to South Sudan, and his internet connection is too slow for video.
Well, I can tell you weren't paying attention. I'm actually in Libya.
Okay, my bad.
And doing exotic hunting or whatever. What do people do in Libya nowadays?
Sex tourism, Taylor. We know why you went.
that would be so funny. I'm going for sex tourism, but I can't swing Thailand.
So you end up in Libya, and you're like, it's just as good.
I don't like the way the boys look in that country.
Turns out, Iranian vacations are cheap right now.
I bet they are. I bet Tehran is cheap as hell.
I was looking at what vacations in Tel Aviv cost. Everything's half off. Everything's half off. I gotta get my passport updated.
I bet they hate that.
They got bigger fish to fry over there, man. But yeah, like everything, all the like vacation rentals and stuff were half price in Tel Aviv, and I bet the same.
They're like, no one's here. Like no one's working anywhere. No one's buying anything. Everyone's literally like in their fatigues in airplanes or in comm centers. No one's like living. Not enough people there for
and
that.
No tourists in particular. So like, I don't know what the Jewish equivalent to Disneyland is, but I bet you can get right to the front of those lines.
Well,
it's it's shooting the kids who throw rocks at you. That's their Disneyland.
Oh, can you pay to do that?
Yeah, you go on a little trip.
The Mickey Mouse.
One kid throws a rock, you go.
The Mickey Mouse equivalent is a $5 bill. You see that mascot ever?
The
$5.
It's a $5 bill. I think his name is Five-ish. And if you look it up, it's literally like a Jewish mascot, like $5
did
bill.
Like Goebbels come up with this? Like this? who made this?
No, we honestly our best material is usually it comes from us.
The best part is if y'all did have a Disney World, your best roller coaster would go just high enough over the wall that the Palestinians could see them going.
It's just so crazy that you guys are telling me like if Jews had their Disney World, that is our Disney World.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Disney World is ours.
You guys built a Disney World, and then we took it along with everything else.
Walt's rolling in his fucking cryopod.
Yeah, just like how we borrow like the Rudolph song. I think like Rudolph and the Santa songs are mostly written by Jewish people, right?
I don't know, man. I'm not that deep into Jewish hate that I'm looking up. Who wrote all the Christmas songs? It's all a conspiracy.
I am. He's right.
Oh, steeped. Yeah.
Taylor's still looking for the Spear of Destiny. He thinks they can still pull this out.
The Spear of Destiny.
Hitler was looking for the Spear of Destiny to win World War II.
Did you not play the follow-up to Wolfenstein 3D? Very important.
Or to study history. They
not.
actually were looking for the Spear of Destiny.
The
spear that killed cut Jesus on the side is imbued with his blood because they touched his blood.
That's right.
Which I guess for some reason makes it powerful enough to kill every Jew or something. Like, how does that work? But
I picture it turned it into a sort of magic staff.
Yeah.
There are several.
It's going to take a lot more magic than a staff to stop that level of evil.
I looked it up. I have to share this. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was written by a Jewish guy. He was working for Montgomery Ward department store and creating a character for promotional material.
Dude, all of modern Christmas was obviously created by Jewish executives. Like,
I want you to also look.
Santa's a big fat guy in a red suit. Who came up with that? Harvey Finkelstein, the head of advertising at Coca-Cola. Like, come on.
And also, Montgomery Ward took out an insurance policy on the World Trade Center 4 days before the attack. All this shit is connected, dude.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
It's a giant web.
You're this close, dude. We're this close to having this podcast go full fucking on a whole level that it's never been before.
Full black bill.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
We're gonna expose
this guy. Oh, I guess the check from Israel cleared, huh, Woody?
But that's what I love. I love the Jewish entrepreneurial spirit is that they're always figuring out where the money is, and it's like brilliant. Have you watched that?
How do you think I come on this fucking podcast?
Yeah, exactly. Harley knows what he's doing.
It turns out Harley's spreading anti-Jewish propaganda, and that's not true.
Did you ever watch that documentary on Netflix, the Toys That Made Us or whatever?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and they have the episode about the guy who made Power Rangers into like a sensation, and it's just a old Jewish guy who's just like, yeah, I was writing, I wrote the Inspector Gadget theme song. He was making all these like jingles and shit, and then he was looking around. He's like, man, all these fucking cartoons make a shit ton of money. Why don't I just steal one from Japan? And turn it into something. And then he found a Japanese show called Jew Ranger, and he went, Jew Ranger. That's really my kind. That's really what it's probably spelled JYU or something. But he's like, Jew Ranger? Jew Ranger. He literally says it in the documentary. And you're like, yeah, that's why it's Saban's Power Rangers. Everybody thinks Saban is a company. It's one Jewish guy named Saban. And he just put his fucking name on things. Yeah, those are my Power Rangers. And made a bajillion. He's donated, and that dude has donated so much money to Israel that Power Ranger fans are actually weirded out about it.
What's really interesting about it was that Japanese show was nothing. Right. It was over, canceled, done. No one gives a fuck about it. Oh, now all of a sudden a Jew picks it up, shines it up, makes it look real nice and good. Now everyone wants it. Now it doesn't belong to the Jew anymore because he's the one that picked it up and actually made it what it is today. But fuck him, right? And you know what?
Wait, I don't say fuck him because he's the then that makes him the guy who was like, well, I think we know who the Black Ranger should be and who the Red Ranger should be, and I've got the Yellow Ranger figured out.
I was like, that's not right. Something's wrong here. That's not right. Like it was literally being 10 years old, being like, they made the Black Ranger black, man.
The Yellow Ranger is the really
made so much
questionable
sense.
one.
It made so much sense. Like only sensitive Nancy Pansies get. I bet the Yellow Ranger, she was like, hey, yellow, right? I get the yellow one. Like, you know what I mean? The fucked up thing was they made the Native American red. Like that to me was the real mean thing because the Black Ranger probably wanted to be black. That's the coolest color if you ask me. But there's no way. And the girl's the Pink Ranger. Did she do porn? Didn't Pink Ranger do porn?
Well, the Yellow Ranger died on 9/11.
Yeah. The Yellow Ranger did 9/11?
No, she died on 9/11 unrelated to the towers.
Oh.
Which one? Shut the fuck up. No, she didn't.
Yeah, she was. No, it's tragic. She was rear-ended in Ontario. Yeah, died on that. It's like, have you ever seen? I'm sure you've seen that old Norm Macdonald bit where he's like, 9/11. I was walking through blood and bone, looking for my brother.
Blood and bone in the streets.
He was in northern Canada. And it's like, so good.
The Yellow Ranger is dead. I don't know how she died.
Car accident, 9/11. Taylor's the one that likes to fact check me and usually prove me wrong.
She did die September 3rd, 2001. That's only like a week ahead of time.
She knew.
Her body was cremated on September 10th. So that's probably why you didn't hear about it. It's like, man, imagine you get cremated a day later. There's a 9/11.
if she'd been alive, her and the Rangers might have stopped.
Could have stopped it. Yeah, Zordon would have definitely sent him out.
They would have easily defeated the putties.
Zordon's real last name is Bloomsky.
The putties are after the towers.
There's a bunch of putties
have box cutters. We've never foreseen this.
That would be great if they went, it's morphin'
the
time, and Khalid just cuts Pink Ranger's throat with a box cutter.
Oh my god!
Fuck, these guys play for keeps.
The putties never killed anyone before.
Rita Repulsa just goes, this is my new friend, Osama bin Laden. He's got some cool ideas. And everybody gets a knife now. I don't know why we didn't do this before.
Yeah,
didn't the Power Rangers could have stopped it or something?
He had a little whistle dagger. Remember?
Oh, he had a flute he pulled out to call up his green mech out of the water.
The Dragon Zord.
Yeah, dude, that was so big for me when I was a kid. I watched the first season debut, and I remember everybody on the playground was doing Power Rangers shit. They were all doing the It's Morphin' Time shit. jumping off stuff. My buddy Chad, he went, "It's morphin' time!" And he jumped off the slide, like all the way down to the ground, and bit his tongue halfway off.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
and also,
Oh my God.
just the idea
That
of
was his own personal 9/11.
Chad and Kyle in like 1998 just sounds like they're getting up to some shit.
Fuck, 98's too late. This was probably
96,
second grade.
96, 95.
Yeah. No,
95.
Chad was hardcore. Chad was the kid who could do backflips in elementary school out of the swing set. He was the kid who could do cool shit always.
Do you remember when Beetleborgs dropped?
Yeah. Big bad Beetleborgs.
I remember that being the biggest disappointment of my young life because, look, Power Rangers was great.
How old are
They're
you?
like, I'm 38, I think.
Okay,
So I don't know
same.
how old I was when
Okay.
Beetleborgs came out. But I remember we were all getting hyped. All the kids were like, dude, they're making a Power Rangers, but it's about kids who are Power Rangers, and they have Beetle costumes. And we all like got so hyped. We're like, this is going to be great. This is going to be the greatest show. And then the first episode, they're hanging out with a gay blue guy in a haunted
Yes!
house. And when I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? Like, they didn't have like a cool base. They were literally in a haunted house with like
Yes.
this gay blue Jay Leno looking motherfucker.
Yes.
And he's like, Beetleborgs today with Betcha. And I'm like, no, it's supposed to be cool. This sucks. They
I remember-
fucked over Beetleborgs.
You're
So
so
that
right.
show could have been huge.
Like,
Oh my
it's weird
God.
how
You
memory
you
works.
guys couldn't tell this was going to suck? Look at the guy in the back.
We were.
Yeah, what
we
is
were
wrong
like
with you people?
11.
They only they
It
showed us
was
the
a crucial
suits.
year. It was a crucial year because I'm 39. It's a crucial year where I knew that would never had a chance. But one year before me, I would have ate that shit up for sure. Like it is.
When
There's a crucial year that happens there. You go from Beetleborg to wanting hand jobs in 1 year when you're growing up.
That is true. Dude, they showed off the suits. Like, that was all the promos. All the promos were like, look at these kids. They have robot suits. They're going to fight bad guys. And you loaded the episode and he's like, ooh, Beetleborgs. Today I'm having. You're like, what the
That
fuck?
voice is ringing a bell
No.
for me more than anything. There was a really crazy show that I actually liked. It was they would go into the computer. It was Matthew Lawrence, Joey Lawrence's brother. But he went into like the
Oh, yeah.
it was all like virus style and he
Shit,
would,
I think I loved that show. What was that show?
cyber squad something.
Dude, I remember getting so hyped for that.
Yeah, no, that show was great. I ate that shit up. But
Joey
all
Lawrence
of
in
these shows,
Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad.
yeah.
Oh no, maybe that's a different one.
No, that's it.
No, it
Superhuman
was
Samurai Cyber Squad.
Superhuman
That's it,
Samurai
yeah.
Cyber Squad. Yeah.
These shows, what they after that Jew came up with that devious idea, all these people they bought up these. Woody, stop acting like you give a shit, dude. You guys did Holocaust topics for years. Now I want to have fun, and it's a problem.
Well,
We do Holocaust.
Harley,
topics
have as
here.
much
We
fun as you
debunked the whole
please.
thing.
It's just so
I like that his
Harley
definition. He's like,
says it.
I'm having fun. Yeah,
The
okay.
Venom. Okay.
You know,
No,
I just scrubbed
that's
through
how
that
they
video
are.
you posted of the Beetleborg, Kyle,
Yeah.
and it looks like if that had waited 8 years and gone on at 1:15 a.m. on Adult Swim, it might have survived.
No, it didn't have any humor. It didn't have any like quick-witted humor or any like adult jokes. It was just trash. I remember it, and I remember like, this is just rip off, Power Rangers. Just like I thought Digimon was the same thing because I watched a little bit of Pokemon because it would come on Saturday mornings, and then they came out with Digimon, and I remember getting invested in the Digimon fucking storyline. But then it was
Ugh.
90s TV, so you never got to like the next episode to find out if they did.
Dude,
the
we were
thing.
just talking about this, that I could never get into Digimon because remember there was the little kid and his gay flying Digimon that everyone said, your Digimon's gay and he sucks and he doesn't do anything. And then I would come
Yeah.
back and it would be the episode where we're like, dude, did you see how that gay Digimon turned into like a fucking giant cyber angel warrior and killed everybody? And I'm like, no, I missed that fucking episode. So I missed the episode where Angemon apparently goes like fucking wreck
Super
shop
Saiyan.
on everybody.
Yeah.
And so
yeah.
I couldn't get invested in Digimon. I
Dude,
missed a crucial
Digimon was
episode.
like I was so into Pokemon as a kid. It was the first multi-billion-dollar IP that I felt like a strong amount of loyalty to. Where like friends would talk to me about Digimon, and I'd be like, "You're so gay. Pokemon rules." Pokemon is the
Digimon was
Digimon
definitely
sucks.
Digimon was definitely gayer than Pokemon, right?
Well, where's Yu-Gi-Oh
Oh,
in this scale you guys are putting? Where's Yu-Gi-Oh lie here?
I can't. Pick
I never
Yu-Gi-Oh out
really
of a
watched
lineup.
much of it.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh started off hardcore. Have you ever read the actual Yu-Gi-Oh comic? Because
No,
originally,
I'm straight.
I only heard of
originally-
Yu-Gi-Oh! 5 seconds ago. What?
okay, so everybody knows Yu-Gi-Oh because it's about the cards, right? Originally, Yu-Gi-Oh was not about a card game. It was about just like
The blue-eyed dragon
who would set various traps involving like certain game. Like he loved games, and he was inhabited by the spirit of like this ancient trickster Egyptian god. And so he would find bad people. He was like this little Japanese kid who would find bad people and be like, "We're gonna play a game, and if you lose, I'm gonna send you to the Shadow Realm." And the game would be like, you have to figure out how to get this lighter off your hand while you're pouring a drink without getting set on fire. Or you had like we're gonna play ice hockey, but the puck's made out of ice, and we're playing on a hot griddle, and in the middle of the puck is nitroglycerin. So whoever side the puck is on, when it melts, is gonna explode and die.
Wow. So this guy had money. Yeah.
And then they did one issue where they played a card game, and he trapped fucking that Kaiba guy in a magic dimension. And every kid in Japan went, "You guys should do more of the cards shit. I don't care about anything else, just the card game." That's what the show became.
Into cards, they weren't gonna be. I always thought it was a Pokemon copy from the beginning.
No, like they just did a one-off like story of like, oh, hey, this card game's really popular, and it was just like a one-shot issue. But then Japanese kids were like, "That was badass. Make the whole thing about cards."
Kids were like,
And that's
"Whoa,
what they
cards! I have cards. Make this all cards."
But it used to be way darker. Like, again, he was just like finding people and like basically killing them. I mean, they just, maiming them beyond belief.
That sounds like a way better show.
It was pretty cool.
Why didn't any of the MLB or the NFL with their trading cards ever come up with like a game to play with those cards, like a way to play baseball with the cards?
They tried. They had. I remember they had Marvel Overpower. There was a baseball card game.
I was gonna say, I think there was a baseball one.
Yeah.
There was definitely a couple of wrestling ones.
I collected cards like Marvel 93, 94, 95 metal cards, and they didn't do anything. And I remembered like years ago busting it out to show my nephew, and he was like, "Whoa, oh my God." I was like, "Yeah," looking at it, he was like, "Sick, how do you play?" I was like, "Oh, you don't." He was like, "So why do you have this?" And then I was like, back in the day, if you wanted to see a picture of Venom, you had to be in a comic store or hope someone would walk by with Venom on their and then you'd be like, "Oh, stop. This is the 4th time I've ever seen Venom in my life. Can I look? Can I drink in this picture of him?" Like this.
Yeah.
This is like you had no access to photos and shit. I when I was in elementary school, and this goes into the whole, you miss an episode, what the fuck happened? In Canada, like Sailor Moon was a hit for everyone. Guys and girls in the 5th grade, they all liked Sailor Moon. And we had the first season, and I was one of the few people with the internet in the class. And I remember looking up Sailor Moon, and there was like Sailor Mars, Jupiter, and Venus in Sailor Moon. But in the later seasons, other girls in the class became like Sailor Pluto and all that shit. But that's later seasons, which were out, but we only get the trends. So I started printing out pictures of sailors that don't exist in Canada, was selling them for like $1.
You see how these people are? You see how these people are?
Yeah,
I love it. It's industrial.
I hate the game. Like, I don't get it. It's a hate the game situation. Change the rules. They'll figure it out again and piss you off, but change the rules.
He didn't make them buy them. He just offered the service.
Do you like Spawn? Because like Venom was made by Todd McFarlane, and he got pissed off with Marvel or whatever, went and did his own thing and made Spawn. I always like Spawn. Even the
Spawn was
shitty
amazing.
90s movie. I know the CGI
I love
garbage, but I love that movie. And
wait, if you watch that movie again, John Leguizamo fucking kills it.
Oh yeah,
Violator.
Oh yeah,
he kills that whole movie. He's great in it. He's awesome. I thought Spawn. Yeah, he made Spawn because he made Venom, and Marvel is making like $1 billion. But Marvel is not like DC. Apparently, they don't give you any love if you have created a character.
I don't even think DC gives you. I mean, DC gives a little more love, but back then, like no comic company was helping anybody out.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was Todd McFarlane just got everybody together. He's like, hey, you see how they like we draw a thing and they put it on like all these t-shirts and tote bags and we don't get a fucking slice of it? And they're like, yeah. He's like, we could just like make comics, right? And it fucking worked. Like Image is hilarious. Yeah, like because Marvel like literally panicked and they're like, oh God, we fucked up horribly as they watch all their top talent leave. And it's actually one of the reasons now, like, Marvel doesn't really promote their artists anymore, because they used to be like, hey, with hotshot artist Todd McFarlane, but now they want the artist to feel like, nobody's slaves.
Like a cog.
So they're like, yeah, don't worry about who drew it. It doesn't matter. We don't want him to get an ego and leave.
Yeah. I like Spawn a lot. I thought that was brilliant, like mixing it in with theology and making that part of his backstory, all the heaven and hell stuff. I think Spawn beats God. Actually, I know Spawn beats God at one point. Yeah, that's a cool comic.
Spawn's great. It sucks that Todd, Angela from Spawn.
Mm-hmm.
He lost that character.
The angel blonde girl.
Angel. Todd's not allowed to use her anymore. Marvel has her now.
How did he sell it?
So back when they were making comics, it would be like he's like, oh, it's all about the spirit of creators, and he went, hey, Neil Gaiman, my good friend Neil Gaiman, would you like to write an issue of Spawn? And
Neil Gaiman, not into weird shit, for sure not into any weird shit, Neil Gaiman, yeah?
Yeah, well, that's the thing is now Todd's vindicated years later that apparently Neil Gaiman's a weirdo. But he's like, yeah, I'll write an issue. It's about a cool angel chick named Angela, because I'm very clever. And then she became like the coolest Spawn character. And Todd immediately was like, I know I said you own anything you create for me, but she's like super popular, so that's like not really a thing anymore. And then Neil's like, no, I definitely own her. And they had to go to court over it or something. And the court said, yeah, Todd doesn't own that bitch. And then I guess Neil sold her to Marvel.
I hope they make it into a movie again, because like I said, the first movie was fine. John Leguizamo, like you said, stole the show. He could come back. He could come back as Violator. There's no reason. That's the great thing about all that makeup. That's what I always say about Star Trek. Like, Worf can be Worf forever because he's got so much shit on his face. But Leguizamo could come back and be the Violator, and they could do that movie right this time with modern CGI. Because the CGI is really the
worst part. The worst part. You see all the same copy-pasted devil demons when you're going into hell. It looks brutal.
The devil looks horrific. And his cape looks good in the dark in quick shots because it's like this giant magical flowing like tapestry of evil. But then you get a better look at it and it looks like shit. But his powers are cool. He's got those evil powers and he's dark as fuck. The animated version on HBO is pretty good too, if you've ever seen that.
Yeah, no, the animated version is a classic. You know who's signed to play Spawn right now is
Ryan Gosling.
Fox.
Oh,
yeah, Ryan Gosling. Close. And Todd McFarlane keeps saying he's going to direct it. He just has to figure out when. And I don't know, man. I don't think he's ever directed a film before.
I was going to say, has he directed something before?
No. So I don't know.
I thought you were going to say he just has to figure out how to direct, and then he's going to direct it.
Well, that's what's crazy about it is that I'm like, Todd is like one of these guys who like seems like he can do anything. He always claims that he can, but I'm like, I don't know if he should be directing films, man. That seems like
Ben Affleck did.
He can't. I know for a fact he can't give monologues because I only know of Spawn because Kyle linked me a video of the Spawn TV show once, and it starts with that guy Todd McFarlane giving like
that's the best part.
Most the least enthused. It's like he's being paid to be there and he's unhappy with the gig, where he's like, "This is Spawn, and I guess I'm okay with it." Enjoy the story of a man who has to fight back from hell. Yeah, it was a little. He's like in a dark room, and Kyle was saying it was funny when you sent me the video, and I'm like, this does look funny, but this guy, if they told him sell this show as poorly as you can, he couldn't have killed that role more. It really, really rough stuff. He shouldn't be in front of a camera ever.
Yeah, it's bad.
Well, what's hilarious about him? So he has that whole toy company, which is how he makes all his money now, right? McFarlane Toys. Like, he makes infinitely more money from that than the comics or anything else. And they have a YouTube channel, and, like, half the videos are just, like, shitty cell phone videos of him going, so I thought Superman needed a new vehicle, so I gave him, like, some arms in the vehicle so the vehicle can punch. And I'm just like, Todd, get, like, a guy other than... I know it's your company... But, like, they're just the shittiest, just him in a room with the action figure.
He's like, the vehicle punches. It's going to sell itself.
Yeah. but in a way, I'm like, I don't know. Maybe this is the best possible marketing because watching Todd McFarlane play with a stupid Superman toy, I'm like, I do kind of want that stupid Superman vehicle he made.
How expensive is it? Because like every time I look at something like that, I'm shocked that it's 180 or something.
No, very. He does like
He also
Marvel
does the cheap
Legends
ones.
competing.
Yeah.
Well, now everything's expensive in that whole space. But look at like 45 Canadian dollars, 40 Canadian dollars for one of these.
I was looking at Warhammer the other day. Like I have no interest in the tabletop part of Warhammer. I like the lore and the books and stuff.
Buy that. Buy it. That Joyride toy. I have it upstairs.
Oh, do you want some Warhammer?
I have that 1/18th Joyride Space Marine that you might be talking about. It's just a blue Space Marine, and he's like an 18th scale. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Warhammer. There's one Warhammer figure that I bought. It's the only one I have. It's not a board game toy. It's just like an actual action figure, and it's 1/18th scale, and it's a Space Marine with like a chainsaw sword and a bolter, and it's just
trying to
just
keep
awesome.
up, Kyle. It's not some stupid toy. It's an action figure. Okay?
You idiot.
I think I wanted like Lionel Johnson or something, and it's at like a 1/8 or something, and it was like $250, $400 or something crazy like that. And
yeah, mine was 1/18th.
Yeah, it's way too expensive for just a knickknack that I want on like a table. I wouldn't play the tabletop. I'm not into that at all. I heard the Titans are like $500 or something like that, and they're hard to put together. What a ripoff of a fucking board game.
Just get a 3D printer, dude. Then you have every figure you want.
Is there a Warhammer trading card game? Like, do you have to do the tabletop?
I think the video games are the second most popular. Actually, the video games might be more popular than the tabletop at this point. I don't know.
It has to
Well, the
be.
people that are into the video games, like, will spend, they could spend $300 in the last 5 years of video games or something. But if you're into the tabletop, you could literally buy one figure that costs that much.
Yeah.
They're crazy. They are crazy. I have a bunch of buddies in LA that have like whole ass armies all painted and stuff. They're all into painting them. They look so sick. I'm like, wow.
The fact they're made of
like
plastic ruins a lot of it. Like, they should at least be made of pewter or something.
They used to be
something
made of pewter. The original ones were pewter. But then obviously they're like, this is costing way too much, and producing pewter miniatures kind of sucks, I assume. So, there are some guys who only collect the OG pewter ones.
That's lame.
I don't like them as plastic either. If not pewter, then some sort of like, I don't know.
Resin.
Yeah, or I don't even know what it is. The stuff where you break it looks like chalk inside. What would that be?
Chalk?
Maybe that's
You want chalk figures?
That wouldn't be. Well, but no, it's the
you
same
can take
thing.
them out
like,
on the sidewalk and you can like draw stuff with them.
Like, when you play, it's like when you play chess with like a cheap plastic board, and you just kind of move the pieces, and it's very unsatisfying. And then you play chess on like a very heavy set, and it's like, man, every piece I move feels like I'm making a real decision.
It's loud. It's loud when you put that on the board.
Yeah, there's an audible click when I hit it into place. That's what you should have, especially if you're spending $200 a piece. That's ridiculous.
Sounds like a beautiful woman's high heel spike hitting linoleum.
Exactly. That's the sound I want when I'm there with a nerd. And you know what's funny about the tabletop game is I've watched some videos online, and apparently at times there are OP armies, which makes sense. It's a tabletop game. But instead of like Magic the Gathering, where you just see one card and you're like, oh, damn, this guy's playing like standard meta right now. This is going to be annoying. You have to watch a guy spend 40 minutes setting up his OP army that you know is going to destroy you. And you just had to sit there like frowning and being like, well, yeah, but he's gay because he's playing Space Marines. I actually love the lore. That's why I'm playing the orcs, even though I'm about to get rolled here.
The boys.
Well, you know what? I was listening to something, and this is interesting, and I think it's Warhammer, that at top level tournaments, the winners, like the prizes, are determined on a point system. And points are given out not just for winning games, but also like most attractive army or like coolest theme or whatever else. So you can actually win Warhammer tournaments or like do better in them by like doing creative stuff or being creative.
Ooh, unfortunately, even though Eric lost every match, he did bring a girl.
So actually, that's
So
what's funny
he
is female Space Marines apparently don't exist in the lore because the figures just didn't sell. So they're like, all right, take them out. There's no female Space Marines. They have the sisters now, the sisters or whatever, but
the battle sisters.
They've had those for a while, but they're adding lady.
They're fighting over whether a certain faction can have females members of that faction. And the
fighting?
diehards are like, yeah, the Warhammer community, you know.
I mean, I don't like it either. Like again, I'm into the lore and the novels, so it's like, wait a minute, we're just finding out now that the Emperor created lady custodies as well, and it's been 10,000 years? Oh, 20,000 years. Oh,
Funny how we just found that out.
Weird, because like I know what Gazgul's breath smells like, but I didn't know that there were fucking lady custodies guarding the Emperor for these thousands of years. So that's annoying. And also, it's like, add as many women as you want, but why does it have to be the absolute pinnacle peak of badass like humans, which is what the custodies kind of are?
I have to know,
weird.
what does Gazgul's breath smell like? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it
Not good.
putrid?
Not good.
Or
No.
I would assume not good. It would be interesting if it's like,
For all I
and
know,
his breath smelled like
got
sweet
his shit
cherries.
together, right? Like he smells like
It smells like pious loyalty to the Emperor.
Gazgul sounds like an orc name, at least in the Lord of the Rings world. Is he not an orc?
Yeah, he's the mighty prophet of the Wa. He's his full name is
My mistake.
Gazgul. Yeah,
gotta
he's
get
kind of a
it
big
together.
deal. His full name is Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka. Kind of a boss.
His name
He's not a
has
Space
Uruk in
Marine.
it, and he's not an orc.
He is an orc. He is the
Oh.
yes,
Oh, he is an orc. Okay.
Yes, he is the like chieftain of chieftains.
Had I known he was an orc, I would have guessed bad breath.
Yeah, real bad.
Yeah.
Kyle, do you have any of those Warhammer
Actually,
magic cards though? Those are pretty sick.
No, I don't have any magic.
Oh,
I don't collect any of that stuff. I'm not into it.
I'm deep into Magic the Gathering right now. Did you guys see the new Final Fantasy set just dropped and the price
have,
is going crazy?
Yeah.
I have a pre-order of a Final Fantasy party thing. It comes with a couple boosters or something.
Oh,
and
the gift bundle?
Yeah, the gift
Yeah.
bundle. I got one of those pre-orders.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I used an app that you sign into, like Target, Best Buy, Amazon, and when it comes in, you get a notification that you touch, and it's like you have one in your
that's
cart. You
awesome.
could buy it, and it was literally the only way you could do it because everyone else uses bots. You know, and to buy
Yeah.
many of them. I understand this is like a hack of the system, kind of, but it just buys one. It doesn't buy a bunch to resell or anything like that. And I'm not a big Magic guy, but I got that recently because that's a dangerous game. I bought one pack and then I ended up buying the Secret Lair, Ghostbusters, and Deadpool,
Yeah.
and some land cards from Secret Lair. And I bought a bunch of packs. I don't even have a deck. They don't even work. They're not even like the
You
same
gotta make
thing.
a deck.
but-
What do you mean you ain't got a deck?
I don't gotta make a deck actually.
Well, then you're just buying the Marvel cards again, motherfucker. You were literally saying.
You could put- you,
I liked it.
Harley, we played a few games on Arena. You had a couple decks there.
Yeah, it's true. On Arena, they give you a deck, so you're good. And like, I have a
You didn't buy?
commander deck. What's that? No, I didn't buy any on the. Can you
got a
buy
commander
cards
deck.
on?
I put so much money
Yeah.
into that fucking shit. I mean, it doesn't go anywhere, but I probably spent 500 on Arena, and then what was the other, Taylor? What was
I think
the
I
other
spent
website?
500 on Arena this last weekend trying to win a box of cards, and I failed miserably.
The original one, Kyle, was MTG Online, but the one you, me, and Chiz got into years ago was Arena, and I was so excited that like two of my bros, you and Chiz, were playing Magic with me on Arena, but then immediately Chiz is like, spent a lot of time and some money last night constructing a deck. And then Kyle's like, son of a bitch. Okay, I got to spend a bunch of time and money now building a deck. And before you knew it, they kind of like were meta facing.
Oh yeah.
And so it was just a meta deck versus another. Like you had the Winota deck where you could just get that one lady on the field, and then it was like almost a GG situation.
Was that
From
pre-nerf?
there.
They nerfed Winota.
This was
before
pre-nerf.
Pre-nerf, she was disgusting.
Woody's here,
I
like,
loved
let's
it.
fucking talk about fish. What the fuck is this all about?
Listen, it's not all about
Well, this
me,
is just
man.
this is
It's
what I
yeah.
just. I have to be clear. Right now, my life is Magic cards because I'm about 30,000 invested in this Final Fantasy set, and it's going to financially make or break me. Currently, it's working out.
Dude, I saw your post on Twitter where you you had all those boxes of Final Fantasy, and I was like, wait, he's really going in. And then you said you
I'm
spent
going
500 a piece.
Whoa.
Man, there's some kid in the area who would
Dude,
love
you
to
gotta
get
open
back.
up one on PKA.
Oh, you want to open a box?
Why
Dude,
not?
a box is $1,100. It's $1,100.
Just one
One
pack.
pack?
All right,
One
Vito,
pack?
listen. I recognize it's a lot,
Oh.
but I'm okay with it.
This passes Woody's muster.
I was buying.
He and I
I was
approve.
buying boxes from Mexico, from China, because you couldn't get this fucking
So you
shit.
got it for like $1,000.
I paid. Oh no, I paid about $400 a box.
What?
They were going for. They were going for 1,200.
You $400 a box. You buy
They were
it,
going for.
and you can put it in a
Yeah.
safety deposit box, and actually, this is not financial advice. I'm a stupid man. You could literally like bank on this more than Bitcoin going up in 5 years,
Bro,
Not as
'cause
much.
they
It's
can't
volatile,
reprint-
but it's going up.
So I'm huge. I'm huge into Magic. Did you see what happened to the Lord of the Rings boxes that are at 1,800 a box right now?
Yeah,
No, I
And
didn't
I
know
saw
that.
that, and I said, how is there any way Final Fantasy doesn't reach the same fucking level? Like, Final Fantasy is going to be way bigger than Lord of the Rings. And I've also been,
That's
I've been doing a little business. I'm selling on that Whatnot platform, if you guys have used that, and it's fun. But now I don't want to sell it, because now the packs, I was like, this will be fun. I'll sell the packs for like $60. Now a guy spends like $120 on a pack. I'm like, well, now if you don't get something good, I'm going to feel like a piece of shit. And if you get something good, I'm going to be like, fuck that guy. That should have been my card. So I can't win.
Yeah,
One
you
of those
should.
deals where can you weigh them and determine if it's going to be a good one or not, the way you can some other stuff?
Pokemon, you can definitely do that. That's why you should never buy like loose Pokemon packs.
Of course.
Is that the foils like are so obviously able to find. Luckily with Magic, there's like
yeah,
each
Magic
pack
figured
is, like,
that out.
Magic kind of figured it out. There's a lot of like different foils, and like some packs might have a ton of foils, but none of them are worth anything. So the weight doesn't really tell you what's going on most of the time.
Mhm.
There are, like,
Magic will
some
like
sets,
intermix
but-
just a random foil land in there
Yeah,
for
yeah,
no
yeah.
reason.
And also, this set has like a bunch of like double-sided foils, which completely throw off the weights. So like, cards that like flip or whatever. So yeah, there's no way to like map this set. Thankfully.
Well, I hope it works out for you. It seems like you've sunk 30,000 in those cards right there.
I think that's what I spent. Yeah, because I was just like,
All right.
well, because I looked at it like a stock. I was like, it's gonna go up. I was like, why just get as much as I can? I also put a ton of money into it.
You don't have to explain to us, bro. We're not your wife. Where are your fucking money on these fucking slices
but
of
that's the thing
cardboard,
is,
bro?
people
That's
in my
what
life are like, "What the fuck? What are you crazy? You're investing in Final Fantasy?" And I'm like, I got a feeling, man.
I was
And,
literally at a dinner table with people that would never begin to grasp the idea of spending $400 on a box of cards and being like,
Yeah.
oh, it's going to mean something later. And I was trying to explain this Final Fantasy thing, and everyone at the table thought I was an idiot and was debating it until the waiter came by and heard a little bit, and he was like, oh, are you talking about Final Fantasy Magic? It's the biggest shit going down right now. It's fucking crazy. Everyone's trying to, and he was like talking about it so much, and it was the biggest validation somehow that the random waiter was so Magic horny
yeah.
that everyone at the table was like, okay. And you had like these normie people, they were like on Google, they're like, is it on eBay? And they're like trying to get their hands on it. Now they don't even know what the fuck it is.
I just think also, like, I think Magic is a little nicer. Like Pokemon, the problem is nobody does play the game. Like they literally just go, I want because like the cards that are worth money are like dog shit. They're not even playable. Where at least with Magic, you're like, this is a good game. I'm buying game pieces to play with. It feels a little more prestigious than just like. Did you hear about the guy? With baseball cards, everybody was trying to get There was some new rookie, and Topps makes him wear some patch out to the plate so that after his first game, they can rip the patch off and put it on a card. And I go, well, what's the fuck's the point of that? Like, it's just a manufactured fucking thing you wore. Why don't you knock his teeth out and put him on a fucking card? That would probably be more interesting. Like,
It would be.
yeah. Like, why don't you just run out on the field and cut his
Yeah.
hair off? Like, what? You just want a little piece of him from his first game? Like, why do you care
Hockey
he wore a
cards should do
patch?
that. That would be sick to be like, wow, this is Mario Lemieux
Dude.
incisor.
I would absolutely want that.
This is his mustache hair.
I wonder if
His hair
there's
was
an
on his lip.
if there's an NHL dentist out there who's been saving all the teeth for retirement, it's a smart man.
He's for sure really weird.
So like, do you have to resell all of these like 1-to-1, or is there a site where you can just kind of post all of them and be like, all right, $1,200 a pop?
Yeah, I can put them on TCG Players, like the big marketplace, but they're going to take like probably like an 8% cut. Again, I've been using this Whatnot app, which is pretty cool. It's like this is the future of commerce. Have you seen this shit? The live auctions or whatever. Have you seen the Chinese lady who sells one item every minute or every second to Chinese people?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
This is a shirt.
Dude.
This is a
This
hat.
shirt. This hat.
This necklace. Very good. Doesn't even say anything about it.
Vito, if you need someone to do that voice and hold up product, I can do it for you.
I think I might get in trouble if I do that voice on the whatnot. I think I might get in trouble. But dude, it's crazy. Like, I'll go on there, and a lot of it is these guys who like clean out storage lockers and stuff. So they just buy a storage locker, they start up a live stream, and they go, okay, we bought this locker, and they just auction it off. I've been getting like crazy shit. And I'm feeling bad where I'm like, man, this guy should have really paid for his unit. He had like all these sealed magic card boxes and comic books in the slabs and shit. And they're just like tossing it out. Crazy shit out there. But yeah, this is the future of commerce. It's like Twitch with throwing money at people.
What's the game plan with your packs of cards? How many are you selling? Are you going to keep any closed and like lock away or something?
Yeah, see, I got to lock. Well, that's the thing is, I almost don't want to sell any now because like it seems like they're just going to keep. I kind of want to wait for them to hit like a plateau and then be like, okay, this is where the price is kind of settled at. Right now, prices are like bouncing around. But yeah, I've been selling a couple to like people on my streams or whatever.
Well, that's fun because best case scenario, it goes up, and that's obviously good. But the worst case scenario is not that bad because then you get to open up magic cards.
Exactly. If it goes to nothing, I go, whatever. I think at any point I'll break even. You know, worst case.
You can make
that is a great like dopamine hit on magic cards where like you see that 7th card, like you like pull everything slowly away and then you finally get to the. I think the 7th is always the rare, and it's just a nice little. I can see how people get addicted to it. They call it cardboard crack for a reason.
Well, the big thing people are chasing is they made 77 golden chocobos, which I think is ridiculous, and I have no interest. But they're selling for like, I think one sold for like 30 grand. It's just yeah, and I'm like, that makes no sense to me. I'm like, I don't understand why chocobo of all things, but that's the big
I've
chase.
always wondered why like a modern corporation or company doesn't do like a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory type thing with golden tickets, because I remember, for example, like Mountain Dew Pepsi used to do the under the lid, you would get a free Pepsi, and it happened like, I don't know, 1/8 of a time, enough that you were like, another one. And then obviously McDonald's had that game that turned out to be bullshit. We don't need to rehash that old story, but like that game, I remember
good
keeping up
odds
with the pieces. Like
you got a small fry all the time.
You'd always get a hash brown, and everybody likes a hash brown.
They're so good. They're so good.
The reason they gave you the hash brown was because nobody would wake up for McDonald's breakfast. They're like, half of these people are never going to get that free hash brown. That makes sense.
Get yourself a refreshing medium soda.
Oh, yeah.
So you can peel 2 tabs off of it.
I would do that.
Yeah, that was so fun. And every single kid was always like, bro, I've already got Park Place. Like, I'm halfway there.
You didn't know that.
Did you ever run into the kids? I swear there was always a kid like every year who went, yeah, I had Boardwalk and I lost it. And I'm like, no, you fucking didn't.
No, you didn't. No,
I knew this kid. He had like a whole story. He's like, yeah, I was at the ball game. We pulled Boardwalk. We were going to be millionaires. And then, I guess I just lost it or something. I'm like, if you had $1 million in your pocket, you would not just hang out at the ball game. You'd go home and cash the fucking thing.
You know that Tim Hortons, they have that roll up the rim to win thing. You know about that one?
No, we don't really have Tim Hortons here.
A little bit though, but yeah.
America runs on Duncan, Harley. Sorry,
we're done with Tim Hortons anyways. But if you at the top of the cup, if you rolled it up, it would say if you're a winner or not. And I personally, firsthand, know someone that won like it was maybe a Ford Taurus from that competition. Yeah, about 16 years ago. They rolled
a tail after that car.
A base Ford Taurus? God damn.
Kyle, you're not thinking this through. It was a 2009 Ford Taurus.
Taupe?
Yeah, it was like 2009, and that's like 35,000 Canadian dollars, dude. 2009, you could have bought a house with that.
I think
that's a ticket I could believe.
Not really.
I'm mocking that car, but I think I had a Focus at the time, so I can't throw stones.
Oh, you're Ford fuckers. I still, Woody, that Ford fuckers story, like I've literally like 3 times just been going about my day like doing dishes and like laughed out loud. Where I've been like, I've just remembered it. It kills me.
chat in my live stream loved your mocking of it.
It's so funny. So funny. Oh, man.
When I was a kid, I won a copy of Sonic the Hedgehog 3 from McDonald's. Remember they had like Sonic toys one year and you could like send away or something? And I was so excited. And my shitbag parents were like, yeah, but you already have Sonic 3. I'm like, yeah, but this is the special one that I won that they sent to me. And they're like, nah, you don't need that. And they made me take it to the store and like, pretend that we bought it and get like store credit to buy something else or whatever. And I'm like, no, I want my Sonic 3 that I won.
Your parents are right, though.
No, because I would have kept it sealed because I was a weird kid. I would have been like, that's my sealed copy of Sonic 3, and now a sealed Sonic 3 is like $5,000 or something.
You would have kept something sealed as a child? That's crazy.
Yeah, dude, I have a copy of the.
That's so joyless.
I was a weird kid because like I remember hearing all those stories about like Collector Frenzy really started picking up when they started having all those like news articles about comic books being worth money and like Beanie Babies and all that shit. So I really did get it in my head. I'm like, I should hold on to some of this crap and see what happens.
Yeah.
So I have like a sealed Pokemon game on the Game Boy that I won in a Pokemon tournament years ago, and I just kept it for like 25 years. And now it's worth a fortune.
The only thing that's like that I wish I'd bought more of and kept is those CRT TVs have gotten like trendy and expensive now. And I used to blow those things up 25 at a time.
Yeah, you did.
I would go to the fucking
Goodwill
and get every CRT they had and blow them up because the tubes pop. And like I was like, damn, I wish I had because I want to do the Matrix wall, that bank of CRTs running the green code. And I thought that would be nifty. And like I started looking at what they cost the other day. It's like, fuck. This is what real TVs cost.
You can get the cheapo CRTs for like $60-80. It's the
That's
old
crazy. I was buying them for 15 or 20.
Why would you want a game on a CRT?
I don't want to.
Or so.
Oh, Taylor, gaming on a CRT is beautiful.
The pixels are correct. The pixels are exact.
Yeah.
It's better than any modern TV. The guys who do speed runs and they have to hit those half frames and shit, they use CRT TVs. But I want it for decorative purposes.
Like, I know, Taylor. I went through that where I was like, why would I want that? And through experience, I actually did end up getting my hands on a CRT TV because I'm like, I don't want it all the time, but sometimes I want to go and fuck with it. And especially where it really excels is older games that when you play them or like if it's Super Nintendo level graphics or a 2D style thing, your brain fills in so much of the image when it's a blurred CRT TV version of it instead of the perfect picture HD version. So a lot of these games, like a game portrait or in a game or a character in a game, might look so goofy on an HD TV, but on a CRT looks great. And then there's absolutely zero input lag. It's supposed to make you a better gamer. Not that I need that, dude. I'm good.
Also, Taylor, you ever play like an arcade game and you see how like good the picture looks on like a real arcade monitor?
Maybe many years ago, not for a long time.
Well, like your average consumer CRT was dog shit, but like if you get a top of the line display, so I actually had to drive out to like the middle of nowhere to find a guy who used to edit on Betamax for like local news stations, and he had two of these Sony PVM video monitors that I paid $100 each for. They now go for like $1,200. And they have RGB input, which most American TVs didn't have. It was kind of in the UK and I think mostly in Japan. And games just look fucking incredible. Like,
are those component cables?
No, it's like this big chunky connector. RGB connector. Yeah. It's like this. Yeah, only certain, and again, like top of the line Sony's from the era will have them. You can also get it modded into like a lot of TVs. Some consoles don't even have, like, you can pay guys like $100 just to mod RGB support like into your Dreamcast, into your Super Nintendo, and the video quality that comes out, you're like, oh, that's what the guy was looking at on his computer when he was designing it, and then it made it to your house and it was all blurry and shitty, and he's like, well, I can't help you there. It's crazy, man. The quality is there.
Yeah, no, I have one upstairs, but I can't change the input. It didn't come with a remote, and I can't change the input. And there's no
getting the remotes and the accessories is actually the big problem.
I'm on the third. I bought 3 universal remotes and returned 2 of them, and I was like, I'll get around to buying another couple universal remotes and trying eventually. But I just spent a day with like an old book and looking for the remote code and trying to get the TV to just change to this input, to the source input. It actually has an HDMI input on this one also.
So the way those universals,
input.
they come with a big code. They use those universal remotes come with a big code book, but there's also a mode that's like scan where you can just tap the button over and over.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of these.
This guy, Skank Mods or whatever, he went on this mission to find the world's largest CRT. It was
that one.
He had to go to Asia to get it, or he had to have it shipped from Asia.
It was like a demo. It was like in like a wasn't it in like a restaurant or something?
Yeah, second floor of a restaurant. It's very heavy.
Ooh, I like this, dude.
Sony made like 2 or 3 of them. It's like this giant fucking CRT TV. It's the coolest thing in the world. It's just been like sitting in some Chinese restaurant in Japan for the last like 30, 40 years. Just like, that's our big TV.
After this, I'm going to get so stoned and watch Chinese reviews of big CRT TVs that have come out in the last couple of years.
Watch this video I linked from
It's on.
Oh, okay. I got
it's on. I'm not even turning it off. It's just going to stay on over there.
It's tremendous. He goes on this mission to get this fucking TV. I think it was super expensive back in the day, too. But
how much did it weigh?
Pounds?
Like, how did he? Yeah,
400 pounds.
It's as
way
deep,
more than that.
It's as deep as it is wide.
Christ.
It has to be as deep as it is like big. So as big as the screen is as big as the whole unit is. And my uncle had a 37-inch that when everyone was getting plasma, and it was so fucking heavy. We were like 3 people, but it's too small still, 37-inch, but 3 people for how heavy the box is, and it's like a perfect square. It's so fucking heavy. It was hard to transport and put into like a wall unit. But no, I would love that. We had a projector.
Yeah, there was a guy near me who had one of those TVs, and I really wanted it, but I was like, "There's no feasible way for me to move." He's like, "You got to come to the 3rd floor of my fucking house to get it." I'm like, "Oh, he's giving it away for free," but I would probably break my legs trying to get the fucking
exercise
thing.
involved.
Exactly. Like maybe I could hire some Mexicans. ICE took them all away. Fuck.
Vito, last time you were on the show, you were talking about your new comic book. Maybe Superkillers. How is it going?
Superkiller is man, I'm very excited to say I think we're going to start printing next month. I'm putting the final touches on it. We had a little bit of some weird production hiccups.
Wait a minute. So it hasn't come out yet?
No, I failed. All right, Woody, it took too long.
What year did you originally say it was coming out, Elon?
It was supposed to come out not this Christmas, but last Christmas. It's a year and a half late. I knew this was going to come up, and I feel shitty about it. But
I thought there was going to be a success story.
I know. I thought you were going to get a big success, and Vito, you're really riding high on the hot. No,
I was ready to.
It turns out making comic books is way more complicated than I thought it would be.
You specialize in criticizing other people's comic books.
No, well, yeah, the story's great. I'll tell you that right now. I wrote a great story. I can criticize a story all day long. The problem is going in and fixing all these fucking little production errors and little things that are out of whack. But luckily, it is like basically done. I thought it was going to be done last month, but
tell me more. What kinds of challenges were there?
Like really stupid production things, like the artist who's a great guy, but he drew all these pages, and then I go to like print them, and they go, "Hey, you didn't make it all the way to the bleed. You know the bleed? Like you have the trim edge. Okay, comic books. You have the safe area where all the text has to go. Everything's got to go in there because otherwise it might get cut off when they cut it. You know, because the printer's never going to cut it exactly right. So you have to have a little bit of space inwards. And then you got the bleed edge where you want to put a little bit of extra art that's probably going to get cut off by the printer. You know, it's going to get trimmed off, but at least you put it all the way there. So in case it gets cut all the way to the right, you still see it.
I'm not a comic book person, but I was picturing like 6 cells on a page as you kind of read it. That's not how it is.
Yeah. Well, it is, but like he would have, you know, box, and then cool full art thing that extends all the way to the edge of the frame of the guy's cape going wild and flying the breeze, you know? So you don't have to keep everything in the boxes. Some of it can go outside the box and be crazy, but it wasn't making it all the way to the bleed edge. So, you know, I had to go, hey, dude, we got to like fix this. You got to, you know, add some extra information to some of these images to get us there.
Get a little bigger, like zoom.
Yeah, there's some places where that was possible, like cut it out, you know, paste it, zoom it or whatever. But honestly, it was just easier for him to go in and like extend everything out. And a lot of it has been also,
I feel like if you put a lot of this far, if you've already gone this far in the process of creating it, I feel like punching in on the image, you're like, we're not going to do that. We're going to do it properly. We're so far. Let's just do it the way.
I'll 100% admit, like, a lot of it is me being like, look, I've never made a comic before. I really love this world I've created and whatever else. And I'm like, I just want to do it so that when it comes out, and I'm like, you know, because I'm planning to go to the comic conventions and have a stack of comics there that I could sell to people. I don't want to be thinking about, man, I really hate that thing on page 5. Or, man, I wish page 12 we had fixed that fucking thing. I just want it to be something where I go like, 100%. I love this first issue, and again, it's a full-length graphic novel.
There's always a crazy place with that, though. You know, you got to make a double-edged sword. Yeah, it is. I know, but no, I know the feeling of wanting something to be good, but yeah. I actually more often, to my own detriment, would probably release something and end up being annoyed about it. So I do wish I could err on the side of, like, you know, being a perfectionist more. But I always feel like there's two types of artists. Someone who's like, it's got to be the best it's going to be, and sometimes it never gets there for yourself.
It's been a fight between, you know, you got to make compromises, and of course I'm making compromises because there's stuff the artist goes, I fucking hate this, and I go, well, it's my comic book, draw it, asshole. But you know, the other problem that you run into is, again, it's an indie comic book. I picked up a guy, you know, I can't pay him a full-time salary. So there was some delays where he had a existing project he was working on where he said, oh, it's going to wrap up in like the next couple months and then we can go full speed ahead. And he kept being like, that thing keeps getting pushed down. That keeps getting, and basically he was kind of torn between a couple projects. It really added to a bunch of delays. But at the end of the day, what's lucky is everything I've learned now, we're actually like full speed ahead on the second one. We're already drawn that. So that's going to be, I think, a way smoother process.
Is it? I feel guilty asking. I hope it's not a bad question.
You can ask.
How much do you have invested in this? It seems like a lot.
Oh, yeah. Well, we did a Kickstarter. We raised $100,000. So I'm a piece of shit. I took everybody's money and, you know, fucked around with it. For
actually, when this first came up, when the conversation first came up, he was like, "Where's the comic?" And in my head, I was like, "Man, he'll release the comic when he does it." And then I Googled it because I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he is sitting on over $100,000.
I was too busy making this.
No, $70,000. And some cards.
There's the Vito plush, of course, for my backers. Look, here's the other problem is I'm a moron, and I said, not only are you going to have the comic book, but you got to have the limited edition super killer trading cards. Contained within are the every backer gets a foil version randomly inserted.
This sounds like very expensive.
Are you not at least you unwrapped your own card. Let me ask you this: the copies of your comic that came, and you're like, these are messed up. We want better than this. Did you still set those aside and like, this is the limited edition, like messed up version of the super killer?
No. We haven't printed any copies of that yet. We haven't printed any copies of that yet. But I did make a bunch of tchotchkes and bullshit, and I was like, and that's the other thing is people are like, well, you haven't done anything. I'm like, but I made a lunchbox, and I made toys, and I made all this other garbage.
You cannot get your lunchbox out before the comic.
Well, the lunchbox is unfortunately already made, but
come on, order of operations.
I had to make the backers had to get the super killer trading cards. They're fantastic. Look at these. Every backer gets a pack of trading cards.
The first card you show us have a topless woman on it?
No, there's no.
Show us again. Zach, put them full screen.
There's no topless ladies here.
That's not the same card. Thank you.
I'll go through all the cards. Look, there you go.
There was a dildo. I saw that. Yeah, right.
There you go. We got our garbage pail kid there.
Cat boy.
Furry super killer there. There's YOLO. Do you know YOLO Swag Studios on Twitter? Hilarious guy. I drew this little buddy.
It's Orgasmo.
Look at that.
Oh, you drew that one?
That's super killer right
there. It's Orgasmo.
That's the Orgasmo, right? And that's our actual artist for the book. And randomly inserted will be the parallel dimensional foils numbered.
That's the one with the boobs.
Every art, there's the boobs on that one. Every artist gets their 1 of 5 card, and then the other 4 of 5 will be in the packs. Look, I'm an idiot. I'm obsessed with tchotchkes and garbage, but the comic's looking good. The other problem was that I'm doing 2 versions of the book. I want a black and white version and a color version, which is taking more time than I thought it would. because you can't just convert it down to black and white, because then it just looks like a muddy gray mess.
So they have to be separate, but equal.
Yeah, well, right now I'm tweaking the black and white version. So like when you convert it down to black and white, everything's just fucking gray. It looks like a blob. So I have to go in and be like, okay, his costume has to be lighter than her costume. Whatever. So I'm just making stupid little adjustments. But yes, it has taken too long, and I apologize to my backers.
Well, anyway, that wasn't the story I thought I was going to hear, but I'm rooting for you. Good luck.
We're kicking ass. What are you telling me?
You're racing the Tesla Roadster.
I'm a brilliant comic creator. No,
You were just a little ambitious. That's okay.
I got a little ambitious, and I did make the book too long. It's a lot of pages, but
I have a question for Harley too. So when you pulled out of the fight, did you instantly start eating like a king?
I definitely stopped doing cardio 5 days a week, and now I eat probably like one fun meal a day, fun snacks. But I try and hit my protein and I lift weights. But I haven't been, like I was thinking about it, dudes. I would have been boxing in 2 days. I was destined to I would have been fucking Kyle.
Just find a street fight. Just get all the aggression out.
You were trending towards Tinder.
Well, no, I wouldn't have been like Kyle actually, but it's still, I was on my way.
Are you walking around thinking like, better not fuck with me? Nobody better fuck with me. Are you hoping that like you're at Tim Hortons getting your coffee and you're like, I wish some motherfucker would.
There are times now where I'm like, oh yeah, for sure I could beat up anyone in here.
Yeah.
Be somewhere with 12 people and I'm like, oh, for sure.
You're like 6'7". That's probably not a new feeling.
But it doesn't mean the confidence was there because I'm not like a fighting guy. Like ever since like back in the 90s, I always thought that like never fuck with an Asian person. I'd seen so many movies, dude. They all know that shit that you'll get kicked in the head. You can't do that.
If there's a ladder nearby, you're fucked.
Believed it. Yeah, I have literally believed it. But now I'm like, I'll beat up every Asian in this place.
I think my dad has the same thought process about Asian. My dad got in this argument at poker with this Asian guy, and they sort of stood up like they were going to fight, and the Asian guy took his shoes off. And my dad was like, "You ain't gonna kick me," and like picked up a stick. I was like, "You picked up a stick?" He's like, "That motherfucker wasn't about to kick me."
It is
that would be intimidating.
The Asian martial arts myth was like really smart of Asian people to be like, don't fuck with us because like we have magic fucking fighting powers, and we all believed it.
And
all Bruce Lee had to do was make like crazy noises with his mouth, and we're like, "Whoa! Did you hear what he just went like? Woo! Like he could do fucking anything now."
When you like move really fast.
I desperately wanted to see some Asian acrobat flip around in the octagon and just see how that went. Right? I don't know, run on the sides or something.
Yeah, or like turn into a puff of smoke and appear behind the guy, and you're like, "Whoa!"
Right? It's Super Saiyan.
Did y'all also think that Asian women had like horizontal pussies for a while when you were a kid?
I didn't fall for that one, but I fell hook, line, and sinker for the all Asians know karate when I was like in grade school.
Everybody on my everybody on my baseball team when we were like maybe 8, 9 thought that Asian women had horizontal pussies, and when you spread their legs, it got tighter. You know what I mean?
Whenever the Chinese kid walked past my lunch table, I'd kind of cover up the top of my Coke because I was worried he might pee in there.
Wait, that was not something I heard before.
Is that a stereotype?
Me Chinese, me no joke, me make pee in your Coke? Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Come on.
Oh no, I had a different one. We had a different one.
That was a cautionary tale.
Yeah, everyone knows that story.
It was I don't want, it's hard to say without really being very racist, but it was I'm Chinese, I'm not dumb, I stuck my finger in daddy's bum. We're much gayer over here in Canada, let me tell you that.
Yeah, see, because if
it rhymes, it can't be racist.
Intimidate me.
It's rhyming, it's fun.
I was like, oh, he's dead, dude. I think he's Chinese. Cover your Coke and cover your ass. Because of his thumb and his pee-pee, dude. Trust me.
They're PPing in all the sodas.
But in the
It
90s,
is
though,
their
actually,
way.
a lot of my Asian friends, like they leaned into the myth, the thing. Like they didn't ever correct anyone. They were like, dude, no one in my family. Instead, literally, you're doing that. But like, I had like Filipino friends, and they were all like doing it, and I'm like, shit, he knows fucking karate, dude. Look, he's Chinese.
See,
I don't know.
the
I'm like 9.
The worst thing that happened to karate, though, was just like letting any like 4th grade white kid sign up for karate class. Like there needed to be trials and shit to keep it mystic or whatever. Like it was just like, yeah, I'm a yellow belt. And like,
Yeah,
you're
you have your
fucking
kid
fat as
at
hell,
home, and
dude.
he's
There's
like,
no way you're a yellow. Yeah. That's when
That's all it
karate
was.
really
They gave
felt-
me a
yeah.
yellow belt on like my 3rd day, and I'm like, I
yeah.
missed a day. It's like, there's no. It's like I had fucking
Wait, what?
like
And like ripped it off.
I had to miss day 3 of 4 for hockey practice, so I know I shouldn't be in line with
No,
these
they
guys
wanted you to
getting
keep
the
coming
yellow
back,
belt.
though.
Of course, so I
The
could break my
mystique of
balls of wood.
karate fell away when Sensei Randall was telling all the kids how to really deliver the justice.
For me, the mystique of it fell away when, after karate practice, it was in a strip mall next to like a custom confectionery store, and my mom would buy us little cakes afterward. These like little like on sale cakes they had that were like maybe like 2 inches by 2 inches, and so that became more the driving factor, where it was like, hell yeah, karate practice, that means I
Karate
get
and
a delicious
cupcakes.
little cake. Yeah.
Karate cupcake.
And I've said this before. I was maybe like 8, and I know I've said this before, but I was so intimidated going into my first karate class. And it's funny because I was a large 8-year-old, and I like tried to like make my neck look stout. I remember that specifically, walking in being like, I need to look tough. I don't want to be targeted. I was thinking it was going to be like prison, where they were going to notice me.
What'd you do? So like you popped your traps out when you walked in there at like 8 years old? You were like, what's up, dudes? Guys want to do some karate?
I think I did what I imagined looked like that, but it was probably just me like awkwardly like giving myself a triple chin. Like that's probably what it was. But yeah, it turns out I was like a king among those boys. They were all tiny, and there were girls in the class. As soon as I saw there were girls in the class, I'm like, this can't be that real.
Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah.
Man, when I played football, I played football for like 15 years, and I was a linebacker. And one year we had a girl come and join the team when we were like 11. It was the first. There was one other girl like years before on another team, and we were just like, this is fucking crazy. But it was just hard to swallow when it's like 1997, and I'm 11 years old, and I was just like, oh, there's a girl on the team, and she played the same position as me. And no joke, listen,
Linebacker?
for a girl, she was big and strong and okay, and by far not the best on the team at all. And I won MVP defense that year, and so did she. And like,
How does that work?
It just,
And you guys
know
didn't
what?
get married? What is this?
I
It's
got
like
it. I got destroyed. It was like me getting MVP defense was like I got the girls award. Me and the girl won. And it was just fucked me up. For like I had and now I look back on that and I'm like, oh, to every adult there, we're like, just like, shut up, bro. It's a stupid trophy. We gave one to she played with you idiots, and it's pretty cool. She did. She went the whole time. Lots of kids quit football at like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. She was there the whole time. It's cold in Canada. She's at every practice. She did. Yeah, it's fucking cool. But when I'm a kid and I'm 11 and I win a trophy and the girl wins the trophy too, I was like humiliated up there. I'm up there holding a trophy next to her, and I'm like, I'm a gay woman now.
I did a hockey camp, like a goalie camp, when I was probably 12 over the summer in between seasons. And there was a girl who played in like a girls, because there wasn't any intermixing in hockey, ice hockey at least. And I just remember like when I would line up to have to do a drill after her, in my head, it was like, you cannot let in more than she did. You cannot. Because all your other goalie buddies are going to mock you ruthlessly. And she didn't suck. She wasn't bad. And so that was annoying.
Pressure where she has no pressure and you have all the pressure. that's actually hard. That's hard pressure.
I want to say there was a female goalie or two drafted in the NHL. None of them made the team, but they got drafted. Taylor, do you know about this?
I don't know if they ever got legit drafted. I know in the 90s, or maybe it was early 2000s, the Tampa Bay Lightning did an exhibition game and they let a girl play who was, I guess, a pro in whatever professional women's hockey league there was in the 90s. I don't know if she did well or not, but even then, like, if you're a hard-hitting, like, defenseman about to send in a slap shot and you know it's a girl, you probably do pull it a little bit. Like, you probably are like, I don't want to, if I hit this girl in the, God forbid, I hit this girl in the neck and she goes down, I'm the worst person of all time. Like, there's no one's going to take my side.
Yeah, that must be what I'm thinking of because it was Tampa Bay.
We didn't have any girls in any of our sports.
I think of a French lady.
In baseball, my dad would always pick the black kids, and nobody else would pick them because they didn't have rides to practice. And then we'd drive around and pick them all up for the games.
Oh, dude! Like, so he was literally doing what the Bad News Bears guy did, where he has to stop in all like the poor income housing to get like the white trash kid who can pitch really well.
That's what we did. Like they would draft for Little League, and people knew that if you picked a black kid, he wouldn't have a way there. Like they just wouldn't. None of them had dads. And my dad would be like, "I got you, little man. Where you live?" And we drive all around town, pick up 4 of these guys, and me and Octavius and Santavius and Montavius would hit the field.
Did he pick them up in the custom vans he made?
No, that was.
I choose to believe they're in like beds and stuff.
when I played football, we had
pickup truck like
watching television in the custom van.
No, we're driving through town.
Pick up like a work crew. You're in the AC fucking cab.
They were happy to look. He'd buy those kids gloves and shit. Those kids didn't have anybody. But we won a lot of games.
This reminds me of when I was playing football. There was like 4 or 5. There was more than 4 or 5 black kids, but there was 4 or 5 black kids that were fucking good. And like every year, people threw in, and the park threw in, because football is not a cheap sport. You don't buy the equipment, but you do rent it. And it's not cheap. And people would throw in so that these 4 kids could play. And I just remember my mom and I we drove one home once. And I was going to his house, and when my mom dropped us off, it was like in a sick neighborhood, sick ass house. I came home the next day. I was like, "Yo, Eddie has a big screen TV. Yeah, he has a PlayStation." And my mom and dad were like, "What the fuck?" And then they're just like, "Well, yeah." They're just like, he had money. Just everyone was like, "Oh, we got to pay for the poor black kid."
Wow.
And obvious parents were like, "Yeah, of course, let them pay if they want to pay. You are the best on the team." But yeah, they just thought they were doing someone a favor, but really he was, yeah.
The bigotry of low expectations can be a benefit.
I was about to say, my God. and how little pride does that family have? It's like, "Oh yeah, pay for little Marcus's shit. I don't care."
I actually don't even think.
I would do the same thing. If I had a black kid, I'd be like, "Listen, you're dirt poor, and take everything they give you. All these white people are gonna feel bad.
And organize my cards.
Take them
organized."
If you had a black kid, would you do the trend and give him an ancient Roman emperor name? Like Octavian,
is that the current trend?
Or something.
That's a good way to go. Yeah.
If I had a black kid, I'd be like, and
those are cool ass names.
This is the Torah, and you have to read it every day. And here, let daddy curl your hair on the sides of your ears.
If I had a black kid,
you were a son of Shem.
You cheating whore.
Oh, this is like one of those.
All right, let's. I just have to blow off some steam, Octavius. Let's get you. Let's sign you up for football.
Honestly, here's what I never understood is how they keep saying the college admissions. It's like if you have they're letting people in based on certain traits or whatever. And I'm like, how have Chinese families not just started naming their kids like DeMarcus Johnson? Because you send in the college application, they don't fucking, you can check whatever box you want. You go, yeah, my kid DeMarcus Chang is here to apply for college. Then you got a fucking leg up.
Can I tell you something about DeMarcus Chang?
Yeah,
He
tell
could
him.
literally
DeMarcus
do
Chang?
anything he wants to do.
He's
If he wants to be incredible at piano, excel in athletics, be an engineer, whatever DeMarcus Chang wants to be, he will fucking kill it.
and there's no stopping him.
But Asians are too
Imagine this,
racist,
you had
and
your
so they
comic
wouldn't.
book and it
yeah.
was- Wait, go ahead.
I was saying Asians are too racist with it because they wouldn't just go DeMarcus. They'd be like, "Why allow my son Lil Wayne into your college?"
My son Kanye too is a most powerful scholar.
He's the most powerful
We can't have
linebacker,
two of you guys doing this.
and he good at math.
Not doing it.
A Blasian concert pianist. Now, would he get his piano skills? Would it be like concert piano, or would it be like Ray Charles piano?
He
I
can
bet
do
he could do
both.
both.
He goes back and forth.
Yeah.
Anything he wants.
He's
Anything he wants.
freestyling on the baby grand in front of a
He's a
concert.
triple threat because I bet
They
he can
throw him an
dance too.
electric guitar in the middle, and he'll start rapping while playing guitar.
I'm thinking about an Asian black guy. You know where his weakness would be? Swimming.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Ooh, that's something the whites seem to be solid
Yeah.
at. Really good swimmers. I don't know why that is.
They all have pools.
Access
Because it's
to pools.
expensive.
Yeah,
It's the same
fools.
reason they
It's
excel in
expensive.
hockey.
Yeah, that's fair. Or they're all from somewhere where it's like, yeah, we were poor, but we lived in Calgary, and so we had free ice 9 months a year, and just did it
Black
that
people
way.
don't even have good hot tub etiquette, much less pools. I saw a picture of Lil Wayne today in a hot tub with socks on. Like, unironically,
it's
just
not.
in a
I've
hot
seen
tub
white
with
people
socks
do
on.
worse in hot tubs than that.
That's so rude. White or black, wear a swimsuit.
I've seen that video of that white girl. It's a classic video. They're there, and it's this old video, and she's like, it's a couple hot chicks in a hot tub, and the camera's going, and she's like, "How long is this scene going to be?" And the guy's like, "Well, just a couple minutes." And then she's like, "Oh," and then you just see diarrhea brown shit appear all over the hot tub.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a crazy video.
That's all.
That's awful.
Yeah,
Make a decision.
old banger.
In a hot tub, are all the germs and viruses killed, or do they multiply faster? Like,
I don't
what
think
is
it reaches
depends if you keep it
the temperature
treated
to kill
correctly.
them.
It does. No, it gets like 104. It can't be good for them, but I don't think it kills them. It probably like helps them multiply faster because you can get folliculitis in a hot tub. Have you ever heard of that? People call it hot tub rash.
Yeah.
It's a bacterial infection you get under your arms from how you sit in a hot tub with your arms on the edge. Like you get it right in your armpits. I got it one time a long time ago. You have to keep those things chlorinated well, or they become nasty bacteria
Yeah,
pools.
protein bath?
Yeah.
piss loves a hot tub. Makes piss stronger. Makes piss more piss in a hot tub.
I don't know what that
Heard
means.
that. I've heard that.
The
You
water
could imagine
evaporates
if
out.
you
It
did
amplifies the
Crazy.
piss.
Cleans it out.
It was already hot.
Now it's thin and looser. Both in your dick,
It's vaporized.
back in your dick.
You're vaporizing the piss. I get like imagine a cloud that's evaporated piss. Like if you put piss in a fog machine.
I feel like I killed you.
Ugh.
I feel like you die from that.
That'd be great.
You ever see that piss jug guy
It's
on
like
TikTok?
it's made of urea. Doesn't like Venus have a bunch of clouds like that or some shit? Like one of those. Maybe it's Uranus. I'm thinking with methane.
Yeah.
I thought there was
Venus is
something that-
acid.
No, I don't think there's.
They
a
say
piss
there's
planet,
giant,
Taylor.
you know,
I've never heard
diamonds
of that.
Yeah, let's space talk. More race talk.
What's that one? What's that one piss planet that we all know of? I don't know, man.
Well, I don't know. They say there's giant clouds of diamonds. There has to be a piss planet.
That's different from piss, man. Piss doesn't naturally form in the Earth's crust. It's
There's
piss.
gotta be planets whose crust literally are filled with.
Did you just compare piss to? Well, if there's fucking diamond planets, there could be piss planets, dude.
There has to
Well,
be.
I guess fact check true. There are no piss planets.
There are no
Doesn't
piss
piss
planets.
just become urea? Like isn't
boil
that
it
what
down?
it's
Yeah.
like? It's
If you boil it down, it becomes like a taffy.
ew.
Yeah.
What do you use?
Yeah. Oh, it has tons
What
of
do you use?
different purposes.
I believe that, but that's a terrible thought.
It gets thick,
has
Like it has the consistency of like cake frosting, like a really thick You can find videos of it on YouTube. People boil it down. They used to use it for medicinal purposes. You know, you'd boil that piss down and you'd smear it on a.
God, I miss the Wild West days of alchemists
like
just
some
boiling piss.
Old country.
Being
Bro,
like,
they're
"This is
coming
probably good
back
for something."
I saw a
They are
Twitter
coming
ad
back.
I saw a Twitter ad the other day of some Indian lady in what looked like a normal kitchen being like, "Come with me and learn the many dermatological benefits of cow piss." And it was like, that. Are you fucking serious? Like, don't do this. Why are you
I
doing?
wouldn't do it.
Did a Pakistani guy fund this? Like, why would you make this video?
wrong? I wouldn't do it, but how sure are we that she's wrong?
I don't
Like,
care
maybe there
what
is
it
a-
does. I don't
I
want it.
agree for sure. But it doesn't. But it might still have. She might be. It might be valid. It might be good. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I doubt it actually, and it wouldn't change.
I doubt it. I would believe it because we talked to Brandon Buckingham a couple years ago where he was like, I'm going to the India Cow Poop Festival, where it's like, and that's a real thing. There's a bunch
And
of
some
clips of
YouTubers
that.
got it hard. That's how he found success. Is he made it hard for himself. Go to the
He
shit
does,
fest.
yeah.
Crazy.
All his, like, he has to make so many videos that are like going to East St. Louis and, you know, interviewing the most dangerous people in America. And it's like, all right, you know.
I'm going.
But he
I'm
also
going
is like an incredibly likable, charismatic guy, and so it doesn't seem like he ever has problems. Everyone, no matter where he goes, they seem to like him.
Come.
What was that? I missed it.
I'm going to a festival with him in Canada. You guys should come.
Oh,
What's
sick!
going on
Which
in
festival?
Canada?
It's called Shambhala.
I don't know what that is. What is it about?
It's like a music thing. It's on a farm in BC. Be cool,
Oh,
dude. If you swear like you, Taylor, you'll think you're in the elven woods of Hamriel or whatever. I'm trying to think of a Lord of the Rings.
Lothlorien.
Yeah. No. It's really awesome and cool. And I was
Nice.
thinking about going. Remember, I showed you guys that really fucked up picture of me where I looked like a terrible, super fucked up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a hilarious picture.
Yeah, that's where I was, obviously having a very peaceful time. But I was thinking about going, but then he hit me up and he was like, "Are you going this year?" And I was like, "I don't know." I was thinking about it. He's like, "I think I want to go." And I was like, "Okay, I'm in."
Hypothetically, when you're at a music festival like that, do you want to be on like ecstasy or are you gonna be like a little LSD? What's getting the vibe right?
Coke. Just Coke. No.
Liquid cocaine in my eyes.
Keep the Asians away from your coke.
Yeah.
No, I do.
Well, you know what, Harley? I haven't done coke in many years, but maybe this time I'll really like it.
Hey, yeah, man.
No, I'll
Harley, what
do a little.
would hypothetically be the vibe?
The choice, the weapon of choice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I like to think of myself as like a variety participator.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You get cross-faded.
what I like right off the bat, like, so in Canada, a lot of these experiences, the foundation isn't alcohol based. But in the US, when you go to these festivals or experiences like that, or even raves, the bar is a big deal. People drink a lot. In Canada, the drugs are a bit more lenient, so there's
You candy
harder
flipping, bro?
drugs out there.
You candy flipping?
What is that? What is that again?
Candy flipping is MDMA and LSD mixed together. We had a friend of the show who was candy flipping while also taking some other stuff, and he killed himself.
I miss
He
him.
walked into traffic. Yeah, went absolutely loony. But before that, he said it was a
R.I.P.
blast. Yeah,
I'm
And he
trying
was
to
a really fun
R.I.P.
guy.
great
I
guy.
want to be on
really.
that. I want to
Yeah,
be
he
on
was
that
great.
level,
Shout
but
out.
not do that last part.
Yeah, me too. Exactly. You want to get
Yeah.
right to the cusp, of pulling over and walking into traffic, but not all the way there. That
Like
was
I think you got to be so responsible with this stuff. So like I always get in a weird place when I talk about it, because I think like I am like when the Matthew Perry thing happened with ketamine,
yeah.
people were like, "Dude, ketamine, man, like watch out." And I'm always like, if you ever think that I would do any drug, let alone that one, in a warm bath by myself, crazy. You could.
I
That's
bet it
like
feels great,
it was
though.
just people. I could imagine, and like this is so crazy. Is I could imagine he was fully aware of everything as it was happening, and was probably acknowledging like, wow, this really isn't even that bad of a move right now. I'm definitely not moving. I'm definitely not going to move at all. So this is it. Like, that's it. You know what I mean? There's no, because as a person, you would have had that gut reaction to like jump out of it or snap out of it, you know, getting slapped in the face. You know, but a warm bath, he probably like just fucking like, you can't do drugs like that alone. You can't.
That's what I was about to say. You need a buddy there
really,
watching you. You need like some people who are like mostly sober outside the hot tub chilling, like checking on you and stuff. Like, but I bet that the combination of the ketamine and the hot tub is like heaven. I bet that does feel really good.
Yeah.
But I'm like, bro, you're 95% there with a weighted blanket and a scented candle. You gotta go hot tub and die. Like, come on.
You're right, though. You're right. You should be at a place where, like, if you can't stop and enjoy a weighted blanket and a scented candle, then, like, you know what I mean? You're chasing like I spend way more time sober, less smoking than I do ever partying or consuming drugs. You know, I'll set aside a time and go do that. But I like to be actually aware of something like what you say. Like, if you can't enjoy a weighted blanket and a scented candle, don't go looking to enjoy yourself getting fucking blasted and, you know, being in the hot tub. Like, it's like I feel like there's a perfect balance to it. Having said that, I like to blast ketamine consistently when I'm at these things, but you have to build it very slowly, a buzz, because you technically want to be in a K-hole. You want to get there, but you can't jump right in. You got to slowly get into it so that when you are in the K-hole space, you could exist there. That's where you want it, Nick. You got there so slowly that it never hit you and made you want to sleep. So you are in that crazy, like, have you ever stayed up very, very, very late? You're overtired, and now maybe you're having really funny thoughts, or something is very funny. You're having a blast laughing because you're overtired. You got to get to fucking bed. You get to that place and exist there, and you kind of feel like you're sober drunk. Like you're drunk, but not blackout. You remember everything. As long as you go slowly. It could take for like the way I see it, it should take someone like over an hour, 2 hours to get high appropriately on that by going very small amounts.
So our experience is pretty different. That when I did it, it was, of course, it was prescribed, but I had these like dissolvable tablets that you put in your mouth. You'd hold them there for 7 minutes and then you'd spit it out. And for me, the full effect stuff, 30 minutes later, it was starting to die down. You know, if at 50 minutes, for example, I say it lasts an hour. If at 45, 50 minutes, I needed to like make a decision, it'd be like you're a little drunk. Are you the best you? Absolutely not. But you can almost push it aside. You sound like you were high for hours.
Yeah, well, because you would consistently do it.
Oh, you're re-upping.
Like, yeah, you do it like I would do a very small amount. Probably what it is that you take. Maybe I'm assuming maybe cut it in half and imagine that like every 30 or 40 minutes, and then think about like 3 hours later what it would be like. You know what I mean? Something like that.
You get nauseous?
If you do too much, you can get the spins like when you're too drunk and the room is spinning, and that's the worst. That's where a lot of people, they'll think it's like cocaine, so they'll do a cocaine line, and then now you're gonna feel like you're drunk sick.
I don't like any drug that can possibly make me sick to my stomach. That's why LSD is so fucking cool. It like zero nausea, just getting fucking high and
I used to prefer mushrooms, but yeah, no, I do like LSD better because it has a less nausea factor. But also mushrooms is crazy. Mushrooms could make me feel weird in front of like my best friend of 20 years. And I'm already a guy that's like a shameless dude and I don't care. Why would I feel weird in front of like one of my best friends? But mushrooms is weird. Like I've been blasted on like so many things. Then someone's like, yo, let's take mushrooms. And I'm like, what are you, crazy? I could take that and hate you. I might just not like you anymore. It's too delicate right now. Yeah. Mushrooms is like, it's just a very weird, it's a weird one.
I've done mushrooms, and that's not my vibe at all. No, if we were both on mushrooms together, you'd be hating me, and I'd be lifelong friends. I feel so warmly towards you. We might,
but I took 7 grams. You took 1.
Fair. Okay. I was just gonna slip in. My ketamine came with an anti-nausea drug, like with it, so they
Really?
like mixed into it.
No, separate. You took it beforehand.
Okay, interesting. So it's like you kind of do ketamine like how I do VR. Take like an anti-nausea drug.
I didn't think
Play for an hour. Play for an hour in another world.
I think that's it. It was really regimented. I think I took it like exactly, and I was scared of the nausea. I didn't like. I was nervous about it, so I was really regimented about taking it. And then almost exactly 60 minutes later, I'd start the ketamine.
Yeah.
Like
no, but
there's Nair. Sorry.
There's drugs like that. I always joke about. I always make jokes about cocaine, but really like not a good drug. Not a good one.
I've never done cocaine. I've read though that like there's more being made and consumed in America anyway than ever before. It's record popular.
That's crazy. And that's crazy because like, yeah. No, but that's why it's a really crazy drug. I don't have an addictive personality, I don't think, maybe I smoke too much. But when I leave to the USA, I'm not like, oh my God, I gotta get hash. I need to smoke or I'm gonna lose my shit. Like I just like don't do it. I went to Florida for a couple months. I don't smoke. I'm just there. I don't try and go and get drugs or anything like that. But there's something about cocaine that I feel it's probably exactly like if it's in the house, it's how probably Vito's going to feel with these Final Fantasy boxes, always calling to him, being like, open me.
What do you think pays for my
come
cocaine?
Rip me open and see what's inside. Come on. And
like saying having it around is
in the house.
Yeah.
Like I don't like having that in the house. Like it's not a drug that like sits in my house or anything because it's like it would like call to you.
Like
it's like weird.
I have the opposite problem with drugs is I keep going like, well, I don't want to take them now. I should save them for something cool. And then I realize nothing cool ever happens in my life. So they just sit there.
I do end up with old drugs like that too. I'm like, I should probably throw out these gummy bears. I don't know what drug they are anymore. They're in the house too long. I have to get rid of them.
Test them. Just
at that place that I went to Shambhala,
I wasn't at all talking about consuming them.
Well, they have this. They're really big on like harm reduction, and you can bring any drug to HR there, and they have like these advanced medical grade spectrometers, and they'll tell you exactly what is in the drug. And I remember I went and I had brought like a pill that this guy that I know from Montreal had brought, and when I brought it, we were like, oh, let's go see what the Molly's like. Let's see how it is. And so we brought it, and it was really interesting because the guy took the pill and he was like, cool. He was like, this pill, by the way, is interesting because I'm going to try and open it now, but there's no way to open this without destroying it. And that's valuable because with capsules, something like this, which is a custom capsule, I could look at it and I think I know what drug it is. He's like, that's your dealer. And if someone tried to open it and put their shit inside, they would be destroying his custom capsule. You can't put it back together. He's like, so that's pretty cool. And then he put it into the spectrometer and he was like, this is almost 100% potent Molly. He's like, this is by far the strongest Molly we have here. And he was like, I can give it back to you. Nice. It's about 90 milligrams. I can give it back to you in 3 capsules of 30 milligrams, or I can put it in a powder and I can give you like this glass tube, but that's going to be really scratchy on your nose. You can also consume it with liquid. We can give it to you guys. And and like they literally, this is how deep they go. It's really crazy.
Dude, isn't 9? I mean, I've only done Molly a handful of times, but 90 milligrams is a incredibly strong dose.
That's for like that.
It's usually like a tenth you're getting at a time, right?
Yeah, this can get like 9 people fucked up technically.
So wait, I don't understand the term teenth.
Like, I believe I took.
I thought I knew all my numbers.
Three similarly sized shards before a Pretty Lights concert in like 2011 at Mizzou, and each one was supposed to be 10 milligrams ish. And so I took like 30 milligrams.
Yeah, 30. Yeah, 30's
what
I would say any of you guys should, but if you were to, you shouldn't do it though.
A teeth,
and that was a lot
of an ounce.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And so they were.
Oh, that's why I didn't know what a teenth was.
Yeah, you're on that metric.
We do use like it with drugs. Still use No, I guess we use grams, but we use ounce. Yeah. Wait, no, ounce is no. That's why do we do that? Why do they do that? Use gram.
Because you're a
ounce.
godless country.
No, but you guys do that too, don't you guys do grams also?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's 28 grams in an ounce.
We inherited it
Only
from
for
your evil
drugs.
king.
Harley, I had a question.
Only for drugs and chemistry.
Popped in my head before you invited us to this music festival.
Yeah.
What would I wear? Most of my wardrobe is appropriate for mowing the lawn. I feel like at a music festival, I would stick out.
Well, no, because you're actually in a music festival in Canada. So if you wore what I'm
Everyone looks like they're mowing the lawn in Canada. Every single day.
Red and black flannel. I'm trying to be Canadian.
I'm assuming that you are like whatever you wear camping is probably good quality camping stuff.
Okay.
That's actually called gorpcore now. Like if you wear like a lot of functional terrain clothing, North Face, Arc'teryx,
Got your Merrells on.
This is like gorpcore. This is like a trendy teenage Asian girl will wear probably like what you wear camping as streetwear. So it's kind of taken. So you could wear that shit and get away with it. And I was just going to wear whatever. But when I got there, my buddy was like, yo, I got this fur coat for you and this hat. And I was like, I'm not doing this fucking shit. And he was like, no, trust me. And he's like, you put it on. And then so I like put it on. And then he showed up and he was wearing like pink leather shorts and a pink little boy. He looked like a little Swedish boy in a pink little mini shorts suit thing. And it looked so fucking dumb. And when we got down there, we get to the whole area where people are partying and everyone's dressed like a complete fucking moron. And I was like, oh, thank you. I'm happy I'm not wearing my Mass Effect t-shirt. But yeah, no, yeah. So if you came, I'm dressing you up. Basically, that's what I'm saying.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I want to do DMT. I want to smoke DMT. That's what I want. I want to see those fucking machine elves.
They have DMT menus there. People will come by with like a menu with like DMT on it, or like, and they'll be like, do you want any of this? And you could be like, oh yeah, I'll take this, that. And then they come back like 10 minutes later with your order.
Harley, are DMT, LSD, and mushrooms all about the same?
I don't have a good enough experience with DMT. Actually, I can't comment. I don't know.
No, well, we watched that. Like, DMT is breaking through to the other fucking side. Like mushrooms in high doses do some LSD stuff. The LSD at high doses, you are seeing visual hallucinations. Things are melting in front of you and moving that aren't moving, and colors are incredibly vivid. But DMT, you're going unconscious to another realm and time, and you are seeing all sorts of crazy shit. Your entire reality is gone. You go to another place and talk to people. Remember that guy that did it in our hangout, and he's flying through golden waterfalls and drooling on himself? That is not mushrooms.
Ketamine will get you there.
Well, it's an animal tranquilizer. So I would hope so.
I had this.
I've never done ketamine.
I had this insane, because there's two types. There's like an R and an S, and one is more in your brain, and one is more body that'll make you want to dance or something. And I always
talking about DMT.
No, ketamine. The two different types. And I remember being so blasted once, like really, really blasted. And I saw a buddy of mine that I hadn't seen in a while, and he was so blasted, and I was like, yo, what up? And like I slapped hands like that, like a handshake. And then like just instinctually, we both slapped the other hand. So now our hands were like together, and then we like put them together. So it was all four of our hands, like a pile of our hands. And he's like a weird guy. And now I was really seeing how weird he is. And I was like, this is a particularly weird moment for me. And I really, truly believed, like, I'm like, oh shit. And I was like, none of this is real. Oh my God. I actually think I found a portal out of the simulation. And I'm not a guy who's like, we live in a simulation. I never thought that, but I was like, holy shit, it's actually true. I think we are. And I'm like, oh my God, I actually have access out right now. And our hands are here to this. And I'm having these thoughts. And he's looking at me so weird. And he's like, he looked scared. He was also blasted. He's like, are you feeling this right now? That it accelerated it, dude. My hands are here. I felt though my hands like under my ears, like about to pull off a mask, something like I'm like, I'm literally about to leave right now. I'm out of the program. And then I was doing it and I feel my fingers like pushing it up. And then I was like, wait, stop. I don't know if I'm ready for what's there. I don't know if I want to leave this place.
Blue pill.
I'm like, that steak looked fucking great in that restaurant. I have access to restaurants with steak. I don't need a fuck Zion, bro.
You don't need that.
I'm not doing it. But no, I really felt my fingers like under, like about to pull a helmet off. I was like, whoa. And he was there. He was like, do you feel this? And I was like, ah! It was sick. And then someone put on a song and we were like, oh, we like this song. Yeah, it's scary and fun.
I've watched a lot of videos about people going through and seeing the machine elves and all these theories about what they are. Whether they're like you're experiencing what death is, like those are like souls that are dead, or if they're actual, or if they're because a lot of people report this, that they see these elves when they use it, and the elves are like super helpful. They're trying to guide you through your like fucked upness. They're reassuring. They're not scary, and it's often reported by like all around the world by different people. About DMT. I've never even seen it.
You've never spoken to the elves?
No, I've never spoken to the elves, but I want to. I got questions.
Oh, I talk to those fucking guys. They're chill. They're pretty cool.
Like playing Commander with them.
Yeah,
playing a whole game.
Some of them are playing like some degenerate blue decks, but they're cool guys, man.
I like to imagine that this other universe, parallel universe, advanced society, machine elves, and in everyone's house, machine elf house, they have a little DMT ball that is a portal window to our society. And whenever someone takes DMT, it pops up on their little ball, and they're like, "Oh, look, someone's there. Yeah, there's someone doing DMT," and they come over and they're like, "Hey, you're gonna be okay, bud. You're good, dude. You're doing great. You're doing awesome. Stick with it. The machine elves love you." And then you're like, ah, ah. And you barf? Do you barf yourself ever with that? How close is DMT to ayahuasca?
So ayahuasca makes you like violently ill before it kicks in, seemingly, or as it's kicking in, because you're drinking all that jungle juice. It's a big fucking glass, a goblet or whatever, clay pot that you're drinking out of. But we had a guy in our Patreon hangout, link down below if you want to join, who was doing DMT while we watched. He's smoking it, and he took like I was hyping him up. I'm like, "Come on, dude, break on through to the other side," and he like took a couple big hits, and I was like trying to guide his like vision quest for him, and I'm like, "There's a waterfall right in front of you, standing ankle deep in warm, pure, clear water. And as you walk forward and look up, the waterfall's flowing over your face. And it's not water anymore. It's gold. Gold. And as you spread your arms, you fly up through the waterfall. Do you see it?" And he's like, "Oh my God. Oh my God, it's beautiful."
Sounded really well. I was there.
And then Dirty joins the call and he goes, "You're on fire! You're on fire! And it hurts!"
Yeah, Dirty literally joined. It was like, "Nightmare, nightmare." It was just like, it was like, "You're really harsh in this." And then he threw up on himself.
Then he like spit up on himself the way a baby will. They're like, drooled down.
Where it was like a baby style spit up, because like an adult will like retch and throw their head forward and back as they're vomiting, but a baby just kind of burbles.
A baby just like burps it up and just like kind of doesn't even know what's happening.
What happened is he did it twice, and he felt like he was doing it twice that made him throw up.
Mm-hmm. He was fine the first time. He didn't throw up the first time he hit it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool though. It looked fun. It still didn't look like he did enough to me, because what I would want to do is like leave. I don't want to be able to like. I don't want y'all to be part of this anymore. I want to go over to that other side or whatever that is. I think there's two different kinds of DMT. I thought that's what you were referencing earlier when you talked about two different kinds of ketamine. I don't remember that. It's fucking long chemical names. I don't know the difference, but one of them I think comes from the toad venom that those people smoke out of like glass bowls. And I watched that documentary where homie smoked that toad venom, and he's rolling around in like a shallow creek saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. And it's like, I don't want that. I don't want that.
It's funny because you can get to a place where you get so far, and I've been there before, and I'd be like really like thinking, and I'm genuinely having thoughts that I can remember and that are just I have this perspective that I'm like, I must really remember this perspective because this is actually a beautiful way to see life. And I really I finally understand the universal landscape and how me and humanity fit into this. And then my buddy will be like, yo. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, let's go. And there's stairs in front of me. And I'm like, like trying to walk up one stair like I'm a 92-year-old man. But before he talks to me, I'm like, I'm on the fucking level. I'm surfing the universal landscape and I understand everything. You are like not on my mental thing. No, I'm like, you're not even on my level. Like I could see it. I wish you could all see it. And then I can't walk up one step. Like, so it's this sense of it's like, but also you could dance and stuff. It's just something like stepping down will fuck you up.
My friend, I'm sorry.
No, go.
My friend did ayahuasca, and he travels around the world a lot, and he finds himself in South America, and he also likes to partake in all the illegal things. So he decides to do ayahuasca, and it had a semi-lasting effect for like weeks or months on the way that he viewed the world. He just felt like all the trees and the birds are interconnected. He felt like they were communicating to each other via the root systems and scents and stuff like that. And that when he was in ayahuasca, when he was doing ayahuasca in the woods, he was part of that system, that he had plugged into all the trees and mushrooms and moss and things like that. He came back home, immediately lists his dirt bikes for sale. And I like to ride dirt bikes with him. So this is a problem for me. And I'm like, and he's telling us how the noise pollution is disturbing the squirrels. And I'm like, bro, the trails are very limited and the squirrels can go anywhere they want. If they choose to be by where the trail system is, then that's something they enjoy. They can always just go where the dirt bikes aren't. And he's like, all right, this is making some sense. Okay. I did talk him down from selling his dirt bike.
He had a spiritual awakening and you talked him out of it?
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
That's
He's
awesome.
like, dude, I'm like connected to the world and every living creature. You're like, dude, we got to ride dirt bikes. Knock it off.
Woody's right, though. Woody's right.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Woody.
He's like, Woody, I had such a crazy awakening. And you're like, that's awesome, man. I'm so happy for you. He's like, I think I'm going to quit this hobby. And you're like, well, let's not be rash.
Yeah, come on, man.
Let's not be crazy.
Let's undiscover the great awakening here.
Yeah.
Good work, Woody. You really brought him back down to the crippling shit reality we live in. He's like, I'm like elevated. I've like found the spirit of shit. There's nothing but dirt bikes for us here. There's nothing else. All right, fine.
He's really good at
it. He probably got back on his dirt bike. Was like, yeah, this is awesome. Fuck that.
This is pretty good. Dude. It's not bad.
Oh yeah, he was probably like 40 seconds into that first ride, and he's like, nature's so gay.
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm back in the world of machines and gasoline. Man. Yeah. I'm back in the world of diesel and advanced electronics. Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh man, you're a really shitty friend, Woody. That's fucking hilarious. My buddy woke up from the grind that we're all trapped in, and I brought him right back in.
It is a very serious concern, though. Like I've seen a buddy who was pretty funny take drugs and then be very serious about being a R&B singer. And nothing about him was ever that.
How is that not the funniest thing imaginable?
If only, and it took me a while to really be like, yeah, he's not joking.
Can you imagine if I went to the desert and did ayahuasca and I came back and like tried to be Usher? That's the funniest. That's the funniest possible.
Yeah, but
the funniest possible thing would be, and then you are as good. And you are successful.
Yeah. I think you should try it, man.
Yeah, you're like paying Woody and Kyle. You're like, yeah, take all the videos down. Here's a couple bucks, guys. Take all that shit down. I can't have that out there.
Yeah, I got to go grab my crotch
sing.
with Usher at MSG right now.
And P. Diddy.
Yeah, I've never dabbled with those intense hallucinogens. I did a small amount of mushrooms in college once with my weirdo roommate, and it never advanced past the point of like I didn't know how much I was taking. I didn't know anything.
That's a lot, though. Like mushrooms is a scary drug.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like I didn't take the amount required to go on a crazy trip. Like it was really just season 1 of It's Always Sunny breathing at me. I stayed in my dorm room the whole time. He just offered it. He offered it to me like at night on like probably like a Tuesday.
I
took it.
A thing I can't relate to about Harley's experience. I'm sorry, Kyle. Like I like a really safe environment, and Harley likes to go out in public in strange places with loud music, and that's the opposite of me.
Dressed like a gay M. Bison.
Well, okay, we have something in common.
We took like 2 grams of mushrooms, and we just saw cool colors. Like the green grass looked extra pretty, and the blue sky looked really, really beautiful. Like you turned the contrast up and made everything nice. Maybe even a little bit of a haze around it, or an aura, not an aura, halo around. Around
yeah, definitely.
And the saturation,
like vibrations, or like brightness around people or things.
But then, like a couple years after that, I took a 1/4 ounce, and that's when I had that demon trip.
7 grams.
I ate a 1/4 ounce, and then we went for a drive. Or I went. I was driving.
What do they call it? What do they call it when you heroic dose? Is that a heroic? Heroic or heroes dose? That's over 5, right?
You're right.
And then that's when I passed out at Walmart.
Over 3.
Crashed into that sunglass cart.
I was gonna be like, I was trying to illustrate how like the most dangerous thing you could do is like blast drugs and get in a hot tub alone. Now, getting behind the wheel of a car alone might be worse.
No, I had a girl with me. That made it safe.
That's helpful.
It was probably psychologically damaging to take that much and then go like look for frozen food at an Atlanta Walmart, and you're just looking around at like, these are my fellow humans. No one's got anything figured out.
I was
Kyle, you didn't explain that you were stopping a woman from driving, so that was the responsible thing to do.
That was safer. Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll drive. No, I'll be fine.
She was high too. The road was turning into this, it was getting stretched away from me and becoming long and skinny in front of me. But yeah, I completely had a panic attack in Walmart. Yeah, it was terrifying.
That's too much. So here's my understanding. A microdose is something like 1/4 gram. A hero's dose is like 3 to 5. 7, what are you trying to prove?
I didn't know. Well, I remember taking the 2 and
trying to touch
no
the face of God, Woody. Come on.
What it really was like, I don't have like a mushroom dealer. It was just something fell into place where someone was like, oh, yeah, I have some mushrooms. Like, you do? Because I haven't taken them in years. Yeah, me either, but I have some. It was like that. Like, I don't have ready access to these mushrooms then or now. And so I was like, okay, well, I don't want to fuck up like last time and only take 2 grams or whatever I took and just kind of see pretty colors. I wanted to get high. I wanted to see what the big fuss is about. But then like, I can't explain why I went to dinner. We took them in my bedroom. In a safe place. And then we went and got in the car and drove to town. I can't
There's
explain
sometimes
why.
like this drug instinct to go outside. I don't know what it is.
I have no explanation. I would never recommend that or do it again. I don't know why we went, but we went and had a real adventure.
My buddy came over to take mushrooms. We were gonna go walk outside and stuff and just trip out in the woods. And then it started pouring as soon as our buzz kicked in.
Ooh.
And we were like, oh, like inside sucked, and like we have YouTube on, it sucks, and it's just brutal. And then like we're not touching YouTube, and then it goes to Macho Man Randy Savage, like old wrestling promo cuts, where he's like, "Oh, your brother, the cream always rises to the top," and it just hit perfectly for us.
Oh, good.
We were like crying, laughing, but YouTube was now recommending the videos. So we're letting it go to another wrestling promo and another wrestling promo. And we were so teed up for when it just started going to Trump speeches. Like it went from 90s wrestling promos to it's like, oh, you like this?
No,
You're
I get it.
fucking
Yeah,
love
that makes
this.
sense.
And then it's
Yeah.
like Trump like compilations, and we're in tears. He is like at this moment, he's the funniest person ever, and the fear that he's the president or anything is not present. And it's just only hilarious. It's the best TV character ever made, and he's killing the role. And you just forget the part that it's real life. And we were cracking up. We were like in tears. We watched like 2 hours of Trump. And then I was like, oh, and then like, my wife comes home. She was like, how's your day? And I'm like, shut up, bitch. Where's dinner?
Did you go outside in the rain?
No.
Okay.
We like stood at the window. We didn't have rain gear. And he's like very much a guy that wouldn't put on one of my jackets. Like you'd love to go camping with this guy. Yeah. Oh, actually, it's Donnie. It's Donnie. I'm talking about Donnie from my podcast. Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, we were in tears, and it was the only time that I saw, like, I don't know, I was cracking up. But then listen, I got a weird sense of humor. There was like 2 years where I thought the Situation from Jersey Shore was the funniest guy on television for like 2 full years. Like,
Abercrombie and Fitch paid him not to wear their shit anymore.
Yeah, and their stock dropped.
But then they made a shirt called they made gear that said the Situate. What they mixed Abercrombie and Fitch with Situation and made it like the Fituation or something like that, and like stole his IP. And so he sued them. He's like, hey, you thought I was so bad for business. You paid me not to wear your shit. Then you stole my whole thing. But he lost in court. Abercrombie and Fitch has good lawyers, I guess.
Damn.
Oh.
Jersey
Poor
Shore
guy.
was when like society started taking a dip. Like we never recovered from Jersey Shore.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Yeah, and I knew I was a teacher at the time, so on Friday I would talk to my grade 11 students about Jersey Shore the night before, and for like 3 weeks on Friday I'd be like, "So you guys watch Jersey Shore?" Everyone in the class watched it. We spoke about it, and it was the third week when I was like, "Yeah, it was Jersey Shore last night." And they're talking, and someone was like, "Yeah," and then Ronnie did, and they were like, someone was like, "He's so cool." And someone was like, "Yeah, no, I wish I was Pauly D." And I was like, hold up. What do you guys, you guys, wait. You guys like them?
You guys are watching
and they're
it
like,
wrong.
they're the coolest. And I'm like, no, dudes, I watch this like I went to the zoo and I'm watching monkeys throw shit at each other. You guys are like, I want to be the monkeys. We can't talk about Jersey Shore anymore in this classroom. No more talking about Jersey Shore was banned conversation in the classroom. It was never present anymore after that, because I was just like, I can't believe you guys have been consuming this backwards. But
what did you teach again? And age?
This I taught high school, which was grade 7 to 11, so 11 years old to 15, 16, 17.
Okay.
And it was phys ed, media, history, usually were the subjects that I taught.
Cool.
Yeah.
That
That
was
was
awesome. You would have been such a
Ever
fun
get
teacher.
lifetimes ago.
You ever get with any of the hot teachers? You ever make that happen? Because I feel like,
Why would I do that when there's only students around? That was a test you all failed. That's disgusting, and I should have been called out.
Yeah. He's in an apple orchard and you're asking him to eat the ones off the ground?
you're right. I don't know what it's saying.
Off the ground. The rotten ones that have been eaten.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know about that metaphor.
I
Get
got
it out of my
today.
Let me do our ad read here. This episode of PKA is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little bit about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all, mental and dental. Got to take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique. But mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in those mental reps with help from a professional over at BetterHelp. It's not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all around the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've got a special offer for our listeners. You save 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. We know a few people who have used the service, and they all speak highly of it. It helped them through some tough times. And you know, it's if you're having a hard time, it might be difficult to schedule an appointment and meet with a professional, you know, outside the house. That might be part of your problem. So this is just perfect. So check them out. Link down below. Also, of course, brought to you by Lock and Load, our own product here. As Taylor says, the premium load maxing substance. It's the most popular load maxing substance in the world, second to none. All right. It actually works, as we always say. I'll cut it short and just say, get yourself a bottle down there and you'll be shocked. And so will your partner. And of course, our merch store is linked down below. Get yourself some stickers, the stickiest stickers. I don't know if we've got the coffee cups on there yet, but we're always adding new stuff. So check it out if you haven't in a while. And of course, our Patreon. It's linked down there below. Support the show $1 at a time or whatever you feel like giving. And if you jump up to that $50 level, you'll be able to hang out with us this weekend. We're doing our hangout. Going to spend all day with you people shooting this shit. It's usually a good time. Somebody gets real messed up, embarrasses themselves. We haven't had a fuck show in a minute. I'm sorry. People come in, they're like, "Where's the fuck show?" And I'm like, I mean, I'm not going to do it. It's up to y'all to make it happen. But fingers crossed.
We had girls last time.
We did have girls last time. We had like 1.5, maybe 2.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it? I think you're right. 1.5.
Mm-hmm. Taylor,
I had a guy who's using Lock and Load call into my show, and I was trying to wrap my head around it because he's like, yeah, but I took it because I was dating this girl and she loved how much I was shooting or whatever, and then she left me, and I'm like, and you're still taking it? And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, for who? He's like, just for me, man.
Mm-hmm. What you don't want to go back.
The volume of cum is important to these guys.
Absolutely,
yeah, bro. It makes your cums better.
Oh, but does it make them better or larger?
Both.
It does both. Think about when is the absolute best time that you're coming. It's when it's coming out. The longer you can extend the amount that's coming out,
extends the amount
the better
of time that the cum comes out.
It extends your
pleasure is increased. Mm-hmm.
And it makes your jism pearlescent.
Because I'm a professional jerk-off artist, and I've never once thought there's not enough coming out of this thing. But the more I hear about Lock and Load, maybe I'm in the dark.
Well, cavemen were cool with cold meat until they discovered fire.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. I was searching for a metaphor. I couldn't.
No goon cave is complete without Lock and Load.
Yeah, you got to have it. It does make your cums better. And
one of our
Kyle's point about
pearlescence,
100% true. Dude, it works. It's like we've said this before.
I'm not denying that
times.
It works. It's the what it accomplishes that I am trying to wrap my head
your
around,
pre-cummies are going to be off the charts. You're not even going to be able to.
I feel like is underestimated. It becomes part of foreplay.
Yes.
So the pre-cum
you are positively leaking.
Oh my God.
A lot.
Like tenfold. All right, you're gonna like triple.
That's
your
why.
Load, but your pre-coms are like it's leaking over there. Like it's
not
dripping.
only is the meal 3 times larger, but there are appetizers ahead of time.
You pull it out, you pull it out, and there's one chunky drip already coming off the tip.
More than one.
And that's what they want. That's what they want.
That's what women want. Don't ask them. But that's
don't ask them.
Don't ask them. Women don't know what they want. We do.
Yeah. They don't know what they want until you give it to them.
They want one chunky drip. We know what they want.
We know what they want.
You ask a woman what she wants, what she really, really wants, so you just get a bunch of nonsense afterwards.
You always see these girls talk with their friends, and they go, "He's just not dripping the way I want a man to be dripping."
His drip doesn't chunk.
His drip is not chunking.
I turned this guy
chunks
on.
Are not drippy.
Yeah, you're absolutely spurting, and it's a beautiful pearlescence. Kyle's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the reason for the pre-cum is Kyle and I were very insistent on the pygium inclusion because
right.
that's what gets you dripping.
Taylor's
Absolutely it
passionate
is.
about pygium and cum on the outside of the bottle. Those were his things.
Yep. Those are my big thing. Yeah. I fought hard in that group chat.
Taylor went to the mat. Like, we gotta get more cum on the outside of the
Was the
bottle.
marketing guy hitting you back, being like, "So we did some runs, some prints of come on the outside. We're just worried it's looking very gay now."
No, they
Yeah,
were like the
They're
credit
like
card.
very cum soaked.
What he actually said was credit card processors in Canada
like, more
were going to say no.
And so
The thing is, if I saw it, I
but the
didn't know.
original fight was either Derek or Tristan or one of his guys being like, we don't know about the credit card processing. If we have the cum splatters on the bottle, we're gonna have to lose those. And I pushed back and was like, guys, this is
Then what are we
believe you
even
me,
doing here?
A big
What's even the point
part
of
of
this
it.
fucking
And
thing?
so how about because like the cum splatters you see on there is a heavy reduction from what I suggested. And so
it used to be
I was-
dripping. It was nothing but cum.
there's so much cum on there.
And for a product built around heavy improvements, you can't have a heavy reduction.
Exactly.
Listen. If the thing is, if I were a part of it, I would have been like pushed back. I think. And listen, you're right with the come on it. I think it's great. I wouldn't.
It's very funny.
I wouldn't. Yeah, it's all good. But my thing is, I would have been like, we gotta really communicate very clearly, though, that these are not cum pills. They are pills that will enhance your cum. These are not capsules of cum. Because it looks like with
You
cum
can
all
see how
over
that
it.
would
And you're
be
like, these are
confusing
my
for
cum
consumers.
pills. You're like, what?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, you take a cum pill every day. I always do it. My favorite podcasting dudes, they said that my favorite racist podcast said that I got to take these cum pills. I bought it off them. I would have to be like, no, we got to let them know that there's no cum in here. So there's no cum. The cum is in you.
There's a little cum in there, if we're being honest. All right, you
A
twisted my
little bit
arm.
of cum. There's nothing
a
wrong with
little
that.
Yeah. That's how
Yeah,
they
that's
would know. They'd take one and they'd be like, this one's a little acrid, like salted meat. This must have been a Taylor pill.
The people that bottle the cum pills are actually also the product testers. So the little bit of cum is on their glove when they're bottling it up and screwing the top on. Sometimes there
We
could be some
joke.
contamination.
We joke all the
Cum-tamination.
time about the lead up, but Kyle and I genuinely were sharing data. Like it was scientific. We were he was doing
You were
that.
measuring
I didn't do
loads?
this. We were measuring loads. I was more
And it
doing
was
visual
A
loads.
beaker? Like what?
All right, so here's what you do
Kyle,
when you measure
yeah.
a load. I'm a fucking genius over here, so didn't take me long to figure it out. You blow in a condom, then you tie a knot in that bad boy, and then you get out a syringe and you draw out the semen in the syringe, and then you're able to do that thing doctors do. You flick it, and you get all the air out, and you get a precise measurement.
Seems like a real genius would have just weighed the condom.
Weighed the condom. Well, then I don't know what the how to get volume from weight with semen, because I don't know what 1 milliliter of semen weighs.
I mean, do we need to know the volume? We just want to know the
No, I respect what he's saying. My first thought was what you said. I thought.
Well,
they
if I
were-
come to
the way they
y'all
were
and I say you're going to
skeptical.
come 3.2 grams, you don't know what that means. But I came.
That's
What I
true.
did was I came back and I said I came 11 milliliters.
You're
which
going to
is
come
what
in
it is.
18.
11.
I would say I
Mhm.
improved load sizes by 300%.
That's true. It did. It was like 325% is what it increased my load by.
I say under
Oh, it was
promise,
a lot,
over
yeah.
deliver. Say double your load immediately,
Mhm.
and then when people are tripling their load, then
Or your cummy's back.
I wasn't as fancy as Kyle. I was just kind of looking at her lower back and being like, we were a Hawaii, and now we're a fucking Philippines. All over the place.
What is a group of islands called? An
Archipelago.
archipelago. Thank you. That is what I was hunting for.
Mm. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Philippines is the biggest archipelago. So that's it. Yeah.
Nice.
Check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz.
The Philippines.
Mm.
Taylor, I sent you a wonderful book since you're on vacation. I wanted you to have something to read while you're relaxing. How far have you gotten through Blood Meridian, the darkest, most horrific Western ever written?
Dude, only like 85, 90 pages so far, because every time I go to the beach, I'm with people. And so I'll get, and it's very densely written, and
You gotta pay
there's
attention.
no quotation marks, which is something I noticed immediately that was really strange, where it's like you can't just thoughtlessly read it the way you could like a popcorn Stephen King book. Like if you are just thoughtlessly reading, you're going to lose yourself in the dialogue because it pops up out of nowhere, goes back to description out of nowhere. And every single time I started on the beach, someone starts talking to me or like a conversation starts, and it's like, all right, I'm not going to fully appreciate this book unless I actually fucking read it. And so I've put it to the side for now. I'm 100% reading this when I get home because it's fascinating so far.
What do you think of the judge character?
He's pretty hardcore. That intro where he's just an absolute ghoul and all of his minions like laugh at his ghoulishness. I don't want to give
So for those who don't know,
anything away.
It's this hardcore Western written by Cormac McCarthy. He wrote The Road and No Country for Old Men and a lot of really well-regarded novels. And it tells the story, I think it's in the 1840s, of this Wild West gang who are like Indian fighters, and they sell scalps. And a member of the group is this character called the Judge. He's a 7-foot-tall albino aristocrat who is more cruel and evil than you can imagine. Like he drowns puppies for fun, evil. He rapes and murders, evil. And a lot of people interpret
comically evil.
Yes, a lot of people believe he is Satan. They believe he's literally Satan in the flesh, and that's his role in the book. So as you read, sort of like look for any hints or like clues that he's the actual devil. Yeah, I hope you like it. I loved it.
I'll keep an eye out for devil hints. But yeah, they wasted no time even introducing him that he was horrible. Like just making things up about people for fun to fuck them up, like in ways that don't even directly benefit him tangibly, just because he thinks it's fun.
Yeah, he's an agent of evil and chaos.
Yeah, he's like he's just pure evil. I don't think I'm going to see, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to see any redeeming bits from him where they try and humanize that character. I think he's just out and out evil.
100%. How's the vacation going?
Going great. I was from like 6 a.m. this morning to like 1 p.m. or so. I was sea fishing, and I caught a northern Atlantic shark, which was only like a bit over 3 feet long. And I was like so bummed when I caught it because I was so sure that wasn't something you could keep and eat. But then the guide guy who you pay to take out there on his boat was like, oh, these are good eating. You make like shark nuggets out of it. And so I was immediately satisfied because the only thing I want out of fishing, whether it's like at my grandparents' farm and I'm catching catfish or perch or out on the ocean, is I need to be able to eat it. I absolutely despise catch and release fishing. It's just not fun. There's no payoff. It's like you take a photo and that's it.
I like the adrenaline rush of like when they grab the line and like hooking them and reeling them in and like trying not to lose it. To me, that's the fun.
Oh, I was reeling it in for a while, and there was a time where in my head I was like, I'm starting, like my forearms are burning and I'm starting to get pretty tired. You're just cranking that rod and reel, and I was like, but I can't stop right now. It's so close, and everybody on the boat is gonna think I'm gay if I switch arms.
Is there a real man who can help?
Like gay Liz. And I was like, no.
How did once you got the shark in? How did you dispatch it? Did you just whomp him on the head with a bat?
I pulled it up to the boat, and then the guide guy used a giant hook. And he went whack, and he smacked the thing on the side and yanked it up onto the boat. He missed the first time, and I guess he just like glanced him, and he was like, "These things, they're even the little sharks, their hide is tough, so you really got to punch them in there to bring them up." Like he didn't do this with any of the other fish; it was only the sharks he did this with. And then he hooked the shark and brought it up, and then he told me where to grab it while it was flopping on the ground, and so I just kind of grabbed it in that area and lifted it up, and then it was still alive. But he told me just toss it in the freezer. And so I guess it died in the freezer.
What if it's
Well, I know it died in the freeze. It was rough. It was like where you go the wrong way on a snake.
Yep.
That kind of thing, where it's not quite like a snake, like not big scales, but you could feel that roughness. Exactly. Yeah. So hopefully we're planning to cook those up because I caught one. Someone else caught a similarly sized shark. And then another third person we were with caught some like fish that had the same back as a sturgeon, but I guess it wasn't called that. I'm blanking on what he referred to it as. And the guide was like, all right, you got that one? I can tell just looking at it, that's not 36 inches, but we're out at sea. You want me to fillet this real quick? Because it wasn't legal. And then I guess
I ain't see no cops around.
The guy who caught it was more of an angler than the rest of us because he was like, no, we'll just stay legal. We're fine. And I wanted to be like, come on, dude. I want to fucking eat this.
Fishing game. You're in trouble now, mister. How about this whole ride how about our activities today have been free and I don't haul you into fishing game prison?
How about they've been free and I also get this 33-inch fish instead of this 36-inch fish? But yeah, it was a good time. I think I'm more sunburned now than I've been since I was like 10, like running around in the sea, which is probably a good thing. Give me some color.
Sunscreen on.
I just lose track of time. I'm having a good time out there.
So do you put it on at all?
Yeah. I spray it on and then I rub the spray in all over myself.
You literally have to put it on 3 times, and that's where I fuck up. Is I'll put it on and then I don't end up putting it on like again and again. I'll be outside for like 5 hours. Last couple days has been super hot, and I just totally burnt my shoulders to shit.
That's how I get fucked too.
Is I rubbing lotion all over my body? Come on, dude. Because what?
I'm so careful to put it on like at first, and then you like swim in the ocean, you do something, you're sweating, and it's like 5 hours later. I'm like, man, my cheeks feel hot. Fuck. Like it's already too
You're also
late.
like a super white guy, like lighter hair. Like you're begging to get smoked by the sun.
Oh, I've got that Accutane skin, just waiting to be burned.
You should be out there looking like Marlon Brando in The Island of Dr. Moreau. That's a deep cut. Nobody gets that reference.
No, I do. He had that.
I'm aware of it. I just didn't think I had anything to comment on there. Yeah, like that.
It's really trippy to me that sharks are older than trees.
Yeah,
like sharks.
I hate that. I don't.
I know
that.
The fact that me too. Let's not believe it, but talk about it like it's true for a second.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, sharks being on the planet for 400 million years, like existing for 50 million years before trees do. It's just my concept of what the fuck was going on this planet and the timeline is so messed up.
It just doesn't make sense. It's like, how could something exist before a tree? And it really just puts into perspective that timeline.
The thing about us is like, I feel like it really puts into perspective, and I read this in a book, but it's true, just where we were on the food chain and to now, like you're pulling a shark out of the water and punching it in the face. They're like sharks down there, like, their eyes looking fucking left and right and not straight, being like, who the fuck are these guys? We're like on fucking jet skis.
Dude, there was a boat near us. It was the only boat near us because the guide was like, hey, my buddy has a boat out here and he says it's a pretty good spot right now. We're going to head there. I watched like this probably 13-year-old kid. He hooked a hammerhead, which like, even if you reel it in, you can't do anything with it. I guess they're protected. Like you can't eat it or anything, but he fought a hammerhead for like 40 minutes. And at some point I just wanted to like yell over to it was too far away to yell, but it was like, just like, what's the point? Like, what you're just torturing an animal who's eventually going to be let loose and be like, oh my God, that was hellish. And then go back to eating stuff.
Sharks never even had to evolve to have a thought. So like, there's like no thought when I feel like a shark is just the most instinct
simple
brain. Yeah. Just like a fucking, a bug, way less than a bug. Like it must be 400 million years top of the food chain just existing out there on instinct. You never ever had to ever develop any sort of anything. So when that wrestling him for 45 minutes, that shark's just probably like, hey, like no, there's no concept of just knowing that it's bad what's happening and pushing against it for 45 minutes. And also the time for that shark must have felt like a decade, like of that experience.
Weren't like
out to
great
sea did
whites
you go, Taylor?
pretty
Did you
much?
say?
I don't know how many miles, but it took us an hour and a half to get out to where we were.
Oh, this counts as deep sea fishing.
Yeah, I'd say
That's sick. How long were you out there for? Did you say that already?
3 hour tour.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
it started as a 3 hour tour.
We headed out at 7 a.m. and we got back around like I want to say 1:30, and so we were out there at the furthest extent for hours and hours. And I only reapplied sunscreen once, and I didn't put any on my legs at all ever. That was a mistake.
Were you tempted to go swimming?
Inburn fucking suck.
Were you tempted to go swimming?
No, I'm not like you, Woody. I'm scared of the ocean. I'm scared of the sea. Someone talked to the guy at one point. We were like going over a more shallow area, and the guy's like, "It's only like 33 feet deep in this little area we're at." Like, because it was really deep, and then we went over, I guess, some sand area where it wasn't as deep. And he's like, "You could swim here," and I'm like, "Yeah, if you're fucking psychotic, there's a bunch of scary nonsense."
I
love
can
the
swim at
ocean.
3,000 feet. What's the difference?
I love the ocean, but I don't ever really want to go in it. Like when I go to it, I never want to go in it. I like to be on the beach, but I just don't really like to go in the water.
I'm so scared of it. I'm so scared of
Really?
that giant, terrifying ocean. I saw where like those, what do you call them? The ships that have the big Connex boxes on them from China. Like one of those big
barges.
shipping container ships. They had some rite of passage for like the crew. Like when it's your first time out, they stop out in the middle of the Pacific and everybody gets out for a swim. And they stop at a point that's supposedly like extra deep. Like they stop over the Marianas Trench or some shit, and everybody gets out and they're like, "Below you is 6 miles of death." I know there's no real difference between a 10-foot pool and a 10,000-foot pool.
Sure.
But it's the exact same thing as how
It's scary though.
You're not afraid walking 10 feet off the ground, but you're terrified 1,000 feet off the ground. And 10's not even a good, like 50 feet off the ground is scary, but not nearly as scary as 500. Both will kill you. Both are deadly falls, but one of them is just, I don't know. When I look over the edge of a building, we were at the Willis building or the Sears Tower, whatever it's called. Like, I mean, I wasn't going to not step out there with y'all, but it was like, God damn.
Yeah.
Every time. What are you going to go?
I was just saying I had the same thought. I was with Kyle, and like Kyle, I wasn't going to sis out, but there was a part of me inspired to.
Oh yeah, the one time I really wanted to pussy out was when we were on that zip line that time. Like, I did not want to go on that last zip line that was wet over that canyon.
You can't puss out on a zip line.
I'm telling you, I was scared. I was like, "Fuck, I'd rather not do this."
That one
started raining.
To me. I very much wanted to do it. That one was the fastest one, also, if I recall. Oh yeah, and I was like, more.
One thing I really enjoyed.
We were a couple hundred feet up, and we were going like 40 miles an hour or something. But it was going. He was like, normally it goes 40, but today you'll get up to at least 45 because it's raining on us. It's like raining as we zip, and the wire the faster you go, the more high pitched the noise the wire makes. You know, but after a while, it starts sounding like a goddamn motorcycle. It's just. It was scary, and I stuck my hand in the pulley at one point accidentally.
One thing about that I really don't miss about, I guess maybe it hasn't been since my very early 20s, is something like a situation with friends being like, we're gonna go on the zip line, let's all get on the zip line. And back in the day, I would not want to go on a zip line or something like that, or if all my friends like, yeah, we're going skydiving. And I would find myself in these situations. I always went snowboarding and stuff, and I got to go down this fucking literally off a cliff with my friends because they're good at it and they need it and they love it. And I have to do it because I'm 19 and I can't be a pussy in front of Derek and Jeff.
Don't be gay.
So I go and do it. Literally
smaller
now I could have not rode that zip line and you guys could have made fun of me all day the rest of my life. And it's just the freedom of being like, man, I don't give a shit. I'm never going to do that.
Well, see, it's not just that. It's not like we were all hanging out and it's like, hey, you want to do this thing real quick? It's like we had already zipped our way out. You like zip way out into the woods and zip your way back. And so like, this is how we get back.
I'd be so mad. I'd be like, why did I come here? Whose idea was this? Why am I stuck now with this?
They have to like send a gator for you because you're a pussy. That's untenable.
That's probably my limit. If they have to send like a little Asian man to come collect me in a cart, like I'll take this.
Oh, why you know zip?
It's even a little kid who got dizzy.
Some sort of sense of direction that we went out and I don't have that. I'm complete. If I don't take this zip line, there's no way home.
Well, it was toward the end of like an hour of like rappelling and zipping. So like it was probably a long way if you had to walk. You'd have had to walk obviously because it's been downhill to get to where you are. It's all uphill back the other way. There was no pussing out. I wasn't about to, but I was also thinking like, man, if there was just a truck right here to get in, that was the end of the day. I'd like to do that, but yeah, can't. There was also like women and children doing it, so you can't puss out.
No, I really like the zip line. I was on the other side.
Oh, I loved it.
Like there were these safety harnesses when you're waiting in the trees for your turn, and you can like fall backwards and let them save you. And I was doing like that kind of stuff.
There was that one part where we were way up in the top of a tree on a platform, and you had to rappel off of it backwards. And there's that leap of faith moment where you just trust the harness and you fall, jump backwards. I don't know, we're 30 feet up at least, like 50? enough to like cripple kill you. Like you're not going to get up from this fall. You're getting carried away at best. And so that was a little bit of a whoo. but I don't know. Once you got trust in those ropes, when I did that, I did a thing once where I hung underneath a helicopter and he flew all around and I was just dangling from a single rope tied to a climbing harness. And like, I wasn't afraid there at all because when we were at REI, there was a girl there who was like she climbed like not professionally, but like she climbed real mountains like in her free time. And she was just like, oh, this rope, it holds 650 pounds. You know, this would hold all of us in the room and more. And we all like got on it at once. And like we have a setup in the REI to like get in your harness and practice all that stuff. And I just had so much confidence in the knot and the ropes that there was just no fear there. So, but I guess I kind of had a similar thing when we rappelled. But that zip across the valley, it could break. It could. Maybe my harness comes loose.
Climbing gear is underrated too. Like they tell you it pulls 25 is it kgs? I don't even know what the unit of measurement is, but a friend of mine works for Black Diamond and he designs climbing gear, and they rate their stuff like it needs to exceed what they tell you it will do. So
yeah,
you'd be good.
Yeah, I've seen torture tests. Like I watched some climbing YouTube channels, and they'll torture test the ropes by like dragging them back and forth on a rocky ledge and like sharp stuff where you would never actually do it, and they just do it over and over and over and over to try to like abrase it. And yeah, it's really good stuff. I've still got that rope somewhere.
That's cool.
Woody, what is your like? Because you were saying you would just hop in the ocean, no problem. Do you just have no fear whatsoever of creatures of the deep like sharks, or are you just thinking like, you know, statistically it would be crazy for me to get attacked here?
No, it's, to me, the juice is worth the squeeze. Like, I'm scared. I'm worried there's a shark. I'm fully aware that in the ranking of sea creatures, I'm right next to you, bro. Like, you know, like,
yeah, we suck.
I outswim Taylor, but dolphins don't notice the difference between Taylor and I. So, like, I get it. I'm at their mercy. I just want to do it. I like to hang on my hat on, like, I don't know, check boxes off and live life's experiences, and I want to go deep sea swimming. I don't think I would
be treading water out there, and just the whole time there would be this sense of terror and dread that something was about to bite my feet or
what I would
grab me and pull me under, like right at that moment where I was exhaling. Like I just exhaled and then and I gulp a little water on the way down, and now I'm like and I'm just faster. The pressure's building in my ears. My ears are popping, and it's getting cold, so cold immediately. And I look up, and the boat is small now. Like that's what I'm afraid
The cold is. You've probably done it. Like you're in some lake. It's like 15 feet deep. Your friend can't touch the bottom, but you know it's close, and you come back with a fistful of rocks.
Yeah.
But it's cold at the bottom, and that's what's scary. It's cold and dark.
It's cold down there. Yeah.
You ever watch like the videos of the guys who jump off cruise ships, and you're like, how did you never develop a primordial fear of disappearing into the icy black? Like, this will be fun.
That calls to me. I've been on cruise ships more than most, and I'm just like, dude, it'd be fucking dope. And I'm like, I'd survive
it. Would be dope. Yeah, it'd be good.
I could do.
You'd be fine, but you're an elite swimmer.
You remember that guy who jumped off the cruise ship
and
they there's the videos. It's famous video where the guy is like jumps off the boat and just gets left behind, and they never found him. Like they he died.
The fucking ocean.
And there's a whole subreddit about that guy and about whether or not there's a shark in that footage, because people show the footage and they're like, look right here, see that? That's a fucking shark breaking the water right there. So the theory.
Yeah, I never saw the shark.
Sharks.
I've seen that as debates. I'm always like, I don't see no fucking shark.
I don't either.
I don't believe you.
Oh, you know what I saw close up today that I hadn't in real life before? Are manta rays. There were a couple of those out there.
But
yeah, woman's vagina. Yeah. No, you know, Vito.
You gotta give it pause, man.
Someday.
I've seen vagina before. I have the internet.
Yeah,
I've seen one of these.
I guess I didn't realize how big those things can get.
Yeah.
Because like I couldn't, if I would have been laying on its back, it would have been upset. But if it allowed me to, like with my arms stretched, I couldn't have wrapped it up. Like it looked like it was dope. 9 feet across.
Yeah, manta rays were a special treat when I lived by the beach. Like stingrays I'd see all the time, but manta rays were a treat.
Yeah, they had that cool mouth. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
you see, like, I mean, you don't just on how scary the ocean is. You don't grasp how big shit is in there. Like, you don't grasp because also like it's trippy like a whale, like it's a mammal, right? They're mammals.
Yes.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know. What are we talking about?
They came from
how big whales are and
whales. Yeah.
How big they are, and they just have bones and share a lot of DNA with you, and it's like this gigantic fucking thing in the water. So crazy.
It goes forever. Like I don't know. I like to look out to the ocean and think, that's France. Like the next thing you'll hit is France, and somehow that inspires my sense of adventure.
That's like Charlie on the Jersey Shore. Like, how far to the other side? Do not try to swim across the ocean.
Do not try to swim to Europe. Yeah.
I wouldn't be afraid of a whale. I wouldn't be afraid of a whale or dolphins or even orcas. Like I wouldn't be afraid of any of those things. It's sharks.
I'd be scared of orcas.
Apparently, dolphins fuck with sharks because dolphins can 180 on the spot, and sharks can do a big slow turn. So dolphins apparently will like ride alongside sharks and bash their head into the side of the shark for fun. Like when passing, they'll like fuck with a shark because it's just, and that shark doesn't know shit. It's just like, like it doesn't have. and dolphins are like, yeah, let's go.
But the dolphins are like teamwork. They're like, hit him in the left side.
Yeah, hit him on the left side, and then let's go fuck each other. We're gonna fuck each other, right? I love coming inside you.
I saw where a sperm whale heard the distress calls of like a dolphin or a porpoise or something and swam to its rescue and saved it from orcas, like flipped it up on its body to save it from the orcas. I think sperm whales and orcas have like beef because every now and then the orcas will eat the sperm whale calves. So like if a sperm whale can fuck up an orca's day and like save its prey, it will.
And
I think you're right. Like I've read the only thing that like orcas will be like, we got to get the hell out of here, is if like an adult male sperm whale shows up because they're enormous and they also have teeth and are not as dumb as a shark.
And
so they're like, all right. Let's give the sperm whale a bit of a wide berth.
There was these sharks that were turning up. I forget where. I don't know exactly what it was, but these sharks were turning up with huge chunks taken out of them in a place where they're like the top of the main apex predator, and they didn't know what it was, and they started tracking them, and then they found that it was like these two orca brothers would swim actually really far to this place and kill sharks for fun and like swim back, and that's just
they eat the liver
for jokes.
Were
they eating part of it?
They take only the liver. They eat the shark's liver. They talk about like the mineral.
Right. They're like, I love this part.
Yeah,
I love
vitamin A.
I don't like the rest. It must have sucked the first time you bit into shark teeth. You're like, oh no, you don't want that part. This whole don't even go there. All here.
The front sucks.
Sperm whales swim down super deep and fight giant squid, like deep in that dark zone. And so you'll see scars on the whale's body from the suction cups and the claws that are in them.
Who goes the deep?
Apparently, sperm whales are not chill.
I don't know what marine animal goes the deepest, but sperm whales go very, very deep.
I could imagine sperm whales being smart enough that if they could talk to us, they'd come out and be like, "Hey, don't call us that anymore."
It's not cool.
Can you call us maybe the great toothed whale? Could you do that?
You know what they call us down there, dude?
The sperm whale goes.
The sperm whales are those ones with the giant teeth that like insert into those weird sockets when they close their mouth.
Oh,
yeah, that's that's what Moby Dick was. That's they live for like 67.
Oh my! I did not expect this to look like their mouth.
Yeah, it's a monster.
Yeah, dude. They're the only thing that kill. They are the only thing that orcas are sperm whales.
It's so close to like, well, not like a shark. Yeah, it is kind of like a shark. I had no idea.
Just a sperm whale mouth.
Yeah, it's sperm whale mouth.
Mm-hmm. They got giant ass teeth.
You ever see that video of the beluga that the girl dropped her phone and the beluga like brings it up in its mouth and gives it to her?
Yeah,
the level of
beluga whales are so cool.
The level of intelligence is so fucked. And then you're like, look at this thing. Look what it looks like. And we're like, just how what it's got bones in there and a skull also.
They get depressed at the aquarium if they don't get visitors. So the aquarium sets up cardboard cutouts of people.
Oh, I think I remember hearing something like that.
There's no way they're falling for that.
That's adorable.
And they appreciate the effort, though.
They probably laugh at that part. They're probably just like, I just like that we see this asshole come out and do this whole thing.
You guys are nice for trying. Thanks for trying to pick up my spirits.
If you make noises, they're gonna have to do. They'll do more. They'll bring more out next time.
No, I always
the sea animal I feel
smart.
the worst for is the sunfish. Every single like the sunfish, I think, is the largest bony fish in the ocean. They're fucking enormous, and every single picture I see of them is someone like they have like an enormous comically sized bite out of part of them, and they don't even bleed. They're just fine. They're just still sucking water down there.
This is a very bizarre looking creature. I saw this one video, actually. It's a great video. It was like on the side of the road, somewhere in probably fucking Africa. And there's a big crater on the side of the road, like in the mud, and there's a whole bunch of elephants, and a baby elephant is inside this muddy crater, and it can't get out because it's too heavy. And all the elephants are gathered around, like, oh, what the fuck, dude? Oh my god! And they can't get. And this one elephant goes like to the highway there, to the road, and it's literally by the road, and it's waving its trunk at passing traffic. And then the next scene, it shows like these people are there with like a truck, and they're tying up the elephant, and they're pulling it out, and they get it out of the crater, and all the elephants are like putting their trunks up and like, bah, bah, bah. And I just like the idea that the elephant was like, fuck, you know what, guys? I gotta go. I'm going to them. That shit. Those things. I'm going to them. And I'm like, yo, those people are crazy. And like, no one's gonna figure this out. We got to do it. We got to do it. I don't know what to tell you.
I said
there are news
problem solving and pulling it out. It was sick.
There's news stories in India where it's like entire village devastated by pair of fucking sick of it elephants who are tired of like their area, their territory being fucked with by agriculture and whatnot. And so they'll just run in to some rural village in India and kill a ton of people, stomp on them, grind them into the dust, and then leave.
You know what?
Pick up your trash!
You must have pissed off.
Pick up your trash, litter bug.
I live near elephants. I'd have an elephant gun. It makes sense.
Oh, come on.
What do you
First
mean?
of all, if you shot an elephant there, they'd probably beat you to death.
I mentioned already I have an elephant gun.
Yeah, I already took down an elephant with this. You think you're going to stop me?
I think they wait till you're reloading or something, you know? No, an elephant gun's a big fucking thing. And then you probably just wound and make him incredibly angry, and he then kills you. I would just try to make peace with the elephant or run or hide.
And they're not that big of a threat.
I honestly wouldn't want to shoot something
I
like
thought
that
they were
anyway.
wrecking the whole village and killing people. I can neither reason with an
You're not going to
elephant
be their
nor
white hero,
outrun one.
Woody.
What's what?
You're not going to be their white hero. Come and save the elephant attacks.
Do you know the number
one?
the number one natural predator of Indians is train tracks.
Yeah, well,
Those guys love hanging out on train tracks.
I've seen.
And they love also standing on top of trains and grabbing live wires. That's what Indians love to do.
That's
They like
in
preparing
India,
food very aggressively for no reason. That's what I've learned.
India, apparently the tracks aren't like they are here in the UK, and so people commonly grab the track because the vibration will give you an idea how far away the train is, and then people aren't up to date culturally, and they'll grab the tracks where we live or in the UK or something. Rare occasions, but yeah, they get fucking destroyed for that.
Yeah.
And I've seen
And it's
many
probably
videos.
an Indian guy in the UK is doing it. No guy who is like, "Oi, bruv, you think we should look at the placard there on when the train's going to arrive?" No, I think I'm going to jump down into the pit and then grab the third rail. It's like, no.
Makes sense to me,
Yeah.
man.
Wait, so they grab the track to see if the train's coming. I used to do that as a kid, by the way. But they're doing it in the UK with his like high speed rail.
They were in India and they just got there. Like I just read literally a story. There were a couple of instances of a person coming from India and grabbing the track. Yeah,
Yeah, we used.
Yeah.
It takes me back.
yeah, they shouldn't do that anymore.
No.
No, I
Well, I mean,
like
what
seeing them do it.
have you seen the selfie videos where it's like an Indian guy standing in front of a train that's clearly going to hit him, and he's like, "What is up, fellows?" And then he just gets absolutely fucking shithoused by a train.
Shoulder, right? It like hits him if it's the same one that I'm thinking of. He like thinks he's standing far enough away, and it just comes in and smashes like at the back of him. It's crazy. I've seen that one where the guy he's hanging out and doing moves, and like signs are passing, and then he gets smashed in the head with a sign.
Is that the one where he has the big doofy smile on his face and the train's just like honking?
That's every single
like,
video.
Yeah, get the fuck out! He's like, "Oh, you're welcome to Patel Live. I am so live right now. I love being alive. Being alive is my favorite thing. I love it so much. I'm gonna live forever. Nothing bad ever happens to Patel. Patel live forever. Hey!" And you're like, "Okay, man. God damn it."
They just get rolled by a train.
They're so happy. That's the weirdest thing. You would think living in India, they'd all be like miserable or whatever. And I'm sure they are, the ones who aren't in front of their fucking cell phone. But man, they put on a good show when they're taking these selfie videos. They're like, "Look at how we make the fucking food." And have you seen that lady like preparing soda? And she's just like banging it on the fucking.
I actually saw that video.
Dude, I've seen that. Why are they putting their fucking fingers
they're putting
in
like
it for
dirt
no
in the
reason?
soda. They're putting their fingers in. I'm like, dude, just pour it
There's
gently
a video
into a
of her
glass.
doing that. A video of
Would
her
you
doing
like
that.
a
It's,
Sprite with my fingers in it? No,
you gotta
no, I
find a video of
fucking
her
wouldn't.
Her doing it with Half-Life 2 sound effects, and it's incredible. It's just sound effects from Half-Life.
Oh, really? That's
She's
awesome.
banking the glasses and putting the ice in and spilling powder everywhere. It's just
Well, because it
sugary
always
mess.
shows up on my Twitter and it says incredible Indian auntie prepares delicious rocket soda, and I go, nothing about this is incredible or delicious on any
Lucky with
level.
your algorithm, I actually get the racist quote tweets of the video.
Oh, all right, that's what I need more of. It's like, can you believe she put the ice in the soda so quick? I'm like, yes, I can absolutely believe that. This doesn't look hard at all. Here, I found it on Twitter. If anybody wants.
Have you
There
seen?
you go.
Have you seen that clip of the
Yeah.
Indian? You know how there are those like super fast moving bartenders who do a bunch of stuff like rapidly because they're so trained. Have you seen that clip of the Indian guy who's trying to pretend to be that, but he's like doing everything at normal speed, but he's moving his head back and forth incredibly fast.
Did you see the one of the guy
so
like he's cutting pizzas, but he's like, look how fast you can cut the pizza. You're like, that is the worst slice ever.
And like one of the slices
like
is like a
one
Totino's.
slice is like this, the other slice is like half the fucking pizza. And guys, I've worked
I
with
saw
a
that
conveyor oven,
exact
man. The
clip.
pizza. Yeah, the pizza does not come out that quick that you need to cut it that like another pizza's not coming out in the next 2 seconds. You gotta get it off the fucking table. Like,
Yeah, he was doing
You're like,
the-
oh, that's shit. You're doing shit. Do it slower.
He was doing the fast cuts, and then
Yeah.
like there was a huge amount of time before the next pie was put in front of him.
He had like,
So it was
like 10
there was
minutes
no
before another
reason for
pizza
this.
comes out, and he's acting like there's like a rush. Like everybody's rushing to get, oh, thank you for my tiny sliver of pizza, you fucking idiot. Honestly, there needs to be a channel devoted to the slowest Indian food preparers. They need to be celebrated. We need to get this country on the right track. We need to go, actually, food can be delicious when prepared with love and care as opposed to thrown on the table and hit with a bunch of stuff.
Kyle, this video you shared, why do her hands have to be so involved in what I'm drinking?
I don't
Like-
know. It's
Yeah, this
gross.
is the same lady.
There's no way it's better than just getting a
That
Coke
woman's
from a
never
vending
washed
machine.
her hands on purpose in her life. It's all just been accidental. You know what I mean?
The thing that infuriates me about that
never
video
lathered
is
up once.
Not
she's all
once.
excited about how quickly she puts the ice cube in the glass, and she immediately takes it back out to smash it on the table and put it back in the glass. I'm like,
Right.
why didn't you break it into pieces first? Now you're
She's
just adding
stirring it
extra
up,
steps.
ruining it. Can I just say that? The stirring ruins it. It's carbonated soda. I'm so
Yeah.
careful
Yeah.
with mine that I want that carbonation is what makes it tasty to me.
Man,
If I
fuck
wanna-
you all. You don't know
Mm-hmm.
shit about India.
I'm
we
watching
know
them.
enough
You don't know
that
the
it
tradition.
sucks.
You don't know the relationship with ice. Fuck
Dude, if you had
guys.
smell-o-vision, you'd never watch a video like this again. You know that
also-
one reeks.
We've
the
all
wasted
we've all
motion
had
doesn't impress
Sprite,
me. Like,
right?
they're moving
Have you ever
quickly, but not getting
Yeah.
work done quickly.
Have you ever drinking Sprite and been like, man, I wish there was some dirt and shit in here? Sprite's already good. That's what I don't get. Is she's not even making like a new thing. It's just Sprite with like dirt powder in it.
If she was like putting like different fruit juices in with Sprite,
Yeah.
that would be cool. Like especially if it was some like organic Indian grown like dragon fruit bullshit or something I'd never even heard of. Like, oh, this fruit is delicious. The nectar of the blah 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 plant. But no, she's just making dirty Sprite.
I want to
is the
find out
dirt
what's in
in?
these dirt
Is it
packets.
sugar? Yeah. I don't know.
See, now I want to
The,
try dirt Sprite. What if it is really good?
When I worked at Cisco, the population of Indians was huge. And in America, this means yes. You nod your head, and this means no. But in India, this means yes. The cafeteria workers would throw a fucking fit. Like, do you want rice? And they're like doing one of these deals. I don't know. I'm completely lost. Is that a yes or a no? It's funny.
That's got
That really? That's how you. That's yes there.
Yeah, hit like ear to ear, shoulder to shoulder.
Oh my god.
How did that happen? The British were you know helping them there for a
They
long
got it
time.
wrong. They got it wrong.
I just.
Thanks for me.
I just don't know why I like never bothered to look into why the head wobbles like that so much. Why that's such a common thing, but like it's common for people to talk and be like talking to someone and be like, yeah, and then tomorrow when we do that, we're gonna do, and you're like,
Right.
They probably
When
look
you're
at us and we're like, hey. And I always saw them like doing this.
and they're just like agreeing with. It's not ear to ear. It's like
No, I know exactly what it looks like.
Nose, you know,
I know exactly what it
Kyle's
is.
doing it well.
Yeah, he's actually.
You ever see the video where the guy
sick.
goes to like one of those isolated tribes that has no like contact with the outside world, and he like I think he gives them some rice or something, and they eat it, and they just start like hitting themselves in the head, and he's like, "Oh fuck, they really hate rice." But it turns out in their culture, they're like, "This means like this tastes really good." But at first he's like really freaked out. He's like, "You guys don't have to eat the rice. It's fine. I'll take it back."
That's great.
They're just like, "Yes, yes, yes."
That's my dream, is to fuck with an uncontacted tribe. Like, that's my dream. I want them all to myself, and I want to be able to fuck with them. I want to
What is
scare
your
them.
plan to fuck with them?
No,
You're gonna
seriously.
call a suit of
To
armor?
what he's saying, I
phone?
always wanted one. I always wanted just one. I want to have one,
guy?
have him on my couch, yeah, and be like, bro, okay, so now that you played Doom 93 on the computer, this is Doom 2016. Okay, watch and then turn the lights off, and then be like, okay, so what we just got here, this is a fried chicken sandwich. We're about to watch The Matrix, and you're gonna get a rub and tug after this, dude.
I would get him to. I would like tell me the story of your ancestors. And like, we were birthed by the moon dragon, and he comes back every month, and we have to scare him away with our prayers, or he'll eat us again.
You're not doing a drone show to torture him, are you?
Let me show you my ancestors real quick, and I just put on Lord of the Rings, and I pretend like I'm descended from Aragorn. So anything I say goes. Understand? And
my ancestors fought the moon dragon a million times, and we threw a ring in a volcano, so he never comes back.
Or honestly, just show him the Apollo.
My ancestors fought for Numenor.
I saw where they were talking to an uncontacted tribe one time, and they were explaining that, like, hey, we walked on the moon, and they're like, ha, okay, sure you did.
they're like, hey, we got to kill this guy. We gotta fucking kill him right now.
The problem is how quickly, though, like they will, because they did a documentary one time where they brought over like some of the poorest dudes out of some shithole country, and like, this is America, and they were like flipping out. They're like, oh my god. They brought them to the grocery store, and they're like, what the fuck? You have all this fucking food, whatever. And you're like, oh, that's so incredible. The childlike wonder they experience of the great bounty. I can't wait to see. And they came back to him in a year, and they're all like, yeah, this is my car, and we got some weed. And you're like, no. Oh, like they immediately like assimilated into the culture, and were like wearing chains and tracksuits and shit.
He was so blown away by our American grocery stores. It's just a shame he molested that 7-year-old on the way in here.
80% is 4 in his village.
Oh yeah, well,
Jesus Christ.
No, it would be, dude. Just those guys would be so fun to pal around with. Everything you ever showed them. You ever show somebody like a YouTube video that you're really proud of, and immediately it doesn't click for them, and you're like,
music too.
45 seconds into it, and it's very awkward.
That sucks.
Like, it's a 4-minute
I've stopped
video.
ever showing people YouTube videos specifically because that's the most terrifying interaction.
You show this Koopa
What are you
Koopa
showing
guy
me?
from the Doo-Doo tribe of Paraguay, and I don't care what it is, woodworking, fucking space documentary. He's just gonna sit there in wonderment. Oh, the magical screen. Can I enter? He's gonna try to enter. He's gonna try to get inside of the fucking TV when he sees water or something. He's gonna start drinking.
So you are telling me that this is not happening right now?
See, the problem is you think that he would have the process that you did to be introduced, but he's getting it at a weird time. So like, now that I'm thinking about it, if I was like, oh yeah, here's Doom 2016, here's this show, here's Lord of the Rings, here's whatever, he would probably, if you did show him everything, he would probably like have the phone up with like some dumb fucking gambling game type thing. I'd be like, porn in between gambling. Like, the phone would get him. It would
That is fascinating, but frankly, I've almost got this retard in Kentucky out of his savings. So give me 10 minutes.
No, he's one of those type of Indians.
I feel like
it is interesting. Like, did we introduce certain technologies to certain cultures like too early? You know, were certain cultures ready for the cell phone and the internet? Because some of them
India wasn't ready for Twitter.
No, they were not at all. And the only thing they've done is they've been like, I can scam white people into buying me iTunes gift cards.
When I was like 12, Sony invented the Walkman. So it was the first time I ever heard a headset. And that I feel like I had this uncontacted tribe moment where all of a sudden it's like, where is the music coming from? Where is it's like it's everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Insane. Cool. And the fact that like music, the song that you enjoyed, you're used to waiting for it to come onto the radio and someone's talking during it, or maybe you just heard a piece of it.
First 30
but to be able to like actually for me, it was a Discman, and I put a CD in it and had good headphones, and headphones was never an experience. The kid wasn't like a music kid or ever like, and fuck, it was crazy. It was crazy because there's nothing comparable to it.
I remember having dial-up, and it would take like an hour, maybe 2 hours to download like one MP3. And I remember one shithead kid came over to my house. He went, "All your music's gay," and he deleted like half my MP3s. And I'm like, "That was 6 months of work." And I
that is dumb.
Wow.
And I
fought the shit. Me and that kid got into it. I was like, "What the fuck?"
I truly believe, just based on the amount of magic cards you have and what you're into, you definitely had the worst music.
Oh, I had terrible. It was a bunch of like anime theme songs and shit.
Yeah. I know this.
Okay. He did you a favor.
Yo, the ending song from the third Ranma movie fucking rocks, and we all know it.
If you had deleted the other half of your music, you might have got a girlfriend. You were this close.
I remember when we had like our one dial-up PC, like the family PC, and my mom and dad would on very specific occasions both go and be like, "We're taking your younger brother to his hockey game and we're both going." And I'd be like, "All right, well, I guess I'll stay home." And then it was just a frantic like, "Can I please download like 2 images in decent quality?"
Yeah.
Just 2, so I could jack off to it. And then you would see like sometimes like you'd get down to like the tit or the navel level on a download, and you'd be like, this isn't gonna crack it. Cancel this. We gotta go back to the site and find another thing.
Today's kids will never know about
I made
loading
big use
porn
of
onto
the
a PSP memory card to take on vacation. Your parents are like, "We playing God of War? Shut up!"
I remember.
When my friend got a PSP, and that was sick.
Yeah, dude, that was a fucking moment.
When internet porn was new, pop-ups were not solved yet. They were always popping up windows everywhere, and porn sites were the worst at it. But I had a positive attitude. I was like, "Joke's on you. I like this too."
Dude,
bagger after bagger.
I don't mind if I do.
I remember
I got a lot of work done to those preview videos where it was like, you know what? I don't even need the whole sex. She pops her tits out in this preview.
My shame,
I can do this.
My shame was accidentally somehow getting a virus on the family computer that Simpsons porn pop-ups kept showing up. And I was like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Clearly my sister did
always
this. It's always instant. It's her fault. I have no idea where this came from. I had no idea how to get. Literally, there were 6 months of our life where you would use the family computer and you're like, "God damn it, Marge, stop it." Like,
Vito, were you looking up horrible things about Maggie from The Simpsons? No, it just popped up.
Why'd you
Dad did it. Fuck you.
I'd go and help people with their computers back in the day, and I'd like sit down and be like, "Yeah, there's an issue," and like I would go and like touch the mouse, and like then a pop-up would come up, like a horny pop-up, and then I like lift my hands up off the keyboard and mouse, like, oh. Like now this is I'm in your goon station. I know what's wrong here. Pop-up, like a pop-up virus thing that's only from visiting porn sites. And you don't remember back in the day, the address bar where you put in like www. Now you could put in whatever you want and it'll Google it. Back in the day, it literally had to be http://www. whatever. So my buddy got a computer and I went over like the second day he had it, like first thing in the morning. We're like, "Yeah, let's go on the internet." We go on the internet, we hit the address bar, and there's like I feel bad. There's like 115 different titty, pussy,
big tits.com, pussy.com.
His old Belgian dad. No, he didn't know the .com part. He was just typing horny shit and pressing enter, and it wasn't working. And he was trying other things, pornos, titties, tits, porno. And he's like
Dude, real
typing
king
it. And
shit.
just,
Yeah.
What is
and
the code?
it's his dad's like, he had to start getting, he didn't want to give up. He was getting creative and specific. It's like too much information. Oh man, you want to
I
hear?
remember
really
one time we were on vacation, and I don't know, for some reason I'm like, "Hey, Dad, can I use your phone?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." And I go to use it, and he's got like 200 open tabs of just all pornography because he didn't know what tabs were. He just thought they disappeared.
No,
he's
he
like, yeah,
knows
my
what
phone's-
tabs are. Your dad's just the
well, no,
ultimate
because he was like,
gooner.
dude, my phone's running like super slow or whatever. I don't know if it caches the fucking tabs. But I had to eventually I'm like, hey, Dad, you can close all your open tabs. It might make using your phone easier. He's like, oh, thank you. And we didn't have a discussion
Give that back.
beyond that.
Give that back.
Also, you got to go to motherless.
Also, you're looking at some weird shit, man. Jesus.
If you're into that poop, let me send you in the right direction because you're getting second-rate poop porn.
My dad would ask me how to get access to the porn sites without paying, and I'm like, Dad, it's too much work. Just you got the money.
When I was 15, actually, that same buddy he got the computer and his dad was typing porno and all that shit in there and just wasn't working out for him. I was with another friend of mine, and we had fallen into a ton of weed, like half a gram, and we rolled it up into a joint. We were like, oh yeah, we should go get our buddy, let's call him Cedric. We're like, oh, we should go to Cedric, let's go get him to smoke this. So me and my buddy Matt go to Cedric's house, and we call, he doesn't pick up, so we're like, oh, let's go to his room on the ground floor, and in the backyard we'll knock on his window. So we go around to the backyard, and we're like 15 years old. We've been smoking all day with our stupid 15-year-old brains. And we go to the backyard to like knock on the window. And as we get up to the window, and it's nighttime, but his lights are on, he's lying in his bed on his cordless phone. And he has his pants down to like his knees, lying on his bed. And he has his dick in his hand, but he's not jerking up. He's like playing with the foreskin in a way that I unfortunately would never be able to experience or understand. But he was manipulating it and opening it and pulling the sides and doing all this shit. And
Geez,
me
sounds
and my
gross.
buddy, we were like about to knock on the glass to ask if he wants to get high. And now imagine we're all like 15 years old, like obsessed with G Unit and Eminem. And our friend is playing with like his little soft dick, pulling the foreskin and stuff. We were like, and it's like 2 a.m. We shouldn't be in his backyard in the middle of the night. We are like crying, laughing, banging on the glass. He looks at us like so scared, and we're like, ah! And I'll never forget. He's like a guy that he's like not a guy. Like if I did this, he'd be like, oh, you're so ugly, Harley. This is a guy that would. He's not a guy that you ever wanted to see like this. He doesn't carry himself like that. He kind of like he carried himself like he was a Belgian dude, but it's weird to say he carried himself like an old cool ass black man. Like he seemed far more mature than us. He was an old
better
soul.
than foreskin dabbling.
Yeah, he like would listen to like
You never
blues.
pictured him as a foreskin
He
puller.
was into blues, and there he is playing with his cock in some weird way that just like
Little
someone
Lego
like
in
me
there or
might do. Yeah, he's on that, and so and he comes out, and this is the part that I always also remember. Is just the way that he shushed us. Is he came out and he was like, shh.
Don't touch your mouth, bro.
Like his arms up like this, and he was like, because he just like that's just the type of guy he was. So me
He
and
gave
my
you a
other,
longhorns. Yeah.
he was like, shh, and we were like, "God, you're fucking."
Could he have been cleaning? Could he have
I
been
wasn't.
cleaning the dick? Was it a smegma situation?
It would still be very funny and hilarious.
Yeah.
But we were there laughing long enough. Like, when your first laughs, there's no noise coming out. It's like you're drowning because it's so funny.
Yeah.
It was one of those
Mhm.
situations. So we were laughing for like 30 seconds before he even knew we were there. By the time he came out, we were like banging on the wall and on the ground. It's crazy. I'm glad no one ever caught me doing some weird dick shit that I probably do.
I always
I
had a
never caught
roommate
a friend
walk in.
doing porn stuff.
What, like looking at porn?
Sorry.
Never?
No, I never caught a friend doing porn stuff.
I have a old school friend, and he doesn't know that one day in high school I was using the library computers, and I'm like, there's a floppy disk in here. Let me see what's on this floppy disk, and it was his English essay and a bunch of incest pornography about his own sister. And
Whoa!
What the fuck?
like stories.
Whoa!
Stories?
Wait, it was what? And that?
It was like stories he had like written out about fucking his sister. And
I would have whacked off right there.
Whoa! And he had.
And I'm
it
still
on-
It was
friends
his
with the
own
guy.
written porn. Ugh.
It was his own written pornography.
So what's the formula
And-
here? So he comes to school and he writes his porno there, puts it on a floppy, takes it home, and loads it up for reading in private.
He probably doesn't want to keep it on the computer at home. This is like family computer
Yeah,
era.
but why would you bring it to school ever? Why would it be under a rock, under a tree, out in the woods behind your house? Like Jesus,
Yeah, that's
fuck.
gotta.
You're
gotta
probably
stay-
like
It might have
14
been a
and you're like,
stepsister. It might have been a stepsister. I'm not sure.
You
All
know
I
it
know is
wasn't. You know it wasn't.
I look. I never looked into it. Okay?
There's
I
a
took-
big difference.
one of
There's a
these is
massive
really, really hot, and the other is kind of hot.
And we know
Point
which
is-
is which.
I have never revealed who it was, but I still talk to the
Good.
guy. And
Don't tell.
anytime I
You
talk
think
to
he
him, I'm
listens
like,
to
yeah, I know
PKA?
what you-
Call him out.
Keep
he
that
might
to
have went.
yourself.
He might have went through a phase. That's what I'm hoping. You know.
Was his sister hot in RL? Like,
I think I think he had a hot sister. Like, you know. I
hot?
think
Like
I
this-
remember his sister
hot was
being
she?
like relatively. He's not a bad look. You know, he comes from good stock.
oh, so they're
You know.
both good-looking people, huh? So like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I would have for sure whacked off thinking about them fucking.
And reading. I'd have it. No, I would have made him read it to me. No, slow.
I should have kept
Slow.
that floppy disk, man. It would have been hilarious if, like, 25 years later, I go, "Hey, I got he's getting like married to a girl." I go, "Hey, I got you."
Best man speech.
I did a little slideshow. I got a PowerPoint.
I've been holding on
Some
to
of you may
something
not know.
for just
John's
this
always
occasion.
been a passionate
John's
guy.
been a great writer. He's a great writer. He always has been. And John, I think you got the great American novel here. You started it 25 years ago. Why don't we pick it right back on that horse?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
that
got
was,
his own little Great Gatsby.
Well, you're a good friend because you didn't like rub it in his face the way Harley did his buddy.
Yeah, see, like, I don't know. I guess I was just like, man, this would really devastate this guy. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that's gonna mess up your relationship because then going forward,
Yeah.
like, if he
Well,
knows
then-
you know, then like neither one of you could be comfortable.
No.
Because he might kill you because you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, none of this is good.
I was like,
He'd
it's
only
a
kill you if it was real.
Cool.
I'm going to hope it's a harmless fantasy.
Sure. I mean, he wouldn't be
Yeah.
writing about it if it weren't, right? Like, it's not.
Right.
Yeah,
This was clearly
Like,
the
what
man's
did,
passion project.
like what did Dahmer fantasize about? Naked boys being murdered.
Drilling holes in men's.
Dahmer's
fucking
fantasies
skulls.
made perfect sense. You don't want a fucking sex zombie. It's just the way he went around it. About it made no sense.
You're right.
He's like, clearly, if I pour acid in a hole in the side of this guy's head, he'll be a sex zombie for me.
yeah,
You know what the worst part is? It almost did kind of work. It worked for like a couple days, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of made him retarded and
Yeah,
pliable.
he like because the guy stumbled out in the road, and the cops were like, "What's up with this naked guy?" And then
I think he
Dahmer
was
came out, and he's
bleeding
like,
from his ass.
"You, dude." And then Dahmer played it perfectly. He went, "You know how us gays are," and the cops went, "Yeah, all right."
Can you imagine the
Take
mental
the guy back
high?
inside to murder him.
Can you imagine the mental high of being a gay murderer and having
Yeah.
your victim escape and then catching him and convincing the police you were just fucking? Like that had to have been
I would
the,
be like,
the
I'm-
highest high for him.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh fuck yeah, I'm killing another person tonight.
Yeah, I got to keep this
I'm
thing
getting a
going.
new
He's
one.
all in.
I'm getting another one right now. I'm actually invincible. I knew it.
When the chips are hot, you don't walk away from the table. Once you got one sex zombie fucking murdered, keep it going.
That's true. Let it roll. Let it ride.
There's I don't know if they made a movie out of it. There was like a graphic novel about a guy who just grew up with Jeffrey Dahmer. And he's like, yeah, he was just like the weird kid in high school. We hung out all the time. He tortured animals, and I should have probably thought harder about that.
Yeah, Anybody that fucking
interesting.
tortures animals, like
that's like the sign.
I don't think you grow out of that. You know what I mean? I don't think you turn that around.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
I
you
used
evolve.
to torture animals, but now I'm like a decent human being who doesn't think of doing awful things. And like, no, you're still that guy. You're still that guy that cuts bunnies' heads off, dude. That shit's fucked.
I never knew
just
anybody who
indicates, like,
fucked with animals like that, but it would have been a red flag. Where it's like,
I did know
this guy
someone.
just crucifies squirrels. It's like, okay, I'm not hanging out with this guy anymore.
Yeah, I know someone that, and I didn't know them when they did it, and I met them probably like a decade and a half after. And after knowing them for 12 years, they were like, oh yeah, no, when I was younger, I used to fucked up. And I was like, oh yeah, what'd you do? He's like, no, like me and another friend, we put like a metal bucket over a rat that was living, and like we heated it up, and like it was just like screaming inside, and we were like heating it up with this blowtorch, and he was describing it, and I was like, that's the fucking craziest thing ever. And I was like, and a lot of your weird quirks look so bizarre now. Like they actually, a lot of things I'm like, this guy's fucking silly, dude. No, trust me, you don't know how his brain works. And then I was like, oh my God, that's literally how your brain works.
Yeah, that's like straight up evil, like torturing animals.
Today, and since I've known him, he's been very good with animals, which is very suspicious.
See, I was gonna say, like, I could almost trust a guy like that because, like, I feel like as humans, we're almost trained to like,
guy?
well, it's like vermin, you know? It's like rats are there to be exterminated, right? And like he probably went a little over the top with it, but if it was, you know, it's like different than like killing. I don't know.
A lot of people will shoot at raccoons and shit with rubber bullets or airsoft guns and stuff.
Yeah,
they're crazy in Canada. I never did anything like that because I actually find raccoons. I wish I had one as a pet. I love that they have hands. And
raccoons are
Canada,
so cool. Yeah.
In Canada, bro, they're big, they're crazy. They make it through the winter. They'll climb on top of each other, or we'll have multiple of them push a chair next to a garbage can. And we had like epic meals in our garbage can. So they were like, we gotta fucking get in there. And they many times have pushed garbage cans over to get inside. People weigh their garbage cans down with bricks, and they lock the garbage, like they put a latch over it because the raccoons are crazy. And I had a broom that when I would go out to smoke in the back, when there was a bunch, they don't care if you come out like, wooga, wooga, wooga. They don't. Like I literally have to extend the broom out and like push them, and they'll be like, and like you
they
push
seem
them like
pretty intelligent.
They are super intelligent. You want them like off. And when I one time saw them on the deck and I wanted to go smoke, but they're there because like we had another garbage bag there. They're all chilling. And I'm like, oh, yeah, fuck these guys. I turn on the back light and I go, where's the broom? And the broom is on the outside. And one of them looks at me and like runs over to the broom and slams it on the ground. And I was like, this is crazy, man. They win tonight. They get it. They get the deck tonight.
One of the reasons I want
to,
if I move, I'm going to go to Missouri for a couple reasons. It's the weed,
Missouri rocks,
and the freedoms, and the climate, and the culture. But also,
and the barbecue.
One of the few places in the country you can have a pet raccoon.
Really?
I'm going to have a pet raccoon someday. Like every time I watch a cool
I don't like
video,
how you say that.
Raccoon. I could just say coon. I'm gonna get me a little coon.
No, you can't say that.
I'm gonna have that coon follow me around everywhere I go. Do what I say. No, I want a little raccoon friend. They're smart. They have people hands. Like they're devious. I like all that shit. You have to baby proof your house. Like you have to get those
thumbs change everything, man.
Yes. You could teach it to jerk you off. I bet. Like those things can do anything.
Well, I don't know why.
You know that Dave Chappelle bit? He's like, you know how long it took me to teach that monkey to suck my dick without trying to peel it first?
Kyle,
bro, if you came to Missouri, you would love it. We're the land of freedom.
You can't have a pet raccoon in Missouri.
I was sure.
You're kind of right. I looked it up. There are 16 states in which you can have a legal raccoon, and 2 states where you kind of can, but it's logistically impossible. The logistically impossible states are Michigan and Missouri.
What makes it logistically impossible? Do I need a small zoo license? Because
Well, I'm just scanning. But it looks like it must be purchased from a USDA licensed breeder, and there aren't any or something. I'm just starting my research.
It's got to be a purebred.
By the way, I've seen this mobbed by raccoons video before.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a great one. And that person's just so crazy to do that. They're like raccoons are just they're just crazy vicious randomly.
Zach,
just like fucking
show some of this. So here's the licensed raccoon breeder. It's raccoonheaven.com, and it's just like a puppy website. They got all the baby raccoons for sale, and they're cheap.
Raccoon
oh
heaven.
my
Look at the baby raccoons, boys.
Oh, this is amazing.
Dude, I'm looking at the baby raccoons, and they're so cute.
Are any of these in Michigan? I'm sorry, Missouri?
I'll fly. I'll fly. You can just put them in a kennel and have it flown to you, just like you do puppies.
I mean,
you can just pop into STL.
I'm not gonna lie, man. You're making a very good case.
Look at Foxy.
Wow. Do the white and like steel or tan covered ones? Do they grow into that color, or do they just become normal raccoon color?
I think that's their color for life.
I've never seen a white raccoon.
Illegal in Canada.
Raccoon.
That's cool as shit. Yeah, I really want.
That's because they kill them.
Yeah, I mean, people kill them here. They hunt them. It's a
rare blonde raccoon.
Popular sport to hunt raccoons, but they're very.
I guarantee
smart.
the fine in Missouri for having an unlicensed raccoon is hilariously low, because we also have like drive-through guns, ammo, and liquor stores and fireworks.
This guy
stores.
seems like he has the ideal situation though, which is just the raccoons, live on his property, but they're not technically pets. You just feed the wild ones.
I want it in my house. I want to like dress it up. Like I want
it. He's
gonna Winnie the Pooh it everywhere he goes. He's gonna have this shirt with no pants. I'm gonna teach it. Maybe dress him. I want to do like a Sherlock Holmes thing where he's got the little bobby hat or whatever. Like me and him. I could get him to ride my dog like a horse.
He's a little detective.
My dog would be cool with that. Oh, that'd be sick.
There's jail time for having an unlicensed raccoon in Missouri.
We'll get a raccoon
how
license.
much jail are they going to give you for having an unlicensed?
I have no problem doing paperwork. I got a federal explosives license. I can get a raccoon license.
There are no USDA breeders in Missouri, and you have to.
Yeah, I'll have to import it though, right? I don't think
importing is illegal. You cannot legally import a raccoon into Missouri. Permits are not issued, and no permits will be issued for pet.
What if I get a zoo license? Because I think that's what I was actually looking at, like way back when, was that you could just get a zoo license, which was, I don't know, a couple $100 a year or something like that. And then you got your raccoon.
Interesting.
Like, yeah, I'm a zoo. That's what you do with guns. You're like, yeah, I'm a gun store now. Fuck you. I'm a gun factory now. Fuck you. Like,
I'm a gun factory.
That's what literally. That's the license I got. It's like, yeah, I
just throwing this out there. South Carolina, New Jersey, states where you can have legal.
I would rather die than live in either of those.
Have you met a Jersey raccoon? You don't want a Jersey raccoon.
Have you met a Jersey
bad
man?
Animals?
Dude, but a big part of the win for Kyle in Missouri is that we also have all the good stuff legal. Like, you can just go to a dispensary. You can just buy whatever guns once Trump pardons you, you can buy whatever guns you want.
Melania.
You can buy whatever fireworks you want. Like so much shit in Missouri is unregulated. People say
Melania's
Texas is the gun
Einstein
state. Missouri's the gun state.
Melania's here on like one of those Einstein visas or some shit.
That makes sense.
It's like an exemption for like geniuses that we need that we have to get in here. Like it's an Einstein exemption. It's like I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Does seem undeserved.
Has she done anything Einstein-esque other than create the tallest first child?
All right.
She did that.
I mean,
she did do that. Yeah.
That's pretty notable. I saw that Barron was coming down with his early onset bone spurs the other day. I saw that meme.
When we bombed Iran.
Yeah.
I saw that.
I won't have anyone disrespect Barron in my presence.
No? Call G like you?
I got fed like one day dozens of Barron Trump super edits on TikTok where it's like him whispering something to Biden and then Biden looking scared after, and then it's like sick music, Brazilian funk music plays, and like it punches in on Baron, or edits where he's like, they make him like 50 feet tall and he's walking behind his father, and like they have like these crazy captions and shit, and just people being like just being mega fans of Baron is hilarious to me. Never even, they haven't heard his voice.
Yeah,
you haven't even heard his voice
either.
He might be like, actually, my father is the most powerful man on the planet.
Dude, that's got to be such a tough role for a kid, like coming of age during all this Trump stuff, and to have him be your dad.
No, like, it's easy for him. He's been genetically engineered to be the perfect man. We all know it. We all see it.
He likes it. He's like, Dad, go. You have to talk to Theo Von, Dad. And his dad's like, okay.
Oh, I think he actually responsible for that, where he was like, you have to go on Joe Rogan, you have to go on Theo Von, you have to go on XYZ podcast. No, I thought he was. Yeah, that's his thing. I thought so
too.
Yeah, that's the Baron maneuver.
Of course, a genius like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was right. I think the Rogan thing really did help push him over the edge in some places.
Baron's always right.
I think Trump would have still won, but I think maybe he wouldn't have won all 7 of the swing states without Donald Trump or without Joe Rogan.
If I did end up boxing Creator Clash and I did end up winning, my plan was to challenge Baron Trump to a boxing match. That's why I decided who I was going to call out.
You'd be deported.
Well, no, I'd be like,
he uses telepathy to fucking knock you out before you even got in the ring, man.
So then I'll be a martyr.
You would have fucked him up, dude. I would have been total Team Harley. Fuck that guy up.
I think Baron Trump is an Omega level telepath. I think he has psychic powers. The way he carries himself.
He like levitates me and breaks all my bones.
Yeah. No, he would. He'd Akira you, dude.
He's Legion.
It would be the Akira hallway. A bunch of fucking cops lined up and fucking just crumples them.
Do you play any
That's a
video
tough position for a kid his age. Like, what can he... Like, he can't even feel free and clear to be silly on, like, voice chat or Discord.
He doesn't need to. He's above regular human emotions. He
doesn't want to be silly. He yearns for power. There's no time to be silly. He's a planeswalker.
I hope Trump builds that wall and makes him king of the wall, because he'll rule it with an iron fist.
Aaron, I'm sending you to the wall.
The Night's Watch.
Yeah, he's gonna be Baron will be leader of the Night's Watch. That's my belief, and he will rule that fucking wall.
No, they're gonna do a little switch. Don Jr. is gonna run the Night's Watch. Baron will sit on the throne for sure.
Yeah.
Baron's not on the throne.
Baron will be the God King, Emperor.
Actually, no. Send that retarded looking one, Eric, up there. He can guard the wall.
Oh, the one that looks like Odo.
Nobody likes that guy. What's he up to? Like, who knows? He's the son of the president, and nobody gives a shit what he's up to.
I saw them hawking those gold cell phones the other day. I saw like a quick video of that. Those made in China or the American cell phones that are.
They started saying they were made in the USA. And I'm like, really? A cell phone made in the USA?
How?
And then they changed it to saying they're designed with American values in mind.
Yeah,
the same thing.
I'm coming to the US in like 2 days, so I just want to say I have no problems with anything he does and how the policies that he implements. He's in charge for a reason, and that's what people chose. So
JD Vance means off your phone.
But I did that in Florida. I actually did do that, and when I was doing it, I was like, oh, this is interesting. Like, I'm not making a big deal about it, but I was like, this is interesting. Here I am deleting stuff that I've posted. I'm like, I don't need a Trump tweet from 2020 to exist on Twitter. I'll delete it. And the action of it, I was like, I must acknowledge right now, this is interesting that I'm doing this.
It's what it's like to live in an authoritarian government, right? You're worried that the brown coats will come with their masks and snatch you up and throw you in the van.
So what you're saying is you can feel Trump's power from across the continent.
Mm-hmm.
It must be horrible to not be able to say what you want on social media. I can't imagine. I can't imagine a decade of that.
Man,
to the fucking Night's Watch.
I got no issues with Trump. This has been a good week for Trump. We were talking on WhatsApp earlier. I'm like, he's on a hot streak this week. He's at fucking NATO. They're all like, yes, sir, daddy. We'll all put in 5%. Spain's ever like, I don't know. And he's like, fuck you, Spain, you little bitch. Spain's not one to pay. Everybody's talking about it. Spain's cheap. They don't have any money. Can't cover their bills. And everybody's like, yes, Spain. They've got Trump's back. Everybody's like, we couldn't do this without you, Daddy Trump. Literally called him Daddy.
He's selling Daddy Trump t-shirts.
Of course he is. Then the thing in Iran, I don't care how you look at it. I think
That's
that's a
pretty
win.
gay.
Like I don't like doing Israel's dirty work. Israel, sorry, Harley, cover your ears real quick.
No, it's fine. I see American. I see like senators talking, and they have an Israeli flag behind them. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? You don't get that. You don't need that there.
Yeah,
You don't need that.
No, they do. The reason they're there is because they have that there. Is the bigger problem.
Our politicians are clearly being blackmailed and bribed to do things that aren't in our best interests. And AIPAC's the only lobbying body that doesn't have to register as foreign agent. I know all that. I hate all that. And then there's the Palestinian thing. I hate all that. I get it. But the Iranian strike makes a lot of sense. And the way he described it is perfect. He's like, we went in, we were in the country for 45 minutes. We dropped 12 bombs, shot 25 tomahawks. Then we left and it's over. And they say it's over and we say it's over. And then he gets the ceasefire, which might stick. If the ceasefire sticks and this actually ends what he's calling the 12-day war for some reason, then it's a win.
It's good marketing.
How is it not a win that the war ended?
I'll acknowledge it's a win if he actually does create peace in the Middle East, but I'm skeptical.
Well, he came out and he bombed Iran, but I just didn't like that right after. He was like, yo, we did it. Shout out to Israel.
I mean, right now he's the guy with the mission accomplished banner behind him, but I've seen this movie before.
100%. Like I'm on your team with this. Yeah.
The reason I say it's over is like the Iranians called us and were like, hey, we're going to have to respond. So we're going to shoot at your base in Qatar in 3.5 hours. So make sure your Patriot missile batteries are pointed to the north. Again, 9:35 p.m., General? Yeah, that's when we launch them. They'll be there at 10:15 p.m. Okay, good deal.
But you guys are like, but you have to pay us back for what we're going to shoot. And like, okay.
Oh, they owe us money for what we've got to shoot.
Yeah, we'll pay for our own missiles to be shot at ourselves.
You know how much those arrow missiles that the Israelis are shooting are? So the Israelis, the Iron Dome is just
free to them.
Acid. They have.
I think it's like 3 years of Taylor's salary.
Yes, you're right. $3 million. You're absolutely right. It's like 7 layers of protection. The Iron Dome is like one of the lower ones. It's the ones that's like the little rockets that are curving around and catching stuff. But they've got like David Sling and Arrow like 2 and 3 or Arrow 3 and 4 or something. Those go into space. Those are anti-missile rockets that go into space and shoot down ballistic missiles that are still in space. And those cost $3 million a pop. Well, they don't cost y'all.
They save $75,000 buildings from getting destroyed.
Well, I mean, they save Israelis from getting hit by ballistic missiles.
It's interesting that like when this was happening, Hezbollah was like, we're not getting involved. Because I was like, I saw that and I was like, oh shit. I guess that worked. I guess that worked when they did that attack on the pagers and fucked them up, because now what they've always wanted Iran to attack, and they're telling Iran like, nah, we're not. You know, they can't. But I was like, oh shit.
Like Trump fucked the Houthis up so badly they surrendered.
I thought they were shooting down really expensive American drones though. Somehow I thought I heard that. I wasn't sure if it was true or not or what, but I thought it looked pretty valid.
Yeah, they shot down like 6 or 7.
That's got to be so fucking sick. You're a Houthi on the back of like an old Ford pickup.
Oh no, that's not
cal that has no, and they're fucking.
No, they're shooting heat-seeking missiles from like missile batteries that go up
from like a silo.
Not from a silo, but from like a mobile truck or some shit. To shoot down those Predator drones. We've got an Air Force guy in our hangout, and he was like, yeah, those are like those are like Obama's drones. Those are the old tech that we expect to lose those. Those aren't stealth. Those aren't secret. Those aren't like great at being evasive. They have a stealth
drone watching this drone get shot down to really see the extent of their abilities.
$12 million disposable drones, because that's how you win a war.
Oh, let me Yeah, I mean that's not a good idea, but it's worked so far. I feel like I think that's the old school, the old like gen of stuff that's being phased out. Those Predator drones. Could be wrong. I think that's what what Trump killed that Iranian general with back in his first term. That maybe Soleimani or something. He shot that fucking.
That's not what
samurai,
they call him.
That shot that samurai sword missile at him. Dude, the samurai sword missile is the coolest fucking thing. Everybody's melting down this week. Oh, this bunker busting penetrator bomb. It's 30,000 pounds of steel. It's traveling 1,000 feet per second. It penetrates 300 feet. All right, that's cool. But the other one has samurai swords that come out the side. It slices and dices people.
Katanas.
Like it really does. It has like 3 or 4 samurai sword like giant blades. It looks like the broadhead from a hunting bow. And they can kill the passenger in a car and leave the driver alive.
When I was younger, I used to I would hear shit like that and be like, fuck, man, yeah, I can't wait, Call of Duty to put that in. That's so fucking sick. Or like I'll like anything that was war shit, I was like, oh, that's fucking crazy, dude. But now that I like go on Twitter and I'll watch, like I'll see like a funny meme video of something and I click it and then it goes to the next one and auto plays and it's a drone in Ukraine with AI in it that's like tracking a person super fucking crazy and blowing up. I'm like, all these things look weird now. I like do some stuff in a game and I'm like, I don't know if anyone's grasping like what like I
dude
like
that autoplay on
money?
Twitter, I am not a fan. Because it will be exactly what you said, where it's like I'll be watching a video of like Alex Ovechkin scoring the goal that wins him like the top all-time goal scoring trophy in the NHL, and then the next autoplay video will be like a limbless child in Palestine, and it's like,
Christ.
Why would you show? I'm clearly trying to watch hockey content right now. Why would you serve me this?
Is at my height where I hold my phone to look at it is the exact height the phone would be at if you were wanting to show someone what's on your phone. So I'll be at the airport in line and I'll be on Twitter and I'll click something. And then I go to the next one and it's huge, greasy tits in like a bikini or something. And I'm like, and now like I have like the big iPhone. So I'm like holding a fucking tablet in line with tits on it, you know?
Why is that giant oaf got a titty billboard?
And they're like, hey, that's the bacon guy. I guess he just jerked off at the airport now.
I guess he just goons in the fucking Delta Lounge now, huh?
Yeah, right. Like I never fly Delta.
What do you
Air
fly?
Canada, bro. Air Canada, dude.
Oh, I the only thing I've ever enjoyed more than Delta is Virgin. Virgin was sick, but they don't fly out of Atlanta.
Yeah, but they're like they're a bit fancier, aren't they? I feel like they're Virgin aren't they a little bit fancier? They like, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was a whole different experience.
I never been on a Virgin flight.
I know it sounds silly, but when they had this like purplish pink, like magenta lighting that they turn on when it's nighttime, and so the whole first class, and they had like plexiglass dividers up and like that plexi like reflects the magenta lighting.
You're like in a bisexual Twitch streamer's gaming room.
Yeah, it kind of like that, but it felt like we were in the future though. It's what it felt like. It was like, I'm used to those Delta flights where the seat's a little ratty. This is all like really nice. I was in first class too. It seemed there was room between the seats, you know, which I hadn't seen. With like my seat and my partner's seat were like separated, and we both had these big nice recliners. Definitely the nicest airline I've been on. I
flew to Italy like 2 years ago when I had a first class flight, and it was those seats where you lie down, like you could lie down and put the legs up and you have your own personal TV, and it's the pods, and packed flight, but I don't care. You know, I got the fucking pod and I sit down. My chair is broken. My TV is broken.
No,
I'm sitting up like for takeoff and landing, like practically like leaning forward. Like I had to stand. I probably stood up for 2 hours of the whole flight, walking back and forth, because the rest of the time I'm like leaning forward, like just sitting up. Everyone's sleeping. The lights are out. Yeah, it was brutal.
Dude, you gotta throw a fucking fit about that.
Yeah.
Right?
Dude, that's my,
Being
that's
like, dude, I paid for this and you
culture.
delivered me bullshit coach.
Excuse me.
Guys, exactly. That's my culture. I
How much
called
was the
when I was
ticket?
like, what's that? Oh, it was like 2,000 something. But
It is not.
I paid with points.
I'm from New
also.
Jersey, and I won't be convinced that it's Jewish culture to suck it up and not complain. You got me.
No. It's my
No, he was saying it is.
Culture.
He was saying the opposite. He was saying that's
Yeah.
my culture to
I
get in
didn't
their
include
ear.
that part of the story because that goes without saying. Before the plane even landed, I had the pilot coming and sucking my circumcision scar. Before the plane even landed. Yeah,
My bad. I misunderstood. So, what did you get in terms of satisfaction? Out?
I got actually just another flight of equivalent. So I did use it to fly to Europe again, first class.
Amazing.
So that was
Okay.
chill, but yeah. So and it was fine. Like once the flight was over, I'm like, that's okay. It's amazing how far the Steam Deck can carry me. Like since I got a Steam Deck,
Yeah.
the idea, like if I were to fly somewhere, it might be like $600. But if I want to fly first class, it could be 2,000.
Mhm.
If you told me, hey, I'll pay you $1,200 to sit in this chair and play your Steam Deck for 5 hours, I would definitely do that. But if I'm like, can I go piss? And they're like, yeah. And in fact, I'll bring you pretzels at some point and a drink whenever you want. I'd be like, yeah, okay. I'm not gonna spend the $1,200 extra, even if my channel was not getting views for the last 7 years. And let's say it was still getting, I still wouldn't do it because
If you were,
what's that?
you keep saying 2,000 minus 600 is 1,200, and I can't get past it.
1,400, yeah, but I didn't know if I said 800 or because that's around the price range, anyways. But the point is like $1,200. Like I'll sit in this chair for 5 hours. So the opposite of it, paying the $1,200 to get the better chair, nah. Because the real appeal, I guess, is that you get alcohol and a meal, and I really never drink on a flight, and I rarely care to eat on a flight. So at that point, I'm fucking posted up playing Baldur's
Are the
Gate.
meals good? Like
No.
good
No,
meals,
they're
or is
not.
it just
No.
good? Is it only good compared to plain food?
It's
Chili's would be
far
better.
than-
plain food.
Chili's
It's
would be
plain
better.
food.
You'd rather have like Chili's than first class airline food.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like it is plain food. It is like
I think Chili's and first class airline food are comparable. They're about there.
Chili's is on a whole new level, dude.
Oh, I might be out of date then. Okay.
Chili's is having a major moment right now.
Dude, Red Lobster
gone
is
up.
back too.
Well, yeah, they
having a
they have that young black CEO that came into Red Lobster.
Bro,
switched
I have
it
a
up and
buddy
went crazy in
once
there.
a week. He's calling
Yeah,
me
now
up.
it's
He's
hip.
like, we gotta
Now give
we
it
gotta
strip
hit
away.
up. Every week he comes by, he's like, we got to go to the Cheddar Bay because the biscuits are calling. And I'm like, all right, man, let's go. Like,
That's amazing. I like your friend.
dude, he's he
biscuits
can't
are
get
calling.
enough. Literally. And the Red Lobster is not close to me. He drives to my house to pick me up and then drives us both to Red Lobster.
Next time he hits you with that, you should hit him back with a triple dip.
I
at
love it.
Chili's.
No, I pay him for the gas and whatever. And dude,
You try the triple dip at Chili's.
I've been trying to convince him Chili's is on par, but he's a cheddar fiend.
Chili's is
He
solid,
loves the
dude.
Bay.
You can get any tizers.
Any ties.
Well, you know what they do?
Cheddar
at
Bay is
Chili's
having a
that
big
sucks?
fentanyl crisis right now, but they're still putting out that.
You know what they
biscuit,
do
man.
that sucks at Chili's now is when you sit
What?
down to get the chips and salsa, you have to like sign in with
You gotta have
the
the app.
app on their thing, and it used to get the chips and salsa anyways. Now it's $6
Oh.
unless you use.
Dude, Trump has got to
unless you
shut that
fucking-
down.
Yeah, he does.
that's the
Barron
word we're
will.
looking for.
That's a Barron Trump mission.
Yeah,
So wait, I don't
Barron Trump
understand.
needs to
They
get us
charge
chips
you
and salsa.
more for chips and salsa if you don't use the app. Is that the situation?
Something that used to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
free now is a $6 thing unless you sign in with the app.
They
at the
want your
table.
information.
Yeah.
Woody. Who's not going to sign
Mhm.
up?
Wait,
You know,
also we're not free at Chili's.
What?
chips were always free.
Yeah, the chips and salsa.
the
were free.
basic chips and salsa.
Yeah,
I'm
with
pretty
nothing.
Sure.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm
Because they got to sell the
100% sure, too.
wood.
I've
They
paid
got to
for it
sell the
so many times.
margs.
I always-
It's a loss leader for the margs, man.
Wait, when you go to Chili's, you sit down and they bring you a bowl of chips and a salsa. The Chili's that I've always gone to is like
Hold
that.
on.
Crazy, because I'm I am no Chili's novice. Now this is all out of date. It's like 10 years ago, but I have
It might be
ordered the
regional.
bottomless chips. Yeah, maybe it's regional because I paid for the bottomless chips 80 times. Like this isn't something I think I'm right on.
Well, can I tell you something?
experience is
Which is weird
I
about this
believe
thing
you.
is if you buy, which you can buy the chips there, and you can also, but that comes with premium dips. So, like, let's say if you wanted guacamole, do you like guacamole?
Queso.
Are you eating guacamole or queso out there?
I'm getting the regular salsa, and I order a separate cup for everybody there because I'm not sharing, and I get pico for me. This is my thing.
Yeah, they're like, charge that guy.
I love that you're I just love the lore that you're a total salsa whore. You have to have your own.
There's some
dip.
about Chili's salsa though that's real good. It's like
It is.
it's got this consistency.
It's not hot enough.
Ta-
There's not enough spice to it.
Yeah, it's not a spicy. It's a white man's salsa. I'm not gonna lie, but you can just go through that stuff.
You got to
I
dump
think
a
it is
bunch of
okay.
hot sauce and then mix it up.
I make my own salsa. It's delicious. There's no reason to buy salsa.
It is
Well,
hilarious.
when you're out
the-
at a
the
restaurant.
new-
No, I bring my
Well,
own.
Red
hey,
Lobster.
no,
I got a
people are
mason
talking.
jar.
People are talking.
If you brought your own salsa to a Chili's, that's the craziest
Why?
thing you've ever said.
Of course, I've got it in an old mason jar that I wear on a sling. What are you talking
definitely not the craziest thing
You wear it.
You
around
have
your
it in a satchel. Like you wear your salsa satchel.
Bro,
I got
I
a
remember
stick and
watching-
bindle with a whole bunch of salsa in there.
A leather
I'm
canteen.
like a boss.
Yeah.
there was.
I
one of
was
those
wondering if
shows,
I was
like-
being gaslighted there because I remember also being young and going to Chili's and them bringing chips and salsa out and me not
See, I don't know if they were
understanding the
free.
connection.
It might have been. It might have been like
I read-
endless refills.
I
don't know
read
if they
a
were
bunch
always
now.
free,
There,
though.
it was they did do free, but apparently that was longer, and I could have sworn it was more recent. And then they switched it to 99 cents, and you can get refills. But yeah,
Mm.
It's
apparently
always
they.
been the
now it's
bottomless
free.
was important. Yeah, the keep them.
But I could have sworn I never. I don't know, but I guess I'm wrong.
But you're only
Well, I'm
eating the
also
salsa for a
reading-
little bit because then the potato skin
This is
coming out.
ordering. This is ordering food. This is food to eat while I order.
Yeah,
Yeah. Exactly.
I like the southwestern egg roll. Call me crazy.
I wish.
Oh,
I don't.
I like Southwestern egg rolls everywhere. They're so fucking delicious.
I like them too.
Incredible.
I
There's
love
always
them.
some sort of chipotle like mayo sauce. that-
Avocado.
Not an
ranch.
item. Not an item you get in my country. Very rare.
Oh my god.
You hear me? I'm like
Okay.
Canadian. I'm like
Oh,
my
really? Not a lot
country.
of
My
Tex- not
country.
a lot of no Americanized Tex-Mex in the Canada. It's delicious. I love it. There's corn,
No,
black beans,
yeah.
and chicken in there. So good.
I think they like Tex-Mex in Canada, right?
Who doesn't
I
like
mean,
Tex-Mex? It's
yeah,
fucking
love
delicious.
it, but it is rare to find good spots.
I think Chili's does it
No,
right where
fair
Chipotle
enough.
gets it wrong. I'll stand by. I absolutely refuse to go to a restaurant and tell them how to make my meal. They can fuck off with that business model. Like, what ingredients go in it? What do you do here? You don't make food? Why are you asking me how to make food? I don't go to Chipotle. I'm not down with.
I don't like
people how to
the
make food.
randomness of like you go to Chipotle and it's like, is the guy behind the counter like going to be your buddy or not? You know, I don't want to go to a restaurant where I got to worry about getting the nice guy. Like, hook you up with a little bit of extra steak.
The CEO at one point had said that, oh yeah, if you're unhappy with the amount of meat you're given, give them the look. He literally said that, and it was
Yeah,
like
I don't
a
wanna
big
give
thing
him-
on
no,
TikTok.
I don't
And
want
it's like,
any
wait, what do you mean?
mind
You want me to
games.
physically intimidate your employee into giving me more meat?
How much is more meat?
A
You
little
just
Can I
know,
get
you
like a
know
little-
what not enough is. You know what not enough
Well,
is.
I'm not asking about the meat. I'm asking about the money. How much do they charge for more?
Double
Oh no,
meat.
no, no,
That's
no, no,
probably,
no. So if you want more, it's like $4 to like
yeah,
double.
so
it.
Yeah.
But that's not what he's describing. He's saying like, well, you didn't get that's not a full scoop.
yeah, you didn't get your one meat.
I feel like I could go the other direction. Be like, all right, we both know meat's $4, but why give it to the man? I'll tip you $1. That you could get triple
Oh,
meat
that
out
knock
of
it.
that.
You'll knock it out of
Normally,
park
the
with that.
girls aren't allowed to kiss you on the mouth, but if you really, intimidate the shit out of them, like, no, man, just fucking make it the same way every time.
That's why it's
Like-
always been a strategy that if you ever go to a place and you want double something, you let them lay the groundwork first, and then you tell them
Yep.
it's a double
Of
situation.
course. course.
Yeah.
What I do when I
See,
order from
you got a little Jew in you too, Kyle.
Oh, I got one better than that. Here's one you're gonna want to jot down, my friend. When I order Mexican, I change my DoorDash name to fucking Enrique Sanchez or some shit. So when I order from like one of those Mexican.
That's a next level move that I could really get behind.
I'll get Mexican from like a Mexican grocery that's owned by a family, and they have like the restaurant in the back. And they see a fucking amigo needs some enchiladas, boys. They'll fucking double meet your ass up. They'll add jalapenos on the side. There'll be all sorts of like accessories, like extra cups of salsa and crema. Like it's the move. And I do it for every group. I do it for every group. I
do the same with Chinese and you exactly. You have to accept because Chinese
Thai names, Indian names.
I tried that, but
I'm Patel.
I put my name as Ping Pong, and they gave me less rice. So I did something wrong.
Ching Chong McChinky, and they spat in my.
I think they shat in my food. I think I fucked it up.
Okay, hey guys, hey, come on, guys.
Hey,
I went to a Chinese restaurant.
We get you dog.
Come on, guys.
I went to a Chinese and now see if I were to ever get on SNL, you fucked it up for me.
You'll be all right. They got it for that.
I went.
Shane Gillis got to host, so now you're good. You can say whatever you want about Chinese people.
Oh well, in that case, and for the people at home that are the audio listeners, I pretended to bring my fingertips up to the corners of my eyes.
Oh my god, is that what you just said?
Yeah.
What do you
do that?
The joke.
Yeah. I went to a Chinese restaurant way back in the day with my girlfriend and her dad, and my girlfriend at the time, we walked in there and we're looking at the menu. And there's like a whole bunch of the usual suspects, General Tso chicken and chow mein and all that stuff. And then on the other side are all these items that are written in Chinese. And I see people there, and there's a group of Chinese people there, and they have like this big ass bowl with like fucking sick noodles in it. She just looks sick. I want that. But I'm looking at the other items, and they're all, the usual suspects. None of them are that. And I know that, but I want that. And so when he asks us what we want, I'm like, oh, what's this whole side of the menu, the Chinese writing? And he's like, you can't read that? And I was like, no. He's like, then it's not for you.
Oh. And
I remembered being like, if I were to ever learn Chinese, it's only for that menu type shit. It's just for that.
Yeah, man, but like,
dude,
half that
shit
shit.
Me off. What do you mean it's not for me? Oh yeah? Well, this is not for you. And I got the fuck up and left. I'm not paying for my drink.
But I live in like a
great in there.
Asian.
Fucking smell great.
My whole area is fucking Asian, and like sometimes I'll get DoorDash, and one time they brought me the wrong food from the Chinese restaurant, and man, when you get the wrong Chinese food from like the authentic Chinese place, you're like, what the fuck? It's literally just bones and water. I'm not even gonna describe it as soup because it's not.
It's actually
just bones.
What's so funny is these restaurants that have fire Chinese food, and it's all Chinese people working there. The type of food that white people order is not good for you, really. Not good for you. And it's, like a comfort food. And the food that they consume there is still eating out, so it's not great, but it is like so much better than the nuclear, super shiny Chinese food that we all like to eat. And a lot of times that I've had authentic Chinese food, I'll see something and I'll be like, oh, this looks good. And I'll expect it to taste one way and it'll taste like nuts and fish instead. And I'm just like, I didn't expect that. Some things are a little too far for me, but I'm always down to try. But these days I love like dim sum, Chinese food, and they eat
some
like
of the
fish
textures
there.
are what I can't get around,
head,
man.
The fish head is for the oldest woman at the table. Like they get that the best part. They get to eat the fish's face. But and also chicken feet boiled in water and made into a soup.
Beautiful culture.
Dog treats. Jesus fuck.
No cheese. No, they don't fuck with cheese at all. Cheese and
the only super authentic Chinese place anywhere near me is probably 10 miles away, and they are all Chinese immigrants. And when I've gone there, it's only been with my buddy and his wife, who is from China, so she speaks Mandarin. And the wallpaper on this place is clearly them doing their best to seem American. And so it's like signs from New York where it's like, it's a Broadway. And it's like just pictures, but they didn't spend the money to get a large portrait. And so it's just small tiles of the exact same signs over and over and over around the whole restaurant. And like when I went up to a guy and was like, hey, can I get a Diet Coke? He was like, uh-huh. And I was like, all right. So I had to go back to my friend's wife and have him ask.
Don't get
like,
Coke from Chinese people. We talked about this, Taylor.
Circle back.
It was fantastic. It was
He's
the best Chinese food
sharp scent
I've ever had.
He's like,
It
hey, we
was so
got a guy out
delicious.
there. He's like, I think it's time we show him that we know dumb.
And I'm
He think we dumb. He think we
Like,
dumb. We know dumb.
like I'm not a particularly large person. Like I'm normal size, but
Yeah.
I was the biggest person in that restaurant by a lot.
They
Every
were all
other person.
they were all very aware of it, and almost every single table spoke about it for a moment at least.
Look at
They
big
must
American
have.
oaf.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, they
big
do like
fat retard.
Oh,
Try-
you want sugar chicken? Sugar chicken, come right up.
they actually thought you were.
No,
so
I got the
disgusting and
extra
dumb.
spicy fish, and it was fantastic. And they actually do what a lot of American Chinese places don't do, which is they don't leave the peppers on it, like those dried out peppers, those chili peppers.
Yeah.
You want that left on the dish because it tastes so good. But this is the only place that does it. You go to fucking P.F. Chang's or some Americanized place, they really don't.
Yeah,
They don't
They
want those
they,
peppers
they
on.
cull it a bit for the American palate.
when I was in Toronto, I came to realize that the best Chinese places weren't places like Jade Palace. It wasn't places like that. It was places that had names like Wonder 7 Fat. They just like whoever came
Wait
had
till you
Aroma
read.
of chicken.
They did not localize the name
No.
that translated from, and it didn't matter. And the sign, and those were the places where you're like, oh yeah. And these type of places, like, it's good. I know it's good when a Chinese woman comes out and I'm doing the thing and I'm like, oh, can I get an extra sauce? And she's like, no, there's enough in there. Like, that's the shit that they'll tell you. They'll be like, you've had enough. They'll tell you that shit. You know what I mean? You get like a soda.
Yeah.
I've ordered like a second soda, and they're like,
And I
too much
need
soda,
that.
bad. And I'm like, okay, ready, getting it for me. But they like it's, and that's how I knew. Like, going to like in China, some Chinese tradition, they celebrate the 100th day of the baby, and they make a big deal of it. And I've gone to a couple, and I've come to realize is like, Chinese people are fucking partying when they got soda at the table. I saw in front of every plate was like a can of Sunkist orange, and they were popping off that night. It was like crazy. Like, yeah, it's like actual. I play games with Freddie Wong a lot, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm about to fucking smoke this fatty before we go online. He's like, dude, I'm cracking open a triple cola. And I'm like, oh shit! Like, he's serious about his soda. He always clowns me for drinking the sugar-free sodas.
Mm-hmm.
He's always like, at you. He's like, you could do that if you want to live a lie. I've never had. Have you guys ever even heard of triple cola? You familiar?
Yeah,
No.
No,
Yeah.
I've
never heard of it.
it before. I just dying to try it. Is it good, Kyle?
I've never had it.
Oh, you just
Is it
aware of
Asian
it.
I'm
cola?
just aware of
Triple
it.
cola?
Wait, is this an American cola that they like, or is this an Asian
Triple
cola?
cola, bro. You think Asia's gonna triple cola something? One cola
Says
enough.
it has all the taste, refreshment, and caffeine necessary for an uplifting attitude. Well, that's exciting for me.
Sounds like for dubs, big dubs with your gamer boys.
I don't think any it's Coca-Cola. Nobody's gonna beat Coca-Cola at that. Nobody's gonna beat Heinz at ketchup. Nobody's gonna beat Duke's at mayonnaise. Like, there's some things that don't try to fuck with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I'm ketchup out of everything on that list. Like, I do very much love Coca-Cola, and I don't like Pepsi, but I'm so much more comfortable having a Pepsi than having a ketchup that's not Heinz.
Hunts.
Like, the
Yeah.
ketchup has to be. I hate when I go to a restaurant that I love and everything's great. And when I ask for ketchup, they give it to me in some dish. And it's like, you assholes don't need to be back there making your fucking ketchup. Like, I shouldn't even be ordering this. So, like, who's out here
Should be
ordering it
gratis
that
on the
wants
table.
ketchup,
Yeah.
that wants that particular fancy ketchup? I hate that. I hate it.
They can
bottle.
fool me.
Real
They can fool me
homemade
if they
ketchup, Eddie?
bring like a ramekin of Hunt's ketchup. I'm probably fooled by that. But if
Yeah,
I
I
have
could
to
get
squirt the
got by
Hunts
that.
out,
Yeah,
yeah,
I could
if
get.
I have to
I could
squirt
get
the
bucked
Hunts
by it.
out, like
You're like,
Heinz is
it's
clearly the
sweet.
superior.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pick up some triple cola.
you should. You getting it on Amazon? That's where he gets it.
There's this grocery store in where is it? In, well, basically L.A. And all it is, it's an old guy who he just loves soda so fucking much that he made an entire grocery store for soda, and he has every fucking brand, and then he brews his own. It's called Galco's. So I'm gonna get some triple cola from that weird old guy. I'm very excited.
The
give it
Red,
a go?
I think is it called Big Red? Maybe the one in Texas.
The soda?
Like, yeah,
Big Red
That's
is
like
red.
one of the number one sodas there.
Dude,
Yeah,
Big
what
What
Red
flavor
sucks.
is Big Red soda supposed to be? Because it's not like even a flavor.
I think it
It's
was
semi
cherry.
cream. It's semi cream flavored. It's like a cream cherry, I think.
I thought it tasted like Strawberry Crush, which used
They
to
do a
exist
blue,
back in the
too.
day.
They do a blue one as well, and
Is it
it's
called
more
Big
of a,
Blue?
Yeah, yeah. I just remember
you
being
guys-
in this small Texas gas station buying fucking gas station sombreros and Big Blue.
I like
Every restaurant, Dr. Pepper and Big Red, and I actually like that about Texas because I love Dr. Pepper.
My dad wore that fucking oversized sombrero with zero shame the whole trip.
Dude, that part about old
love
people
that. I like
rules.
that.
He's like, here's my sun hat. It's like, he looked like Yosemite Sam.
Dude,
There
my
was
grandpa
one
does the
summer-
same thing.
So my dad ran a Domino's Pizza, and it was the year Surge came out, and they gave us all this Surge merchandise. So there was
Oh,
one
sick.
summer where I wear a Surge T-shirt like every single day. It was this huge tie-dye green thing, and Surge tasted like dog shit. I have no idea why they thought Surge was gonna catch on.
It's because it
Yeah.
had so much caffeine in it.
Yeah,
Like,
that
I
was
thought
It was
that
like
was part of
early.
the
It was
story.
like early 2000s. Like it's the name of the game. Like Xbox.
It had a
like,
great dude. It had a great design. Like it had great marketing, but it tasted like shit.
It was like Mountain Dew, but even more edgy was kind of like the marketing campaign. But it tasted like
Yeah.
flat Mountain Dew.
And
Like
you
it
know-
didn't have enough carbonation.
Do you know why? Do you know why Dr. Pepper comes in a can?
No.
Well, because after Dr. Pepper during Operation Paperclip was taken to America, they had to
Operation
reformulate
Paperclip.
his Nazi cola into something that would be more palatable for the American tastes. Is that
I think
correct?
that's fancy,
That's
right?
true.
If it didn't
That's
come in a
true.
can, it
No,
would
no,
fall
Dr.
over.
Pepper.
He was a Nazi doctor, Dr.
No,
Pepper.
Dr. Pepper comes in a can because his
He
wife
worked in the
is dead.
camps.
It's
Because
actually
his
not
wife's
Dr. Pepper. It's Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, her.
Wait, what was it, Harley? Why does it come in a can?
Dr. Pepper comes in a can because his wife is dead.
Oh my god!
Oh!
Bam!
Okay, I didn't know.
I was really
That
trying
joke,
to
by
put
the way?
pieces together where I was
That
like,
joke?
Vito said Operation Paperclip. That's where they stole.
Apparently-
that's where
apparently
they
that-
stole
that's like
all those
literally-
German scientists.
This
Yeah.
is a 100-year-old joke, apparently.
Him and Dr. Scholl both came across from fucking Operation Paperclip. Dr. Scholl operated on Jewish children's feet to discover the perfect arch.
Yeah, you see all those
That's-
shoes at Auschwitz? That
Yeah,
was his,
yeah, exactly.
that's
That
where
was
he worked.
the work of his experiments.
Yeah.
This is why you get the Dr. Scholl's insoles, and it's perfect because he mutilated,
Hey,
Jews
so some good
to
thing
figure
did
out.
come
Well,
of
I'm
all
just
this.
saying, some good came out of it.
Well, that doesn't even make sense. Why would you mutilate someone's feet if you're
You
trying
had
because to make the
mimic
perfect
various
shoe,
foot ailments,
yeah,
and then
You
test
have
the
to crack
insole.
eggs to make an
to
omelet.
achieve
I
the
was gonna say
perfect
that,
Aryan
Harley.
arch, Taylor, Dr.
You're right.
Scholl. Yeah,
True. I read that.
he did good work.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's in books. Yeah,
People are saying.
probably.
I'm still laughing because you're talking about the ketchup at like the ketchup at the restaurant, and it reminded me of that clip from fucking Vacation where Eddie has made homemade ketchup and it's just fucking salsa. It's gross. Clark's like, real homemade ketchup, Eddie? Only the best, Clark. I love those fucking movies.
Yeah,
Christmas
dude, when you
Vacation
see how
the
ketchup is
Christmas movie
made,
I watch every year.
when you see how ketchup is made, it's so much more sugar than you imagine being in it.
Yeah, I think
It's
it was
crazy.
originally something to do with the rotten tomatoes, the overripe dying tomatoes, and they just put vinegar and tomatoes and mixed them up or something, and that was ketchup. But it was awful for you, so they needed to make food and safety standards around ketchup.
A lot of the early sauces were meant to cover up the taste and smell of rancid meat because it was in a time before refrigeration. A1 steak sauce and Worcestershire, like things like that. Those really strong.
Nice.
Do you use
flavored-
A1?
Nice,
Are you
by
a
the
friend of
way.
A1?
I use A1 on a cheap, shitty steak. Like if I get like grocery store sirloins, little A1 on that
Waffle
bad boy.
House.
Sure.
I got a
Waffle
buddy who
House
always
ribeye.
uses A1, and I always give him shit for it. I'm like, you can pour a bunch of fucking raisin sauce on your steak.
Dude, it's good.
Steak, you want that steak tasting like raisins?
It's
Fucking-
raisin.
You know what I even do? I
It's
walked by the
raisin
fridge the
sauce,
other day.
Harley.
Really?
It's straight up
Delicious.
raisins for
Dude,
days.
there is nothing
Oh,
wrong
I
with
think it's
A1
delicious
on
too.
a
I
cheap
love
steak.
it, but I didn't know it was raisins. That's fascinating.
Look, there's some
That's
tomato
so
in there,
funny.
but I think it's the raisin is the overwhelming flavor profile.
I know
That's raisin sauce.
I love A1. I'll walk by their fridge and like get a little on my finger. Like, get a little A1.
Tomato puree,
Hey,
marmalade, and raisins. Canadian.
You ever just pour some raisins on top of a steak?
No, but now I
that's
will.
insane.
fucking tasty. It's fucking tasty. And yeah,
No, I do
big
like
Mexican
it.
do.
Yeah. What? I got a different result than you did.
No. You look
Ooh,
on
I
the
gotta-
bottle. It says it has raisin puree.
I don't know.
No, A1 does not have raisin puree based
Tomato
on this
puree,
snippet
marmalade,
that I
raisins.
trust fully from Woody.
Well, Zach got a different answer.
Look at this guy besmirching the great A1.
A1
steak
sauce in the U.S. includes tomato puree, raisin paste, spirit vinegar, and corn syrup. So you're looking
We're
at
so
some
fucked.
fucking-
Once two AIs disagree with each other in the future, like we're just gonna be fucked.
Wikipedia is telling me the fucking
Zach,
A1,
that is a Google AI answer.
Zach
There's
fucked
no
up.
way.
Zach fucked up.
I'm on Wikipedia and it says it.
That it does have raisins.
Yeah, I just clicked on it and now I'm trying to find where it
It's
is on the
raisin
page.
sauce,
And
man.
thus the great A1 mystery was solved.
Because if it isn't, it'd be crazy, Vito, that they tricked
That I
you
made
into
that up.
thinking it was.
That I just lied.
I mean, if you're putting A1 on like a fillet or a ribeye at a fine steak restaurant, then yeah, that's trashy. But if you're
and it
just getting
specifically says
if you're fucking flavoring up
Eh.
a sirloin, you get no. There's nothing wrong with that.
includes in Canada, it includes raisins. In the U.S., it includes raisin paste.
Yeah, I
That's
think
literally-
I think Vito's right. And Chat
it's saying
GPT
it
is
was a
wrong.
key ingredient since 1820 because raisins contain antioxidants.
Oh, I was
which
talking about from
may
before
have helped
1820.
mask the rancid flavor of spoiling meats
Oh,
in the days before refrigeration.
well,
Yeah, but you know what?
Okay.
I love steak.
There
I
you
could
go.
eat steak every single day, and I could eat steak without sauce, even a shitty steak. Like sometimes I just want this though. Sometimes I want this, something like that.
You know,
Sometimes
here's my
I,
what
you know.
I want yum yum sauce is the most delicious sauce I've ever had though. The name is
It's mostly
perfect.
mayonnaise.
Like I know it's mostly mayonnaise. I love mayonnaise, and whatever they add to it makes it super mayonnaise. It makes it super China mayonnaise. Whenever I get hibachi, they send 2 fucking giant cups of that shit, and I have to pour it out into the trash so that if I were to just like sit it by the sink, I'd go back in there later and get it. I have to pour out that 400 calories worth of sauce and then go eat my shit with some sriracha on it because I want it so bad. I want it so bad. That's my favorite.
Do you
sauce
ever
to do.
trick yourself? Do you ever trick yourself by like dipping your fork
No,
in it
I can't-
just as a
dude, it's
small
like crap.
coating and then you eat?
No, it's like alcohol to an alcoholic. I know if I start on that shit, I'm gonna eat it all because it is delicious. It is
good.
like sweet and savory, and it
It's
goes
pretty
perfectly
fantastic.
with the fucking meat and rice. Like
It goes
what I
perfectly with the rice.
when I was a kid, I would soak the rice so much with the yum yum sauce that it would be like oatmeal or something. You know what I mean? Like it would be wet rice now. I want that so bad right now.
Yeah,
so
me
bad.
too. You
So
sold me. You sold me on
I'm
it.
going to Chili's, baby. It's
For bit time, baby.
either that or I'm hitting up the Cheddar Bay. The biscuits are fresh and the women are disgusting. It's filthy.
He's on
all
it.
right. Well, I've had all I can stand.
All right, let's do the rest without
All
Kyle.
right.
Oh, we keep going.
I'm teasing. I'm just
I'm
fucking
being
around. I
nice.
don't know why.
I'll do 5 hours.
I don't know why I said that.
Oh, you guys are doing the bonus hour? Oh,
Bonus
we're doing
hour!
it. Oh, next. You're doing bonus hour next
Oh,
week.
Taylor, vacation bonus hour. Don't you love it?
Oh yeah.
Best vacation ever.
Oh, good.
Trying to get Taylor back to
I'm
his
not-
family on vacation here.
I'm not
Shady.
desperate to go to bed right now or anything.
I've been like in the sun since 8 a.m.
I know. Since 6 a.m.
Taylor, tomorrow, sunscreen.
I will put it on.
Get you a sun hat.
All right. Check out Vito and Harley in the description. Buy Super Killer in 2026. PKA 758.